so I don't get up.
Absolutely.
All right,
Hold that and
let's-
get a little closer to the camera there.
Yes,
There we go.
hopefully
That's very nice.
this time
stream
things are
yeah.
less busted.
Incredibly cool.
All right, now give it back because it's
Yeah,
mine.
yeah, yeah.
Give it to me.
I'll mess
And
it
then
up.
and then from Singapore, we got
Yep.
really cool.
Then we jumped over to Singapore, and while we were there, this is one we'll also have to.
All
well.
the everybody at the event signed this awesome.
Let me get this strong here. You grab one
Yep,
side.
I'll grab one side. There we go.
Wrong way.
We did not plan this.
No, we didn't.
No, just
Clearly.
really bad, but
Oh, that's cool.
We got everybody's signature, so we're going to put this up. in our new
Hashtag
offices.
30K.
Yeah, match that.
Very cool.
So, yeah,
That's pretty
cool
good.
things. But anyway,
And then there's other stuff in there. You
The
can pull from
true
about if you
Star
want. They have
Citizen
Really
experience.
cool little coins they made and,
For sure.
and cards and so on.
And of course, if you're not familiar with what a bar
Thank
citizen
you.
is, you can check out barcitizen.sc.
Go through my audio setup,
It is a completely community backer-run organization that helps coordinate.
whatever reason, CSGO likes messing
basically
with people's
gatherings
audio.
of Star Citizens all around the world.
Okay, that looks
including
better.
Most recently, Singapore and China and South Korea.
Yay.
I know that. I
Okay.
think there was one in San Diego last night, if I was not mistaken. This says.
Why
Bar
does
Citizen
it- why does
Singapore,
everything-
made by the
everything
community.
I ever
It
do
is
always
a-
break?
What is that?
The world is out
Oh,
to
it's
get
a-
you.
It's a Bar Citizen. card.
Streaming, man. It's
It's metal.
It
It's
is.
rougher, yeah.
Nice.
Man, I
I'm
swear,
gonna leave that out.
like,
And,
everything I ever try to
challenge
do
stuff. We will
ends
do this on
in
our
just
own
like
time
complete
because people are probably
disaster.
like,
It's
"Just get to the
ridiculous.
next thing."
Exactly.
Exactly. I know who our viewers are. So before we do move on to the next thing, Brian, Aaron, it is our 10th birthday, our 10th anniversary.
10.
10. It's
Yeah,
10
that's
something.
crazy.
There
That's
was an internal debate whether this was the birthday.
I should have
anniversary,
just left it
anniversary,
alone
sometimes
and
it's
hoped that it would
November,
fix itself.
The birthday is in
Honestly,
October.
but
Whatever it is, it's 10.
All right. I just
You got any favorite memories?
New one
of
looks like
something?
it's
I don't know how long
fine,
we're gonna keep
though.
you here, so I want to use
So-
you when I got you here. On the spot.
yay.
Here,
I've been here about 8 years.
Uh,
just
new
about 8
one,
years,
yeah, it's super
A
smooth.
fair amount of the 10. The first
Yeah,
one that
it's
comes
doing
to my
great now.
mind, there's a lot, but
Yeah.
the most memorable one I would say would
Just
be 2016 at CitizenCon in Los Angeles.
Okay.
Very first CitizenCon I'd ever been to. Really hadn't interacted face-to-face with the community that much. We know we put a lot of love and effort into what we were going to show. Chris is on stage. He's about to show everything off. I'm looking for a seat. I couldn't find a seat. I went down basically middle floor in the theater
No, I
and
just gotta
sat on the
fix all
floor
the
in between all the
stream
rows with
settings.
all the backers. And as I'm sitting there and the demo's going, I already know the demo and the pacing, and then the sandworm blows out of the ground and everybody blows up. And I'm kind of below everybody because at this point they're jumping up. And just to be there and for the people to have the reaction of the thing that you've been working on, right? That's something I'll never forget. It's something you're at that level. You're feeling the love from them, the excitement that they have of what they're, and you're going, wait, hold on.
and we
I'm used to
still
working in companies where we
haven't seen
hold
the
our stuff
sandworm.
for 2, 5 years without showing anything. So you have this opportunity to show this off, and you get this feedback, and it was.
Do they have a
it was my
plan for
first
adding any
basically
flora?
interaction with community.
Do they have it on the
on a face-to-face basis.
the one thing?
You mean fauna?
Floor together at one
Probably,
point or
yeah.
another.
Flora is plants,
Aaron.
fauna is
I
animals.
think a lot of it.
I was thinking real hard. I'm like, I'm pretty sure.
I haven't been able to do it the last couple of years for obvious reasons.
Not
It's actually just,
to
whenever the event's going on,
knowledge.
I hate being backstage, so I
They've
literally
got
just go and find
underwater
I
rendering
like
and
to go out
caustics.
amongst
One team
everybody and
on
just sit
it.
there and watch the whole, watch the event and watch everybody's reactions to it.
They worked on
which
it back
is
in
always a lot
quarter
of fun,
2.
and,
For underwater
another thing about it is
rendering.
just that I've
Underwater
made,
rendering,
so many
interesting.
That's the
actually
only
good
thing that's got a
friends,
mention of fauna.
You know, with people in the community
Yeah.
and so forth, meet people. There's a lot of
Search whale.
community members now who enjoy going to see
Space
again,
Whale
all this sort of,
V1.
all this time. So the last 2 years have been kind of painful because I haven't been
They
able to
worked
do
on
that,
back in
but
Q1.
The ability just to be there
Of
with
20 no,
everybody
Q3
and
of
to see the
2021.
reaction and have those conversations
Interesting.
is the massive thing for me. It'd be too hard for me to pull.
I wonder if
you
they're
know,
done
one
with
event.
that.
I mean, you know, there's some things that have happened which I probably can't talk about.
sure.
Which could be, you know, but I mean, but you know, but really,
I
to
doubt it, but I
generally, think it's really
wonder,
that ability
or
to
at least
be
with
amongst,
V1.
everybody and see that.
I
sort of
even
stuff.
think of overall
Could-
just the journey we've been on in making this project, right?
They probably
when I
have
started
models.
in Frankfurt with
I
a
wouldn't doubt it,
handful
maybe
of other
rigged.
people in Germany, you know,
Hassan?
Hassan, IT in the
streamer?
UK, loaded up a van. And I remember this van showed up with our PCs, our monitors. Then they included like some pens and
Nice.
pencils and trash cans and a coat rack.
Oh, that's right.
we,
And then
and we set everything up, and it was like cool, and we were just like, all right, what
wasn't
is
it the
Star
event
Citizen?
after that where he basically was working so late he got locked in
Yes.
to Cologne?
Yes.
He couldn't leave. he basically got locked in, and so he basically had to sleep.
Sleep in the
Sleep in the station, stuff like that. But no, it's just like lots of. I mean, it is all that kind of stuff. There's so many stories. There's so many times met people, and just all the events. It's been fantastic.
It's a follow-up to that Hassan story. Hassan is one of my favorite people.
Yeah, he's good
Here
people.
at LCG. We were at Cologne in 2016. That was a really hard.
From that
event
thing
to
at the
manage.
start,
And
I thought we were
sitting
gonna
with them on the last day,
see
which is,
Chris
you know,
and Jared
everybody's off
together
partying. We've completed the thing.
in
and
the
Hassan and I are breaking stuff down. And
like
sounds
live
a bunch of
segment
the crew.
or whatever
I
between
don't know if I
the
can do this
panels,
this
but
year.
it seems like that's not gonna happen.
I'm like, there's nobody else to do it except
Do you
Seems
think
like-
that was live?
I'm gonna take PTO.
Oh, wait, no,
next
they
year.
said
I'm like,
that
"You
he
are not
left."
gonna take PTO
Yeah.
next year." And
What's shaking bacon?
Yeah.
Doing pretty good.
Like before and
At
after
least we
games
did
come
hear
up,
from
up,
him.
up,
The
you
sandworm.
took
What about the
PTO.
whole sea? The whole sea finished its
Actually-
polish
yeah,
pass.
Aren't they adding
Last
set everything
month.
up. He had
So
all
it
of our
might
data
come
that
in.
went off
It might
flawlessly,
come in
but
318, maybe,
They're doing-
or maybe with Pyro.
Ian and Todd are going to answer this question later on.
PS, persistent entity streaming.
That's enough
PS.
chit
Since
chat
they're
at this
doing
point.
PES,
Let's get
Yeah.
on to our next presentation.
Didn't they say they were gonna add it when they added
Design
PES?
brief, Investigations.
Yeah, that's
One of
kinda
the
what I
most common
thought.
request we get from the community is to talk about things at their earliest stage.
Hopefully
Tell us
with
what
PES,
you're just
Qantas
thinking
will
about,
get
not
a
necessarily the
significant,
next thing or the thing after. Like share
trade
the earliest design
application.
stuff
Yeah.
for how a thing
That
might
way,
work. Everything you're about
trade's
to
actually
see
gonna be- well, not
can
just-
and will change
trade's
dramatically
viable,
from the
but trade's
point
gonna
of
be
today
interesting.
to the point where it
More
makes the game.
interesting.
Uh-huh.
We
Trade's
wanted
pretty
to
boring,
open
but at
that
least it'll
curtain
be
to
like,
the
less
earliest
boring.
points, and we've got Luke Presley
And
Elliot
especially 'cause
Maltby,
that'll have
who are going to discuss
pirates actually
an
have good
entirely
reason
new
to be
kind
pirates.
of mission. Not a new mission, an
You know?
entirely new
Yeah.
scope
What
and
ships can
type
fit
and
on a
design
Caterpillar?
of missions that
What ships
move
can fit
away
on a
from
caterpillar?
combat and transport
any?
and go more
I
towards
don't-
cerebral deduction and
Can you
investigation.
fit?
I think
Merlin?
it's.
Here we
I
are,
don't think.
design brief investigations. See when we come
Maybe
back.
Merlin's. That's probably about it. Caterpillar's pretty.
Hi, my name's Elliot Maltby. I'm a
tight
principal
quarters.
systems designer. I work with Luke Presley on
So-
the mission feature team. I'm
It's
here
not
today to talk
cleanly.
about one
If
of the new mission
they,
types we're
you know how they've got the
So this is
walking
an early look, a new mission
platform
type,
across the
and,
top of
usually
all
we
of
don't
the
give you a look this early
Yeah.
because we don't have
things,
shiny visuals.
But people keep
I
asking to see the design brief. So we thought,
think-
what the heck? We'll let you see.
if those weren't there, it would fit really well.
What
So a
would?
mission is built out of
A
objective
Merlin would
types,
fit in real nice.
and
If it
the
didn't
mission
have those
type really is
walkways.
just the most critical or
I know you can
challenging
fit
objective
like grav
in that
bikes,
mission.
quite a few grav bikes in
Currently,
there.
we have a number of
true.
mission types in
But
the
I
game.
was, like,
Some
I
of these
think
are
of it
not built in that modular
for
sense. Some
pirates.
of these are very much bespokely built to test out a feature at one time. The original.
No, if you
guys
load it
just
up
thinking
with
is one of those. The current mission types that do exist, we
whatchamacallit,
have deliveries, which are essentially
dragonflies?
a form of collect and drop
Those are
off.
scary to
Yeah,
fight against
We
in
have,
space.
Eliminate
Really?
missions,
Well, they're
which
so
is just
slow,
kill
though.
someone, and eliminate ship missions, which
They're
is go there and
not
kill
that
it,
slow,
destroy
actually.
a
They're
ship that has a
really
person inside
fast.
of it.
They can only
And
go up
there's
to
many
200
more.
speed.
The way we
And
see
they
missions is
are
they're comprised of little
super
bits of
tiny.
gameplay. So,
They're hard to
for
hit.
example, we
Yeah.
have missions where you're sent to kill a singular
They actually have,
person or
like,
pick up a
surprisingly
box
good
or
shields
kill a bunch of enemies.
for how
So
big
the way
they are.
how we build our missions is we combine these together. So we'll have missions
Apparently
where you have to
somebody
pick up a
tried
box,
fitting
but
a
we'll have
Merlin and they
enemies
couldn't
there
get
that
it
you
to
have to
fit.
kill as they're kind of like an obstacle.
I don't think you
for
can
to
shut
get
the
around.
door.
That isn't to say that you can't build a mission out of a single objective. The assassination mission, for instance, has one objective: assassinate a target. But even the most simplistic mission, like the delivery mission, is actually built out of two objectives. There's the collection of the item and the delivery of the item. And if we made the collection
Yeah, you can't shut the
of that
door.
item even more difficult, we'd refer to it as a collect mission rather than a deliver mission.
So our objective types, for the time being, have been pretty simple. You know, kill this person, go here, do this.
How much do you need to pay so you can have an
Until
anime
now,
waifu
we're
in
now looking at
game?
doing one of the most
You know,
complex type of
that is
objective
the question of
gameplay
the ages, my guy.
With that said, we're working on a new mission type, and that's
That would be
investigation.
great. I would love that. Sadly, it will
Currently in the
probably
game,
never happen,
the
but
player can feel like a bounty hunter, a mercenary,
it
As soon as they have
should.
custom liveries,
It needs to
cargo hauler.
happen.
We want to make them feel like a detective as a new route. You know, we're expanding constantly. We're building mining.
Yeah,
salvage,
custom liveries.
And detective
Put some
is going to be our focus in MFT.
The experience we want to give players
anime
with
titties on the side of my
investigation
ship.
is that they feel like a detective, that they feel like they're
That's gonna be like Forza, man.
collecting evidence that will ultimately answer the question that's been posed. to them,
I see
and that
nothing
they're
wrong
able
with this.
to kind of search through the evidence and find the red herrings.
What ship was that?
And like,
which
choose
section
the-
is this
the
right now, by the way?
answer.
I kind of...
So what we
Journey to
want is we
4.0.
want
This
to build
is
a mission
that's
that
that's all of
requires you to have
CitizenCon
to
is
think,
Journey to
requires
4.0. This is
that you
design
have to
brief
look around, search your
investigations.
environment in detail,
Okay.
look at
So the
each
pitch, explore the
individual
pitch
clue,
process for a
make
new
sure you
mission
fully
archetype that
understand
leaves
it
combat
before
and
you make
delivery behind for
your
mindful
decision as a
deduction and
detective.
increased
And there'll also
storytelling.
be,
Yes,
red
I'm
herrings
interested in
thrown
this.
in there, so evidence will really have to be like poured over to be able to determine whether it's actually
They really
credible
need
or not.
work on
We also wanted to
the way
create
movement
narratives
feels, though.
around our locations
'Cause
that
it
we
is
haven't done
kinda-
before, like really dig into.
They're
like,
leaning
why
too
has
heavily
this derelict
on...
become a derelict, or why have all
That's
the ship's
cool.
crew come?
They're
to be
leaning
dead?
too
Or
heavily
why has this
on-
cargo gone missing?
That's from
At the core of
the
this mission,
Reclaimer Derelict.
we're really
on,
asking the player to use their brain
like
rather than
Tech.
their
It's
gun
already
or their
like
ship.
that? I've not
Yeah.
been to the
For this
Reclaimer
mission
Derelict.
type, I don't want to
Yeah, there's a dude that's just dead in the cockpit. It's great.
Like a detective. I will give you a story.
Oh,
I
they,
will give you
for like movement
little
and
bits
physics and
of
stuff.
clues, and you have to
I
make
think
up
they
this
should
full
step a
sort of
little bit
painting
away
and
from
decide
like full
exactly what has
100%
happened
physics-based character
here.
movement.
And then the rest of the
Because it
decision
makes
is
it
on yours.
feel really
I might not
choppy
tell you
as
if
an
it's wrong or
FPS.
right. You might find out.
Yeah,
The
a
idea
bit. I
is
mean,
that you feel like a
I mean, if they
detective, you're
add,
so
like-
sure of your decision that you're
They
going
just need
with that.
to take it. It's just not. It's
So the
not.
next
I guess
stage
it's
in
just
this
not
whole
polished well
process
enough yet.
is
Yeah.
building a pitch.
Hopefully there'll be a way.
We have to come
Yeah,
up with
because
our
they've
ideas,
been
how
they've
we
been
want
working
it to
on like
work, and
FPS
then we have
movement
to
for a
present it
while.
to, CR,
Yeah.
Tony,
I know they're
So
planning
like-
on adding
make
like a
sure they're all happy
slide.
and all of our visions are aligned. So when
That's
we're
true,
building the
yeah.
pitch, we start off
But
by
just like,
going
look, if you ever play
over
Star
the ideal
Marine,
experience we want for the
it's
player.
like-
We start off with the
it's
most
kinda-
advanced
just
things,
kinda
all the gameplay
booty
mechanics
cheeks.
we could dream of to bring
I mean,
this sort of
with
role
the
to
movement
life
being
as a
sort of
detective.
jank,
Yeah,
And then we have to start looking
Plus
at
the
stripping
desync.
it back to see
Yeah.
when we can release it.
It's
What's
like,
the minimum
oof.
viable
And then the
for
way-
this experience?
And
because
in
they
the case
do
of the
what they're doing right
investigation
now
mission,
is
we came
very
up
similar
with
to
the
what.
first pitch is
My
extremely
gosh.
simple, and it
Mm-hmm.
revolves around
their
being able to
audio
find
is so
the
desynced
definite
right
answer,
now.
like something that is undisputable.
It's not for me at all.
For instance,
Really?
we came up
Yeah.
with a mission
Is this
where,
just-
there is a repairman.
Let me-
Are you doing a wireless
and
to
you
something?
can go to his office and you can find some correspondence that will lead you to another place.
What kind of cable are you
and
using?
his like work itinerary.
How long is it?
And they're all crossed off until 1. And if you're smart, you'll
That
go
shouldn't
to that
have
location.
an issue.
And should you go to that location to do a little
'Cause mine's like-
searching, you'll
that's
find his
odd,
body
yeah.
there, and he's been like electrocuted, fixing the final thing on his list. And there's your
Oh,
definitive ending.
what's
Whereas
you
the
know it could
second
be? Are you
pitch,
doing it up to like a
um,
TV?
It's more about allowing
Yeah,
the player to
that could be
choose
why.
when
Um,
they're done, like when they think they have solved the.
Just let them be desynced.
And, the way we do this is we scatter evidence
fine.
around the.
I'm
the
not gonna mess with
location
it.
And clues that lead you to that evidence.
I'll
and
break shit
obviously
again.
There can be red herrings in there. You can get your like answer up to a credible state, which might still be the wrong answer but you can.
How new is the
complete
TV?
The mission then. Whereas if you'd have carried on digging
Very.
a little more, maybe found a few more clues and followed them, you would perhaps find an indisputable piece of evidence, like, I did it kind of thing, that would get you like the bonus for the mission. And both pitches had their strengths and weaknesses. The simple pitch, we could see like how easy it was to scale, and it involved less complex narrative work. But we ultimately decided to go for the second because we like the idea of giving the player
Fix the audio
agency
delay on your
to,
TV. Find the AV sync
decide
setting
whether
and
they
adjust it
go.
accordingly to get the audio synced.
Nah, I'll be good.
So we're in the prototype
Yeah, if you have a
phase of
remote.
the investigation mission. which is more important than ever because it's such a complex.
I was saying about the
mission, and
movement.
we need to ensure that it's scalable and that other designers can make their own mysteries with it.
With the pitches, we can now prototype and sort of get that gameplay feel and see which one we want to explore more for the player's experience. Some of the hardest points of this are going to be the scalability
systems
of
to our
it. An
cost,
investigation at its core is a story, so the story should always be at the forefront. Of the focus.
So the first stage
if you have preset animations for picking things up,
that we can make it, like a mystery.
like Tarkov had that, they had dynamic animations for like opening doors and stuff like that.
So it's kinda
it makes it difficult because it snaps you into position and it's like
from there
breaks the immersion a little bit.
Expand so that it takes into account
And
more
so they had to take that out
uses
essentially.
all of the like evidence retrieval.
So I mean, like it'd be like right now they're
interactions that you have, for
it's like
instance,
you know how like in Star
you kill a
Citizen
guy
if you
and get
go
information
to
off him, you can find
open a
corpse,
door, your hand doesn't go up and press the button.
Box, get information
It's
off
like
him.
that, but it's the same
and
thing for
then
like
we'll be
for guns.
prototyping
Like whenever you try to pick up
the
a gun,
newer
instead of you
ways
physically
of getting
grabbing the
information
gun, it just
off of things. We're
pops
looking
up in your
into,
inventory after like it
using
has like
the
a
med gun to
counter
find the name and cause of death
time wise,
of
so it's not like
people. And we're
braille.
looking into
What
being
is that
able to,
location? What
like,
was
find
that?
the mobile lesson in inventory and download data from it.
One of the hardest things
That was
we
cool
have
looking.
to figure out is the story. The investigation
probably
will
a
live
new
and
place
die
in
by
Pyro.
its story. So we work very closely with the writers to try and figure out what kind of story we want
I
to
like
tell.
the
what kind of clue we want to
idea
give,
behind
and
these
then
missions.
after that point,
Basically,
we
like
look
be a
at sort
space
of
detective.
what
That's
obstacles
really
we wanna
cool.
put in your way, you
I'm
know,
curious about
keypad
how
locked
you'll
doors,
report your
enemies,
findings.
Like
Because-
traversal puzzles, things like that.
The main challenge for
If you're finding
is
information
that
and
ensuring that the
investigating,
player has
are you
enough
supposed to like type up a
guidance
report, but then how
to-
do you get
to
rewarded
complete
for
it
that? So is
without
it just
putting mission
because right now we
markers
have
on it?
investigation missions
Like,
where
it
you
is
get extra money
supposed to
if
be about
you
them searching,
because you know you're like, oh,
figuring clues out for
find
themselves.
this person,
Yeah.
like
And-
find like
and
what
find the
happened to
answer
them.
themselves.
Yeah, I don't
And
know.
if you
We
find
want you to
extra
still
information,
feel
you
like
get a
that
little
detective,
bonus.
but ensure
I wonder.
that we're giving
I
you
wonder
enough
if it'll just be
information in
like,
the ways that we can.
We're working with
um,
the UI designer on
like
new
you get
modules,
paid
which
based
really
on like
helps
how
us.
many clues you find.
Yeah,
Like if you
well,
you
So
go
this
and
has
find
been
like
our
3
video
clues, then you
design
get
brief
like
on our
30,000.
investigation
But if you
missions.
find
We're
5
really
clues, you
excited
get
to bring these to
50,000 or
you.
something like that.
We wanted to give you an
How's
early look
CitizenCon going?
to let you
Anything
know what we're
interesting?
thinking and see
Yeah,
what you're
they
thinking
have
as
showed
well.
off.
And we're really
They're showing
excited
off a
about
new
this
mission
because
type right
it
now,
will
which
allow
is
us
kind
to
of
inject a lot more
interesting.
story into
They
the
showed
business
off
universe.
a lot of
So with
the
everything we
like
do, iteration
planet
is a key
scaping
part of,
for the
how we
planets
build
a little bit ago, and those are
So
really
by the
cool.
time
The
you see this,
planets in
maybe by the
Pyro are
time it
looking
comes out, it might have changed
fantastic.
drastically. We don't know yet.
They're
We're
super
still
pretty.
working on it and figuring
I'm
out
very
the
excited
fine
for them.
details. But player
I
experience
wonder if they'll have
and player
preset
agency
conclusions
is at
depending
the
on which
focus of
evidence you
what we're trying to
find.
achieve.
We're
And if
really
you
excited
use
and happy about
incomplete
it.
evidence
And I'm sure
to
we'll be
come to a
talking about this again in the
conclusion.
future.
So say like there's like in total 6 clues.
Yeah.
You find 3 of them, but the conclusion
And
you
that
come
was
from those
Design
3
Brief
is
Investigations.
misleading
Joining us
compared
here,
to
and the only constant to follow up on that is Star Citizen Live Game Director,
compared
Mr. Todd
to
Pappy.
the other option, like the
And
real
Star Citizen
answer.
Narrative
And so you'll
Director,
get
Mr.
paid,
Dave
and
Haddock.
your reputation will
How you
may
guys
take a
doing?
hit if
Good.
you are
Good.
drastically wrong.
These missions. We've got combat missions. We've got
Could
And
be.
stuff
you
like
know
that.
calling
Like,
missions.
that'd be
This is a
interesting.
whole
That would
new
be
narratively
interesting.
driven kind of initiative.
I can't.
that they're doing.
I can't get over how
What
good
can
this
you add to
set
what's being
looks.
said?
It's such a cool set.
Is this? How does this
Like,
work,
have you
David?
seen, like,
What
the
kind of
renders and
missions are we
stuff for
talking
their
about? What
new
kind of stories are we
locations?
looking at here?
I mean, it's,
Almost
again,
makes me
we're still
regret
trying to
going
figure
into
out.
the career that I'm starting to go into, but
It's a really interesting technical challenge because
Wish I
basically,
had
you know, with a mystery,
swap back to
it's tied into the story, and so, but because we need to populate the universe,
computer animation.
like it's presenting a really
Still
interesting
could.
challenge of how do we make these modular, but
The
yet
motorcycles
still
are
feel
fun.
specific. So it's a really unique challenge to try and
Modular but
navigate those
specific.
waters and tell something that's satisfying.
I think that's
And
that's
again,
another
kind of
thing with like
a
an
new style of
investigation
gameplay
type
to
mission
engage
is
people in a
like
much more
how
non-combat.
do you
specific
make it
way
so that
lets them
you're
kind
not
of
just
take
doing
advantage
the
of all of our systems and
same
just kind of explore and get to be these
story
kind of,
over and over
detectives.
again?
Well, and ideally,
a lot of
Like-
different.
it's something you can't
like you
always-
have to get
can't
it so
always
that it's
notice or always.
Well, you'd
feel
have
like,
to
okay, it's
do so. The main ones
Colonel
would
Mustard's,
probably.
with the
Lead
I'd
pipe.
say like
the lead
the
pipe or the rope.
because they said
you
they were
know,
going to
so
tell
it
us
would
more.
be
To
one of those
Julian,
feels
thank you
unique
so much
to
for
the
the
area and
subscription. I
it's
really appreciate it.
interesting. So it's
So I'd say
Welcome to the
I think
channel.
I think it is going to be a big challenge for us to
The
figure it out.
lower level, you know, like
And
the
the
current
fun thing about it, too,
investigations
is
missions.
This is a type of
like those are
mission
just the
where
lower
you don't
reputation
just,
ones.
it's not just
And as you get
knocking out
higher
checkpoints
reputation,
on a list.
you
So
get the
part
more
of the
in
fun of it
depth.
was
Like say you
creating
can
a
only get it
system where
once.
the
Like the more
onus is on the
in-depth and
players
like
to feel
actual
like they
story
have enough
important
information
story.
to
Yeah.
solve the case,
Acting.
but not
Well, I feel like,
telling them right out
but
the
I feel
bat,
like
yes,
if
you have,
they
but
just
no,
did
you
it
don't.
like that, then
It's
eventually,
definitely a fun thing. That's
eventually
cool
you'd run out
opportunities.
of
You
the
think it may be
investigation
going one way, but
missions
there might
to
be a key
do.
piece of
and-
evidence that you missed.
They'd probably have a whole
completely
team
blows
dedicated
the-
to making
the
new
case open.
investigation
And I know
missions.
we often refer to the Prison Universe as
Continuously.
the sandbox.
Because
and I
it
think
could
Could
be
be.
a lot
something
of people will
where
anxiously
like
be
the
looking
higher
forward to
reputation
more
missions
storytelling,
like take a literal
possibly
real
more
life
narrative
week
possibilities within the
to
Prison
finish
Universe.
or something like that.
So
Yeah.
it is our 10th
So, like,
anniversary.
you know,
so
like
I'm
the-
asking
these
everybody
players
who's
that, like,
joining us
their
today for your
focus
favorite 10th
is,
anniversary stories.
Like they really like the
Todd, you're looking
investigation
at me
missions,
very
and so they take it to the end. They have the highest
What are you thinking
reputation,
right
which
now? Like
realistically
I
would
can't
be
get
like
lost
you
in
know
your eyes.
like
Not
old
today.
game content, really difficult to get to.
Well, if
Probably
there was to be
like
any
I
day,
would
it should
say
be today.
tens to hundreds of hours to get to the highest
for-
level of investigation.
At
And
least
you
for
have
me,
these ones
it
that
would
are
have to be at least one
impacting
of
the
sitcoms.
literal
I know
story of the
Brian
game.
mentions like the
So like
That's
say
a
you fail
lot of
investigation,
but
that's a
I
lot
think,
of writing though.
even just getting 3
That's true,
out the
but
door.
with a budget that they
was
have
such
and the
a
budget that I
arduous
think they will end up
process
having,
and
even in the future, as the
climbing up that
fully
hill
releases,
was a,
whenever
Just
a difficult
pay
one, but
to-
to finally get that out and
Pay to
I wonder
have
if they'll-
someone
you see people's reactions.
right.
Do you remember in the 3.0 launch?
I hope
they
made
do
this
some
unfortunate
script
that was
dozens
based
of,
on Chris
if
Roberts'
not hundreds of
feedback
different
that we were gonna be out
investigation
by
mission
June.
stories.
Not that I wouldn't shave
That could
until
be
3.0
cool.
comes out. It is December. We are in
But, like,
the
you know, the
global
lower
go,
level
no-go.
ones-
To launch a big patch
the
like
main
this is very
ones,
much like
like the
mission
common,
control.
like ones
Everybody's
that are, like,
checking in.
happen all the
you know,
time.
I'm good.
Those
I'm
would
good, I'm
be-
good.
I mean,
And
you
we
end
get
up
to-
repeating
and
them.
Aaron is on this call. He's
Oh,
leading this
but,
call.
And
just-
He says,
just change
"Well,
the
that seems like
names."
everybody. I'm in a bathroom listening
Yeah,
to
but it
on
also
a
makes
thing
sense,
with
you know,
a-
like,
with a
oh, you're
razor ready to
investigating
go.
a death.
And Aaron,
Yeah.
I
Right?
don't know if you
You
remember this.
need to
Aaron, if
find
you go,
out how
"All right,
they
that's everything, we're
died,
ready to go?"
Like were they
And
killed by
Chris goes,
pirates? Was it a natural
well,
death?
maybe we should
You
check
know,
a
did
few
they
more
crash?
things
Yeah.
so Jared
And
doesn't have
like,
to shave.
those are the typical missions, and then you have the
I
rare
usually sit in this meeting.
mission
I'm
that,
muted.
like,
I'm not supposed
personal
to talk to
missions,
these. I'm
basically,
muted. I'm like,
Yeah.
you launched this.
stuff like that.
And then Aaron, it was Aaron
And then
who
like
took
the
pity on me.
best of the
He said,
best
"All right,
investigators,
launch-
the ones that are
launch the
like
patch." Do you-
legitimately
do you
like
recall
probably
that?
real investigators
And
in
Dave,
real life
get your
who
story
are just
before we move on
like
to the
and
next
like
thing.
doing it
What's
in a
your
video
favorite
game as
memory in the
well.
last 10 years?
Yeah, no new ships yet.
It's tough to lock it down.
That's true.
Two kind of distinct areas.
Do they
There's
have
the-
any
actually,
hidden
it was
ones,
the-
secret ones that they're
the
supposed to be
morning of the
announcing?
GDC
Do we know?
announcement. I was in
I
LA and woke up early to
so
to
my
watch the live stream. So hearing
estimation
Chris after,
is that they're going to
at that point, I've
announce
been on it for a
at
couple of
least
months,
2
so
new
finally
ships
pushing
today.
it out and seeing the reactions of people
Because we've got
freaking out and crashing the website
guaranteed
and all
Drake
that good stuff
Vulture,
was definitely
Yes.
guaranteed
the
Drake
kind of the first
Corsair,
indicator
Yes.
of
maybe
what this could be, that this is really
guaranteed
tapping into something that
Hull
people really
Sea.
wanted to see. But
Yes.
for me, one of the big ones was
I don't know if these
like the
ships
capture,
will be
just to
for
be able to work with
318
that
or
cast.
but
crew was
but
amazing.
I'm
Everything about it was just like
expecting
this
at
real
least 2
engaging. I mean, it was
new
a
ships.
3 month.
possibly
Yeah, I think it was
3,
three.
maybe
I-
even
yeah,
4
That's one
being
that's gonna
announced
be
today.
huge as
It
well.
could be
But-
done with the
cast
Galen.
that was
But
there,
I think
the-
definitely
how
2
we
ships
dealt with them
at
on a
least.
daily basis. And
Yeah.
the passion that they had.
Do you think
in
they could
these
be done with the
scripts,
Galen?
It was so cool.
The Raylan,
and
you
it was
mean?
these sort of fun, weird things of, you know.
There's a G in there
the-
somewhere. It's
No.
the Open Talk Raylan. That's
There
why.
was a song.
Yeah,
that-
the
that came about
Gattack,
during production
the
that-
Galen.
Yeah.
I won't spoil anything. I don't.
Cowboy Bebop. I love Cowboy Bebop. Cowboy Bebop
that
is
became the
fantastic.
entire shoot.
I love the dance. the jazz music. Japanese
So
jazz
good.
music.
Todd Pappy looks like he'd rather be anywhere else than in that chair. He kind of does.
I don't know what that means.
Everyone
so
else
much,
is
but,
lounging, and
you know.
he's just like,
All right, bring it back. All right.
like white knuckle
thank you so
gripping
much,
the
Todd
arms
and
of the
Dave.
chair.
Dave. It's time to move on to our next Journey to 4.0 presentation, the new Underground, where
New
we explore
Underground.
what you think you know about underground facilities, and then
Oh, yeah, Mint Jam
Interesting.
by
a whole new way. So check that out.
When corporations, commerce, and caverns collide, take your first look at the enormous reimagining of underground facilities and the new
event,
gameplay
the
possibilities
art
that will
director
arrive with
discusses
them.
And today we're going to talk about underground facilities.
Just
this was
the
a
CitizenCon
presentation that we
website.
gave Chris internally a little while back. And what we're going to cover is
these are
how we're
the
going to take one
new
of the
caves.
locations we have in the game right now, but actually really design it.
I hope.
From the
Okay,
ground
so you know
up
about that
to
one
the
cave
location
that we've got?
that we really wanted. Okay, let's get started.
Huh?
Let me me try refreshing the page. Give me a sec.
For gaming in compete mode,
Enjoy the ad, guys.
Win
They're so desynced.
Cotton, the fabric of our gaming
What did you just send me?
Jazz music.
Oh.
Better papadillas, better cheese sticks, better yummy this, and better tasty that.
It's by like a really small.
Enjoy the Twitch ads,
Japanese
guys.
That's Papa John's.
That's Papa John's. Okay, Papa John's is like the worst pizza ever. Or is it Pizza Hut?
No, it's Little Caesars.
I would rather have Little Caesars than Pizza Hut any day.
Into the core
Papa John's.
Pizza Hut.
Now, for underground facilities.
Pizza Hut is just never good ever. Little Caesars is good for like a little bit after you buy it.
What a medium-sized.
So Papa John's is like a solid A tier. A to S tier.
Kind of a key
Domino's is the
cheese
best.
is good. I was about to say Domino's.
They're like garlic crust is.
Or an executive.
But that's
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean Papa John's. I got it mixed up with Pizza Hut.
Pizza Hut's pretty bad.
Pizza Hut is bad, man. Mouth sounds ASMR on the stream. That's just Extreme over there munching on chips.
This looks like cyberpunk locations.
Tsundere Pizza? What?
Now, what I was saying before about
what does that mean, Ryu?
Kind of a much braver visual presence on a landscape. So you designed the silhouette primarily.
What does that mean?
So you'd be able to recognize these as a location to aim for.
It's
Also,
like
what we're
spicy
seeing
pizza
here
or
is we
some
thought
shit.
before to actually have surface entrances as well. So we're actually thinking about primary, secondary, tertiary.
Do you
ways
still
for
play
the
with
player to get
PC
into.
controls, or do you have HOTAS or HOTAS?
These locations, depending on the mission scenario.
I just play
So,
with
like I
mouse
said
and
before,
keyboard. I'm
like
hopeless
executive
with
pads at the top,
HOTAS.
got the main hangars in the middle.
It takes a bit to
and
learn.
surface entrances down there. below. Now
I
moving
like
on
it.
to the inside. So
Do you
after
have
the players
HOTAS?
landed
I do.
Through the hangars,
What
they'll be
controllers
brought
do
up
you have?
into the main corporate reception.
Just
Now these are going to be
Thrustmasters.
quite interesting because we'll be able to
T16,000s?
rebrand these depending on the manufacturer
That's
of
what
the
I use.
location. That's where
I have one of
get a
those,
lot of
and I
the
just recently
variety.
got
But this is the corporate
Gladiator
presence before the player
NXT
would go down into the bowels of
for
the
my
facility.
thrust
What we're
one.
seeing here is, just
I
an
got their, like,
example of
sideways.
I've heard the
what
gladiators are really
could
nice.
feel like.
Dude, and they're not that much more expensive. They're about
Elevator
So, too, with it being
transitions.
an underground facility,
Yay.
the physical
More
access
ways to
goes
die.
underground, that's cool, right? So we wanted Zone 2 to be about the logistics of the player going up
The
and
one
down.
thing
I
they
think
just
that's
can't figure
cool
out
visually,
is
but
how
also
elevators
interesting
work.
From a player experience.
I think
So
if
this
they
is
had
the-
real elevator
transit,
paths,
the
it would be a
elevator
lot
network.
less glitchy.
So we played around with a
Yeah.
few different ideas into this, and one of
Maybe.
the
Other
things that
than
we thought
Grim
could be quite
elevators,
interesting
all
is
the
elevator
elevators that have
itself.
like
Ooh, what is
actual
that?
elevator
In
paths.
Is that a-
So what we're looking
What is
at
that
here is
vehicle there?
control
That
room
looks like a mule?
idea quite early. What sort of skill
It's a
vehicle
big
it
mule
could be.
then.
Now ultimately,
What
we
is
didn't
that
go
on
with
it?
this
Is that a
idea
gun?
of,
No, it's
didn't
like
really
a
fit the art
Or is
style
that
we
like a
wanted,
crane
but it had some
attachment?
pretty interesting ideas.
It's like a
So what we landed on
thick-
here is something that we felt quite comfortable with internally. Now it's worth noting we're
Okay, that's
designing
cool
these
looking.
as an archetype first in a utilitarian art style. In the future, we'll expand out and do other
Reminds me
art
of,
style variants. So what we're
Oracle's
seeing here is the
design.
control room overlooking the main
Elevator
warehouse
PTSD.
floor, and then this elevator should be
Oh,
big and
deadliest
clear.
things in the verse.
Sound like
Is
that's
that
the
an
logistics
elevator?
will go up.
Jeez.
And for the
That's
elevator
massive.
itself, we wanted
Okay,
it
that's
to be
cool.
its own play space. So on the top level, that's where containers will be shipped up and down.
I like
Maybe
that.
underneath it, there could be little nooks and crannies if we wanted to.
Dude,
stealth
imagine if
into
we
the
were able to build
location,
underground
be able to
bases
give opportunities
That'd be
like
to the
that.
players there. And
Dude,
down
imagine
below, this
orgs
is
having
what
shit
the
like
player
that.
would kind of see. So now they're really
Like
starting
find like a big
Ooh,
facility. So
look at that
echoing the
area.
Control room down below.
You remember
That's so
how
cool.
This is where we'll present the
the
player with
landing
an
place that they
opportunity
removed
to
was
choose
on
the area
around
you wanna go,
Daymar,
maybe
the one
cargo to
planet
the left, maybe
Lefty.
processing to the right, or maybe
Imagine
technicals
if you
above.
could
Part
like
of that
do
process
that,
of
but for
how
like
we
an
design
organization
is
headquarters.
we look at things about
Because this
That'd be
reminds
really
me of
cool.
what we're seeing here is
Yeah.
pretty good
With,
indication about how
Lorville's
the player
design.
would exfiltrate from the location. So a lot of the lines are leading towards the elevator because we want
language.
navigation
Lorville
to
mixed with
be
the
as intuitive as possible.
space station.
I like it. Zone 3
Moving on to
industrial
Zone 3, so
workplace.
this is the bowels of the facility. So these are going to be spaces that we've never really
Ooh.
explored before. A lot of the locations in the game tend to
So
be
these
quite
underground facilities are going to be
residential. Here we're going for something
gigantic.
completely
Yeah, hopefully
industrial.
these will
That's really
gonna be that
cool.
big.
Like,
It'll be you'll be able to make these like your main like bases, kind of like instead of the cities.
It'd be cool if you could like.
So we dedicated spaces towards
Yeah, that'd be
logistics.
cool.
they have tier
Make that
1
like your main like
Almost
spawn.
as a secondary element. So in this
I
area,
prefer that over the
seeing
cities.
where
I love
Most of the cities
I love the
go.
aesthetic
We've
of
also
this.
got, like,
That's really
little
cool.
nooks and crannies
It's
for the
very
players to kind of
industrial looking.
and go into.
That's
now,
very
as
nice.
It being a location dedicated towards the moving of logistics, we wanted to explore and have fun with vehicles, right? So here we're seeing the
Also,
mule
welcome to the stream,
kind of
everyone
going on one of
who's
these
everyone who's
walkways.
coming in.
You know, maybe there's
Hey, it's a
elevators.
mule.
So on the right, what we're seeing
Adorable.
is a ladder. So with
I
all
like
of
the mule.
these play spaces, as we would do,
Make sure to make sure to like the stream if you guys haven't done so already. It helps out with
Also, as part of that,
YouTube
we wanted to
algorithm
think about
stuff.
verticality,
It's very
so not just
volatile,
linear
but
direction of
leaving a
traversal,
like
but
really
also
does
ways in
help.
which we could go vertically.
Thank
so
you.
Maybe there's the concept of a cargo elevator within the corridor.
You guys are the
Kind of
best.
similar to how you'd see on a character be a little control room looking at the flight deck. Here you could kind of see something very
Also,
similar.
looks like we
Maybe
resolved
this ties
the
into
desync.
gameplay
It's still
puzzles
slightly
about
desynced, but
how
it's not
you
nearly
could
as bad as it
bring
was.
cargo in and
So that's
out.
good.
You know, maybe as a player you're trying to steal some cargo out.
New phone, who
There's
dis?
tons of potential for how
Oh,
we
it's
could do
Moo.
puzzles.
Hi,
in that
Moo.
regard.
Moo.
So looking at this,
An hour
image,
late to
we
the stream
took a bit
as
of inspiration
usual.
From modern day aircraft carriers about how you see
Hi, Moo.
pads on the flight deck go to the underbelly. We thought this would already give tons of opportunity for not only cool visuals, but also
It's too
ways in
early to
which
get
you
up on a weekend. I've been up since
reveal,
6 a.m.
Extra traversal opportunity. So as that
You guys are in Mountain Standard, right?
You see
Yeah.
other ways to kind of traverse.
So I've been
through
setting
the
up
facility. Okay, so what we're looking at here is
this
kind of an example
disaster.
corridor. Now, corridors in our game are quite important to us, but they
That's
don't
when I woke
necessarily
up.
have to be boring. Now, what we're seeing here is
over here.
an establishment of a radio.
I usually wake up
motif.
at 5
Now,
a.m.
with this being subterranean, we
But I had
wanted
this
to
last
always
week off.
imply that there's a weight kind of pushing down. So this radio motif
No.
is the best load
What?
bearing. So as a
Oh.
design language, instantly was feeling
My
quite
stream
right.
started buffering and it scared
So in
me.
this traversal corridor, what we're seeing is a few different
So my
things.
internet
Ooh, that's
Clearly,
nice.
there's a clear route for logistics. That's cool. But also on top of that, you've got these side routes.
I
which is where
love
personnel would go.
these,
split hierarchy, so it would be pretty cool for FPS combat. You know, for
I'm loving
opportunities there.
these
And then leading in underneath, you kind
underground
of see
facilities.
a
They're really
tertiary
cool.
route. Now, part of this could be this, maybe it's stealth route, or maybe this is the upper area is blocked off, so the player has to go down below. So even within something as a concept of a corridor, we want to design many different avenues for the player to traverse. Okay, so what we're looking at here is the underbelly of that concept we just showed. So up above, dedicated towards logistics, maybe containers going through, shipping containers going through. But underneath here, maybe this is just more towards the processing of it. Maybe hydraulic
I'm excited
cylinders
for
for
this
these
stuff like this in
elevators
the
coming and
cities
going.
too.
Hierarchically, it's a
Yeah.
different mood. So up above,
Supposedly they're going to
cleaner,
be.
it's noisier, but down
Supposedly they're
below,
working on
darker, more steamy.
Lorville
And again,
rework.
that
Yeah, they're going to be talking about that later today.
opportunities for gameplay.
They're redoing
Now, we can't have
Lorville,
these
so I'm
corridors
very
going
excited
on
to see
forever.
that.
Performance-wise, we'd never be able to draw it, and it wouldn't be the most entertaining for the player. So we came up with the idea of introducing these bulkheads. So these bulkheads are almost checkpoints. So it enables us to break that draw distance, but also
excited. This
enables
next
us
section
to
is what
break the
I'm
rhythm
really
of
interested
traversal.
in.
So from going from a corridor into an ops room or
Is
something
it?
like that, that's a way in which to kind of checkpoint the progress
Oh.
through the location. So inside these
Flight
bulkheads,
model updates.
we could maybe array like upstreams. Maybe these are scanning checkpoints.
Can't
to
imagine
kind
why.
of monitor.
Like I have no idea
the
what master
movement
modes
of
are,
cargo
but
to and from.
it's interesting.
Also inside here, there could be.
But they're taking stuff
tea
from
rooms
Squadron
or break
42 and they're
rooms
putting it
or
into the main
offices.
game, and that's always
So
exciting.
again, we're
That'd be
trying
cool.
to break the rhythm of traversal, so the player's going from a large space to a small space, but also from one theme to another theme. What that will hopefully do is create a really good.
Hell,
rhythm
I'm not
of
the one
play
eating
space
this
where the
time.
player's not
It's
getting,
extreme.
bored of traversing through the space. So what we're seeing here is a side view.
Who
to kind
isn't
of
even on
explain
camera
how that
because
process.
he's
So on the left,
laying against the wall. You can just
on
see
the
his
top, we're seeing the primary route through.
arms. Do I need
We're seeing
to shift the
bottom
camera
route
so y'all
as
can
well.
see him?
So
No,
this is how
spare
again,
me.
we're gonna try and keep verticality as a traversal motif.
Their very
Oh, that's
last
cool.
Now going from a
thing
large
is the
corridor
ships.
set to what
Yeah.
we're considering here
Ships at the
medium or
end.
small. So these are
Because they know that's what people
tertiary
want to see, and so they
networks
have
that will
to
link into the
have
primary
some reason for
traversal
people to
route.
stay the entire
So
time.
these again will be
Well, I'm excited about
continuing the
flight
radial
changes
motif
because that's
that
going
we've
to
been
affect
seeing,
everything.
and these
man.
would take the player and connect into the main spaces.
Like I just will.
Now
I mean,
from
like racing,
traversal
combat,
networks to theme rooms.
running away from people.
Now as the players traversing
Ooh.
through, we wanted to chapter that experience.
What did he
with
say?
key
What is
theme rooms.
that?
Now what we're seeing
Some
here
of
is
the
an
rooms are shown
example
off
of an industrial space. Maybe it's processing. We didn't want to go too specific. Just so that
That's so
in
cool
the early
looking.
development process, we wanted to explore motifs that could
If
work. So here
these,
we're
I
seeing
know these
examples
are.
of
This is all
processing
just
through,
like concept
but there's a
art.
few key things
Is
that's
it-
kind of
but-
cool. So
Is it
right from the
it
bottom
looks like
level, there's a network of
looks like it's
levels
rendered
which,
in 3D.
Will be dedicated
Yeah.
towards processing.
So
It's like
you
it's
know,
like a
that's
3D
types
render,
of
but it's
machinery,
definitely
all
not
that
in
sort of good
engine.
stuff. Then as we get higher
That-
up, we're seeing that very dominant
No,
kind of technical.
no, that's not
control
in
wing
engine for
suspended
sure.
over the play space.
it depends on the.
But if it
As
ends,
an
but if it
idea,
ends
this
up looking
creates
like that, it'll be
a
cool.
plethora of
The
interesting
way that they've
opportunities
changed how
as a
they're
play
doing
space,
texturing,
to
it
fight the way through or
could
solve
be
puzzles.
in
One of
engine.
the things early
I
on we
don't think it
wanted is
is.
cause and effect.
Because
We
it's
wanted
just
the
still
player
life.
to be interacting.
There's
like,
just
it can be
uh,
in engine,
seeing
but at the
that
same
reflected
time
into
rendered
the
differently
space.
than in game.
Another
If
theme
they
room,
have the
No,
model,
'cause-
I think they
because-
use Maya
was
predominantly.
So bringing in raw
Jack just
materials,
confirmed he's on a
processing through
potato
ready
if he thinks that's in
manufacturing.
game.
So we had a
Yes,
bit of
I
fun
agree,
with,
Saban.
Ways in which we could kind of create.
It's like
It's not a
that's
bad render.
definitely.
So it's
It's.
not
I didn't
all
say it's a
just
bad render.
industry,
I just said it's
in
definitely
undeveloped
not.
underground facilities. There's also gonna
It's
be
definitely not an
technical areas.
in-engine render.
Areas dedicated towards the.
It's
control
very easy to
of the
tell if
location.
something's
So what we're
rendered
seeing
in
here is, maybe
the,
it's
in the Star
main
Citizen engine
map
or not.
room,
At least for
But
me.
with the
This is
Gen
with the
12
control,
render, we don't
the
really know
networking
what it's
of
going to look
everything.
like.
And
like,
also on
'cause if it
here,
is,
you've
they-
got the
'cause
overseeing
if they do
executive suite, so it's not just
Inconsistent
technicians,
concept art
but also,
spelling
executive
BERING above
and also
ground
as a bit of fun, if the player
BEHRING
does get
below.
access to these
I
executive
didn't even
suites,
notice
then we're
that.
seeing
I didn't like.
another type of art style in here as well. So we've seen industrial,
They're probably
we've seen
it's probably
technical.
rendered using
Now we'll be
V-Ray.
seeing,
This is
more like
bearing the number.
the corporate foyer we saw up above. So
Oh, yeah,
meeting
those
rooms,
people.
office spaces, that sort of thing. And what we're seeing here is maybe there's the data processing of the location. So as a quick idea,
It's
we thought
probably.
these data racks are actually.
It seems like they're
submerged,
using ray tracing
for
for these
cooling in,
renders as well.
a base of water. We thought also it'd be cool if there's a cause and effect. So if the player solves a puzzle to go from it being below water
Yeah,
to
chasing
above
success.
water. So again,
Takes such a damn
ways
long
in which
time
we
to
can
render.
kind of spark ideas or conversations
looks
with
cool.
design about.
I like that water
interesting
underneath. Is that like a
opportunities.
nuclear plant?
It has a computer core. There's cooling.
Oh.
And then lastly,
That's
Zone 4.
interesting.
Now, it
That's
wouldn't
really
be
cool.
it'd be a missed opportunity if we didn't go into
I
some
was
sort
expecting
of,
this to be caves. by the
organic
way.
locations as part of the underground facility. So this could be
Yeah, it's much
excavation zones
much more
or
interesting
areas
than
where
just
it's been
just
abandoned.
being
This
caves.
could lead into cave
Yeah.
networks.
It's nice.
Because I thought they
This
were going
was
to be like.
something we had
Cause you know that one
quite a
cave
bit
that they
of
found in
fun. So
Vietnam?
How do we actually
No.
take
The one that's like
the
so
player
it's like
from being in
I think you
this
could fit
fairly well
Manhattan inside of it.
location
What?
to a cave?
Yeah,
There
it's
needs
like
to
a
be
really
some
big
form of,
Wild.
transition period. So we came up with
I think
ideas
it's like
about
6
how
miles long.
the excavation
Who says your
equipment
next
or,
desk
with the
computer
roads
needs
kind
that
peter
kind of
out.
water cooling?
And as part of the roads, maybe we can
Maybe
do
in a
some
few
pretty
years
cool,
once they fix
layouts for the player to
What
drive
is
through.
What is
Something
that
that's
vehicle?
It's a
little
mule.
bit more
Is that a mule?
invested
Yeah.
than just a straight line. Now, as part of that transition
just
period between heavy
see the
industrial
little carriers
and
on the
exposed
side.
cave, the equipment
And the little
needed
ramp in the front.
to
Are
create
mules that
the
small?
UGF spaces.
Mules are tiny.
there's a
Have you
large
not
worm
have you not
machine.
driven a
I have
mule in
one.
game?
Again, maybe
No,
that
I have
comes
one,
into some form of
'cause
gameplay
LTI token.
opportunity for the player
Yeah.
to traverse
Have you,
over,
but you
interact.
haven't driven it at all?
Right there.
Also, as
It is
part of that,
puny.
a
It's
further
so
opportunity
small.
to introduce a new element,
It's so small.
to the space
It's
could
lovely
be,
though.
As we're transitioning
people
towards
always
more
ask.
That looked more like a
natural
rock.
spaces,
That's what
you can
I
not
that's what I
only
thought.
introduce
I thought the
different
wheels were
technology,
out too far to the
maybe we're
side for it
introducing
to
some
be a
form of
mule.
liquid. So depending on
Mule's
the
very
location, maybe it's on a certain planet. There could be
That could-
like underground
narrow.
rivers, underground lakes. Maybe it's lava. Maybe it's acidic. And also, if we're describing
really cool.
Ooh.
underground locations, just maybe some are more
That's
abandoned.
nice looking.
We could start to showcase how nature slowly started to take over. This also would introduce some pretty cool.
Hey Astro, hope I
So
am well.
also
Did I get my
another
PC
process
fixed?
we
I
do
did.
during
I did. Thank you for
development
asking. Also, hey
is
Brick.
I like to
How you
start
doing?
taking
Haven't
some
seen
of
you
these
for a while.
Ideas we're developing.
What
Hope you're doing well.
Get them in the engine as soon as possible, and what this affords
Oh,
us
it
is we can
was
sit down
just.
Oh,
with
here's your
Cloud,
in-engine
and we can
render.
really
Yeah, that's an
evaluate
see
how
that
well
is an
an idea is
in-engine
working.
render.
Just looks
Space,
significantly
size,
worse. It's all
Exactly.
flat textures, why.
opportunity.
They just
Right from
just
the
material.
early,
There's no
Yeah.
actually
visual
yeah. There's just no
development
textures. It's
process.
all
Yeah.
it's all
Looking
just
at here is
Yeah.
very
Exactly.
useful.
This is what
Upload
I'm
into the
saying.
engine,
This is what I'm saying.
hopefully
Like if it was
lit,
rendered
that,
in engine, it would look
exploration
significantly worse.
Well, if they
because
had
because it
textures
would
instead
probably
of just
be
material,
That's an
because
overview
it's
of
in
what we're
it's like
pushing
white
for the
box
new,
Yeah. Well,
underground
that's,
facilities.
basically.
I'm quite
a little bit
excited
past
about
white
it.
box.
Hopefully you are
Nice.
soon. And we look
Well,
forward to
no,
showing
because
you
no,
more
they
in the
talked
future.
about they're doing white box with materials now
Yeah.
on one of those.
White box doesn't necessarily mean it's all white.
Yeah.
It just means
used
that
to,
it just
but
means
it
that
doesn't
it's
mean
like
that now.
it's like base textures and they haven't started putting like finer details on it. Like this is all white box.
I need to learn how to do hard surface modeling. I need to learn how to do better. Some kind of dog acid.
It's nice to see that they've actually started making these though, and that looks fantastic.
It does.
Once they get like all the textures on and stuff like that,
And the just the gray box.
that'll look
Once they get the gray
great.
box.
These will
Gray
be
box-
such cool areas.
I think gray box is the final. Oh, this area is 3 years done. That's crazy. Gray box is the final model, but without textures.
Yeah.
This looks like it's through gray box and into texturing this area is, which is insane. Yo.
Oh yeah, that
train.
looks very, very finished.
Well, parts of it.
That's kind of cool.
That is cool looking.
It is. Yeah. Well, because that's how they're gonna use little trains to get cargo around. That's cool. That's
really neat looking.
Yeah, that's fair.
As someone who runs on Potato, I know this would be hard for you.
Dude,
You had to work away from home for a while, and the internet was terrible. Lots to catch up on. Well, I'm glad that you're back home. Glad you're doing well.
All right.
I miss the
That
days when my
was
computer
the new
wasn't considered a
Underground,
potato.
starring our very own Star Citizen art director, Mr. Ian Leland. Ian, why are we
we're back.
redoing?
Hey, they're using the Star Citizen drinks shaker. Uh-oh. We got some buffering. Oh no.
The underground facilities.
I
can
well,
still hear
kind of as
you,
we said in
so-
the segment, we always wanted it to be
Mine's not buffering.
a much bigger, more special location in the
We're
game.
good.
So it was
We're
always
fine.
to do it.
That's a little bit.
I have that.
And you've been here a while. Last 10
drink
memories?
shaker.
Last 10 years, what's your favorite memory?
I only just.
Ooh,
Is that a Finley
favorite
cup?
memory.
Is that a Finley cup?
It's kind of hard to pick one, but maybe a good one to start would be.
This guy's been here.
I
for
remember
a long ass
going,
time. Holy crap.
joining the company.
Has it been 10
Maybe
years?
9 years ago, and
It has. It was 2012 when it was
going
announced,
on
wasn't it?
20,
Or
and
when
then
it was
Yeah.
Kickstarter.
realizing,
Yeah, I think that.
well,
Yeah, they
we
launched the
had
Kickstarter in
about
2012.
6 weeks to make it. So that was,
Wow, what month?
that was a good
I don't know.
challenge. Yeah.
That was not originally
It's been
on your
about
team,
10
but it was
years,
just
yeah.
kind of like, here it is.
But it was good. It was a bit like a baptism by fire, and we kind of pushed
September.
the engine
Yeah,
to
10
what
years,
it could
just
do at
over
the
10.
time, and we was
Yeah.
super happy with it.
Kickstarter
So
was
these new
October
underground
18th,
facilities.
so
it's not just going
10
to be
days
a big,
until the
giant,
Kickstarter.
empty,
10th anniversary gifts when?
Playground with nothing to do.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, I don't know.
What are we going to be doing in these things?
If they decide to do it,
counts. It's basically
maybe they'll just say, you get
we want them to
CitizenCon
be
stuff.
sandbox elements, you know, that
Arc
players can go and
A70,
explore, but
Arc
you know,
GPU.
whether it's sabotage or infiltrate or investigate or deliver boxes to, like all these elements go into.
I love the look of those
all the design elements,
underground facilities.
when
I
we
think
were
those are so
thinking about
cool.
this,
They're so
when
much more
we're
interesting than
testing
just
out
the
rooms, like all the interaction
tiny little bunkers we have on Hurston right
puzzle
now,
elements.
which are all
So
completely identical.
basically, when the team's doing it,
As soon as we can,
we're
like,
building it, but also
sprint with a box,
implementing
I'll start doing box
the different
missions.
Yeah.
design elements into
It
the
takes
room
such a
at the
long
same
time to get through,
And all those different
especially like
teams
you have to
that we're
deliver
talking
into a
about,
city, and you have to
open
go
up
through
all kinds of storytelling possibilities and the different companies and the different, who knows what
not
misadventures
elevators,
are
but
going on.
Yeah.
You gotta land,
3
you
levels
gotta take it
underneath
through
the surface of
elevators, you
Gila
gotta take it
versus
to the
your 4 levels
freaking
underneath the
tram,
surface
and
of
you gotta
Pyro
find
2.
the admin building.
And these are coming to both the stand-in system and
Yep.
the Pyro system and wherever else afterwards. I'm not saying, because I like my job. All right, so in addition to that, we
saying he's not
this one or
leaking
this one?
anything because
Oh,
he
this
likes
one?
his job.
This one. Hi, everybody. We've got a number of promotions going on today.
You don't need to say anything,
Everybody,
Jared.
who's a member of the
Just
Star
show us
Citizen community,
a
got
web
registered
address.
account on the website is getting
That's all you
a
gotta do.
prize pack. It's available for all backers.
So
It's
he
got
can, like, leak
Francis,
it
the,
to us.
the party animal plushie, which I believe is it's a Finley with a fun hat, isn't it?
Francis the party
There's
animal
nobody here to answer me.
plushie.
A
That's what it
Foster
is.
the Shubin edition, which is really cool. We don't have a lot of
I call him
onesies
Brad because I couldn't
in
remember his
clothing,
name. Jared.
clothing-wise for the Precision Universe.
I used to call him
And
Brad.
a grenade launcher, because giving everybody in the universe a grenade launcher
Is a great idea.
That's gonna be fun. We've also got a Toby Eye Tracker contest going on. JRDF, our partners at JRDF are giving away Carrick, Freelancer, and Cyclone models. And the Halloween promotion is already live. And there's another Halloween contest where they're giving out some Caterpillars and Buccaneers. You can find out everything you need to know about that up on the robertspaceindustriescom
Yeah.
website. And
Speaking of
yes, I saw the
giveaways,
chat
you
going. I
guys,
did
just a reminder that I am giving
because,
away
well,
an
you know,
Anvil Legionnaire
Brian
at
was
the
being messaged
end
about
of
one
the
thing.
stream,
I
so
got
make sure to
messaged by
stick
my
around
mom.
for that.
So how do I
didn't
enter
like that I
that?
hadn't combed my hair.
Just be here.
Just be here. Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Just be here
I'm
at the
not
end of
one
the stream.
I've been here for.
Make sure to
All right, what's
leave.
next,
Make sure to leave a
everybody?
like.
Up
Make sure to
next
talk in
is,
chat so I know
well,
that
it's
you're
one of the segments
here.
that I'm looking forward to most.
It took me
It's our
half a
sleeper
year to
segment
figure out that you guys even
of the
did
day, as far as I'm
giveaways back
concerned.
whenever you guys did it just in the
need
Discord.
for multiple speeds with Rich
I
Tyler,
do them
Yogi,
both.
and,
We do
Jed,
them on the
Johnny,
Discord and
Dave from the
also
Flight Experience,
and
Flight
also
Comp feature
on
team.
the
They
channel
change
as
their
well.
names
So.
as much as I do.
We did that
they're gonna
one,
talk about one of
Speaking of the
Star Citizen's
Discord, if you guys
coolest
haven't joined the
and most
Discord
complex
already,
problems
make sure to
and
come and
exciting
join the Discord. You should be able to find the
check that
link
out.
in the
We'll
video
do that.
description, or I'm sure one of my mods will drop it in chat right now.
It's good timing. Nightbot
Hi,
just
my
put it
name
in.
is Yogi Klatt. I'm a
Hello,
gameplay
Yogi
programmer
Klatt.
in the vehicle feature team. I'm here with Rich Towler,
All right, here's your
Jet Talbot,
Nightbot did it about 3 minutes
and
ago.
Johnny
Yeah.
Yan. And today we're
Right
gonna
there.
talk to you about the
I
upcoming
remember.
changes to the flight systems and the combat systems, which are done specifically for Squadron 42, but which will eventually find their way to the persistent universe.
Who runs the Star Citizen Twitter, do you think? Because they have 2 different Twitter accounts.
We want
And
to
one of
define ship roles for the game because every role in itself and every ship can offer unique gameplay
it's a Connie.
opportunities for individual players.
We want to provide a
New
lot
Connie
more variety
variant?
to the gameplay in Star Citizen. A lot more opportunity for different
Autoland?
careers.
When am I streaming Star Citizen next?
different,
I don't know.
Perspectives and
Tonight.
views on gameplay where people contribute different types of work and different types of jobs.
Star Citizen is supposed to be a big, expansive game with giving the players lots of chances.
Can't
to
wait
have
till we
a
get
variety of
new
different
types of
experiences.
bombs for
It's
the
not just
A2.
about combat, it's not just about economy. It's not just
Nerfed,
about
man.
piracy.
Like,
It's about
holy
all of
crap.
those things happening at the same time. So we need ships that can act and function in
kinda
different
ridiculous.
ways to support all of
What
these
the
different
hell?
goals.
That's the
In
mole?
trying
Argo
to
mole?
figure out these
Yeah.
roles and define what they are
looks
and
cool. I
make
don't
the
ever see
gameplay
it.
The
fun,
mole
we
is a really
started
cool
very
ship.
heavily leaning towards
I like the
combat,
thruster shape.
mostly
in the
because
way that does
combat
that thing.
is a mechanic that
Oh,
is
this
very
is important.
widely applicable
looks
throughout
really
the
nice.
game. and the principles behind it apply to various other roles in the game?
We've been working away in the S42 branch. And this
Question:
has
Are the
allowed us to
emotes
isolate these
Twitch
ships,
only,
so we've
or
kind of
are they
broken it
able to
down
work
into
on YouTube? They
archetypes,
are
which
able to
really
work
allows us
on
to kind of
YouTube. They
break
are
down
available
what
on
these
both
ships do. And also it's to make
on
sure
both
that
YouTube
when we are
for
defining these
channel
roles and
members
balancing these
and
roles,
on
that
Twitch
we're
for
putting the ships in
Twitch
the right place,
subscribers.
because we don't want the ships to be like, you play this ship, it means you dominate this part of the game. That there's always got to be plus and minuses so the balance is right. So there's still some crossover between the ships.
Currently,
So just
there's
picking
only
one
4
type of ship
emotes, but I think if I
isn't just a win.
get,
We have already defined
I think I only
several
need one
ship
more
roles, and
channel
they're
member to
usually known
upload
as
another
light,
4.
medium, and heavy fighters. Light fighters for us are fighters which are
YouTube's
very dominant in the area of 1 versus 1 PvP combat.
But they come with a downside, because obviously the light, which means the materials chosen on the ship, are probably not the strongest. So it's more about the attack. It's more about trying to outposition and get in there and attack and get out of the situation.
Heavy fighters are kind of the opposite. They're not supposed to be really good at 1 versus 1, but they excel at N versus N engagements. So when we have group battles. Medium fighters for us we call multi-role fighters, because they have a lot of hard points, so they have a lot of loadout flexibility. So a player can tune them to the role whatever they want.
If you'd like
but they
to
will
join
never
the
reach
YouTube membership, just hit the join
dedicated
button
ships.
down
A lot of
next
medium
to
fighters
the
sometimes come with a turret as well. So they've got
subscribe
that additional
button.
gameplay of the turret, which
You also get
is aimed to kind of
early
counter the lack
access
of visibility that
to
their ships have.
videos when they
additionally
come
to
up
that,
on my
we have
channel,
racing
as
ships,
well
which are
as
basically just really fast at changing
a special little
velocity,
badge
vectors,
in
and
in
interceptors,
stream chat.
which we basically just want to go
Ooh, that was
very
the
fast
snake
in
pit
the forward
racetrack,
area,
right?
but never reaching really the performance envelope of dedicated dogfighters.
Interceptors are designed to kind of catch up to ships and disable them. So they come with kind of advanced kind of hardware on these ships.
Bombers, on the other hand, are well, they're just slobbing heavy ordnance at larger targets, so you use them to take out bigger ships. But they're not really good at.
I
hitting
did, Brick.
small
I
fighters.
finished playing
and
it
then
off
from smaller
stream.
ships coming to larger ships like
enjoyed it.
Constellation and up, we want to change the gameplay to be less about positional combat, but more going into the naval style of combat, where it's important to show the correct shield and fire arcs and timing your shots over long distances.
So the purpose of ship roles is to really help players understand what ships should be used and when they should be used. And it's really about delivering on those kind of gameplay promises that we've been talking about, over the past.
So are they gonna
Every ship
update
is the
weapons
same.
to make
It's
them
not fun.
give
But
them longer
if we
range
have
or something
dedicated
like
ships
that?
with dedicated pros and cons, then we can create very exciting combat environments.
Are we
And
unsubscribed
the biggest
on here? I
challenge
don't
we
know.
see in order to get that gameplay we want is the current speed that we have in combat.
It's a subject we've talked about many, many times in the past. And it's something we've tried many things with.
You have to allow
We've tried
gifts?
limiting things at speed. We've tried adjusting handling at speed.
Bro,
we've
if I
tried
didn't have
so
gifts
many
allowed,
things
I
to
didn't
kind
get
of
it.
Saban,
negative
dude,
impact of
thank you so much for the 10
ships are going
gifted
fast in
channel
combat,
memberships.
They usually just end up
Holy
very far
crap.
behind, which is not very interesting, and it just devolves into
Oh, we got-
jousting very quickly.
Thanks,
which is
Saban.
also not very interesting.
The second you create a longer distance between you and the target, your angular requirements to maneuver to that target are just extremely small. And this is a very
Jeez,
obvious
thank you so
math
much.
reason why high-speed combat is
I'm
kinda
gonna be
the
hearing
opposite of
alerts
what
for a
we want to
while, aren't
achieve,
I?
meaning meaningful and effective positional maneuvering.
We want the combat to be closer and to be more turn-oriented, so rotations should matter more than just flat speed.
Are the alerts done?
Very
Are we good? Are we
high
good? Okay.
speeds that are pretty much the same between all ship classes negates a lot of the opportunity for smaller ships to flex different types of gameplay.
Another big issue with the speeds in combat is it's very hard to keep players engaged in the combat because players can move so far so quickly in such a short space of time. It's quite hard to keep a track on your opponent.
So you might think, oh, why don't we just make the ship slower and call it a day? Well, we can't do that.
The main reason we can't just make everything slower is the size of the Star Citizen world. we've got huge planets where we need to go from the planet surface up into space.
If you made the ship slower, nobody would ever be able to get anywhere.
You can't have just
because it takes so long to go places.
Massive universe out there to explore. There's planets to explore. And the
It takes like literally 65 hours to get from a planet.
Oh my gosh.
Too fast.
Gifted 10, but only saw 7 notifications. Yeah, I wonder if OBS was just like, okay, that's enough notifications.
What are called soft
We're done.
speed caps, where there is no speed cap on ships, but we encourage gameplay to occur at a lower speed. But it doesn't really work because the advantages of flying
Swear you followed me
fast
last
in
time I
terms
collabed
of
with Index?
defense is just better.
So since the last year, the focus of Vehicle Feature Team shifted very heavily
Maybe
towards
not.
Squadron
Speaking
42
of, oh,
and
there's
nailing down
more
flight and
notifications.
Space combat experience for it. And I'm very proud to say that we finally found a really good working solution.
Speaking of
that we're gonna
Index,
show today.
Index is the one who
So the
did
main
my
idea is to simply not
lovely
have
emotes.
combat and long-range travel at the same time. So we're splitting.
All right,
these
here's
gameplay
the master
experiences. This will
modes.
be done by a thing which is called master modes. A master mode is a thing that is globally applied to your ship, and we have 2 of them. We have SCM, which is now relabeled as standard control mode, and QCM or QM for quantum mode.
The idea is that between these 2 modes, we can constrain the speeds in combat and also get all of the maneuvering, like high speed maneuvering and traversal mechanics that we had before, but in these distinct modes that are integrated with lore and integrated with the ship functions, such that there's costs and payoffs for being in each of the 2 modes.
So let's start with standard control mode and what this means. So this is the mode that we intend to be the functional mode of the ship, whether it's combat or mining or any of these kind of core kind of things the ship does. We want the player to do these things in this mode. And what this does is it reduces the speed of the ship, but it also enables the shield to be turned on. And obviously the intent behind this is where you do your combat. It's where the guns are on, the missiles can be armed and fired, and all the kind of operational things the ship does operates within this mode.
The speeds that you can reach in SCM are somewhat limited, somewhere between 200 and 300 meters per second, tuning pending. But this is basically the hard cap, which you cannot not really exceed. You can slightly exceed this by using a boost, but you cannot maintain any velocity beyond that SCM limit for a longer period of time.
So we're thinking of this as some kind of energy management system, so you can go a little bit faster with a little bit more accelerations when you need to, but you know that it is a limited resource.
So are they gonna
and you should use it carefully.
let you?
Specifically, the boost space is interesting for space combat because
Are they gonna up
that boost
the
space is not spheric as
speed
it was
of things?
before. You can boost
the
the
way?
fastest if you're going forward on a straight line, and you have a lot of debuffs when you're
Say
trying
it
to
again?
boost backwards. That alone gets us a lot of interesting maneuvering space and variation in the day-to-day dogfight maneuvering, so to speak.
Importantly, you don't have your
curious-
quantum drive available in this mode. The
'Cause with
idea
the
is
racing,
that quantum is
like
restrained
illegal
to
racing
the
where you have
quantum
guns?
traversal mode.
The second mode is
I wonder
quantum
how that'll
control
affect
mode,
it.
or QCM or QM. What this mode does is it unlocks your maximum velocity that your ship can reach. So when you were limited
What?
before to 200 to 300
Yeah, so it
meters
takes
per
your
second, now you can
your
go
shields
to
off
1200,
and
1400
your
meters per
weapons
second,
down,
whatever your ship allows.
but you can go
During the
faster.
development of the
Oh,
quantum mode, we realized we needed
interesting.
something that was a little bit more kind
Because
of
that's going to discourage
about
people from
traveling
just running.
large distances, but not the distances
Interesting.
that you need to, speed.
So you can either go. So you can either go really fast.
which is available in the quantum mode, and you can access it at any point. So at any point you want
What do you
to
say that
kind of
was?
boost towards your location that you're kind of looking at, but it's just too far away. And this boost is available for a limited amount of time, and it's purely on a straight line.
Just to give you like a ballpark, quantum boost will allow you
So
to go
very
to a
short
target fast
range
if it's
quantum
within,
jumps.
let's say,
That's
50,000
really
kilometers, whereas you will
cool.
use quantum
No, this
travel
is
to do
quantum boost.
very long range
Quantum
jumps between
travel's different.
planets. So quantum mode allows you to go very, very fast with up to like 1200,
It's like
1400 meters per second
Super
when you want to zip
Cruise
really fast
and
over a planet.
Elite Dangerous.
It also allows you to do quantum
So you have to
boost
allow
quickly go
gifts to be
between
given
points
to
of
you. Oh,
interest,
that's
which are
weird.
rather close to
Yeah,
you,
it was funky.
and it allows you to travel long distances between planets and
Ship
large
personalization is
scale
very much
stellar
needed.
objects.
Yes, it
But it
is.
comes at a cost. Your capacitor systems are non-functional. because they interfere with the quantum bubble that is allowing you to
YouTube
go fast.
is definitely behind
You won't have
Twitch
shields.
for
Your shields will collapse right
users,
away
but
when you
for creators,
quantum mode.
YouTube is
Your weapons
much better
will
than
stop
Twitch.
working because anything that's firing outwards of your ship will disintegrate the quantum bubble. Your countermeasures won't
So I'm
work,
curious
and you will also not
why
be able to use
quantum
thruster boost. So
mode
basically, all your
turns off
capacitor
your-
and combat-related systems are turned off instantly.
Why?
When you switch between modes,
Why
there'll
you
be a little
can't-
period of time where
Because
everything has to
quantum
spool
mode, you
up
could
and
unlock
change.
speed.
So you will lose your shields during this. You won't have your weapons during this, but you also won't
But
be going
why
fast.
why do you
so
have to
there's
have a
a
quantum
risk
field to be
reward
able to go
element
that
when you need to switch modes.
So one mode is for go fast, and one mode is for
fighting.
Close by, you're not
Yeah,
quite sure what
but
the solution is.
at the same
Maybe
time, because they were
switch
talking, I get it for the
controller,
quantum
say,
boost.
Or you can switch
Why it
into
would shut off
quantum mode and
your.
escape. And this is going to kind of bring in an element of danger and an element of risk.
Because going
I think
through
it-
different modes is
I think it
like a
is to
systemic thing
discourage
within the
running
ship's
away.
islands.
I
We
wonder
actually
if
have the
it will
opportunity now
turn
to
off
define ship
your
roles that can
ability
block
to
people
fire
from escaping, either using devices that suppress the
countermeasures.
quantum bubble or devices
I don't
that
know.
can effectively interfere
'Cause
with
if
your
it
ability
does,
to
that's gonna
transfer
make
between the
missiles
modes.
really good.
For example, specific ships like interceptors can be tuned such that they have a higher standard control mode speed, so they're able to catch up with people.
Oh,
Or, for example,
interesting.
make the swap between the modes faster and more efficiently, so that they could catch up with you. Go into
So
standard
he
control mode and
says
attack you
that
more effectively as per the properties of their
interceptor
ship versus
ships.
another ship, which might not be as good.
It
at
swaps
doing something
faster.
like that.
It's something that's fundamental.
Yeah, they swap faster,
Change
and when
the
they're
gameplay
in the
And this is working now.
like combat mode, they have
We're
a
playing
higher
every day
speed
in
than other
studio,
ships.
We're refining it, we're tweaking bits here and there.
So that's
We're at that
interesting.
stage now where we're tweaking and balancing.
In combat mode,
But
even.
the core features, it's
Yeah.
there in the gameplay.
I wonder how that's going to
and
be for
the
racing
difference
ships.
it's made on the game for us is
For
They
combat
said,
mode.
basically
they
night
said
and
for
day.
racing
Because the
ships you can
speeds are
turn
limited
faster and
in
you speed up
standard
quicker.
control mode.
That's
Suddenly,
true. They did say,
fights
yeah,
are a lot
acceleration
closer.
and
the accelerations of ships
Yeah.
similarly have been retuned a little bit, and their
just,
afterburner strength has
maneuverability.
been retuned a little bit to make it so that you can orbit around ships and have a lot more interesting
I wonder if
maneuvering.
the people end up
And
racing
because
in
the ranges
quantum
are
mode,
closer. Maneuvers that would be
over,
performed by your ship have a
combat
much
mode.
more significant impact because you're closer. So
Oh.
if I like
Interesting.
thrust up or down, you'll immediately
Maybe
see
in
the
like
difference.
longer
So
distance
similarly,
races.
things like capital ships
Well, it's just-
Yeah.
effectively
short
get a
distance
buff to
ones.
their offensive capabilities
Anytime
with this
you're
change.
doing-
So
Because
it
suddenly you
looks like
can't
they
orbit a
are
capital
trying
ship
to
at
make
high range and high
dogfighting
speeds.
better,
You have to get a lot closer, which will
Yes,
make
which is
the
going to be
turrets
nice.
which is yeah,
much more
it's
effective
definitely
as you
nice. I like that.
turrets become
We need a
more
Top Gun
important,
Maverick style
and
Valley
working as a
mission.
group to attack
Heck
capital
yeah.
ships is more important than it has
That
been.
sounds
Dude, imagine it
awesome.
for, like the steak bit or something like that.
Yeah.
This is a really exciting change because it allows us to keep.
We
the
should
combat
do
speeds
something when
relatively
where we
low,
just like go to
where
the snake
we
pit and
know
have
that
like
the
one
gameplay is
person
better
try
for that,
to
while also keeping
drive around
the
it while like
point-to-point travel
20
speeds
people
as
shoot
high
at
as
them
they
with
should
rail
be.
guns or something like that.
Playing with Master
It's just like different
has been a lot of fun.
spots in the track and see how long they can go before they die.
Before you'd find
Yeah.
that you were fighting.
I
at
think
a
that would be
huge
really
distance.
funny.
Now you find that you're in really tight, close combat with the other players.
You look at
I think
competition
the biggest
based on like how
part
long
of
people can
this is going to
survive.
be when we have
You
the
have-
larger
but while
ships
following the race
interacting
rules.
with the smaller ships. Once we can have battles with big capital ships
Or
and
like who
smaller
can
ships,
get
Bengal!
to the Star Citizen world that I don't think has come out before. And
Dude, I
think
forget
it'll
how
make a
damn
massive
big the
improvement
Bengal
to
is,
game.
dude.
It's
Having
so
made these
big.
changes to
Dude.
implement master
It's
modes
so
and
big.
rebalancing all of the ship speeds, we'll finally be able to define ship roles in the way that we've always wanted,
It's like
and to
Xenothreat.
bring a lot more variety to the
Xenothreat,
gameplay that
but
we
with a
haven't had
Bengal?
before.
So it's been a
That would
really
be
long
really
journey,
cool.
obviously, 'cause
The
you've been a
Gauntlet
part of this
Run
journey.
live stream.
You know, we've tried many different
Yeah, that'd
things
be funny.
over time to try
that would
and
be
really
do like a giveaway with it,
But,
whoever wins.
You know, the reality is from us, it
Yeah.
came down
As a
to
reward.
you know,
You can even partner with XGR and maybe get a bigger
It's about giving players
With what?
option and their choices. have
Extreme G
consequences.
Racing.
You know,
They're
so with
like
Master
the
Modes,
largest
it really helps
racing
define
community on Star Citizen right now.
the player choice. In the
They regularly get like
So they're
hundreds of
choosing to do
viewers
combat,
on
they're choosing to travel
on
from
their
console to
races, their main ones.
They're choosing to queue somewhere.
But they have
Just
like
giving
like
players
right
that
now, I
freedom
think
do
they're
with the
streaming.
we have,
It's all just you with alt accounts.
we try many times to control that.
Because as we know, you're the only person that cares about racing.
That's true.
Oh, that is gorgeous. Look at that terrain.
Let's
That's
just
pyro
give the
terrain.
players the choice and let
Is
them
that
make
pyro
decisions.
3.
I forgot.
We finally have.
Yeah, I forgot which is which.
We're now nailing down the space combat experience for Star Citizen, specifically for Squadron 42. We know from internal playtest that the master mode stuff works. We know that it works with our flight retunings, and it's very exciting. It will yet take a while to ship this to the PU because the amount of ships you fly in Squadron 42 is rather limited, whereas in Star Citizen we have about, I don't know, more than 100 ship records at the moment. But the whole hard problem of designing this thing in the first place is over. We just need to get the numbers in now.
So it's a Squadron thing that they're bringing into the PU. So they probably it's probably functional on the Gladius right now.
I'm glad I saw Gladius.
Gladius
thanks
and
a lot
maybe a Hornet.
for listening to us today. We're very excited to get the changes to you as soon as possible.
Dude, I hope
they
update the Hornet. I wonder if they've been working on the Hornet for.
Maybe it needs an update. It's such a cool ship, but it kind of sucks right now. Especially the Super Hornet. The Super Hornet is awful. It's so bad.
All the
well, just like the way that the MFDs don't match up with the actual.
Yeah.
What do you got, Brian?
Is that John Cruz?
Who is most likely to win in a dogfight?
Okay.
An Ortwin.
Ortwin. Shout out to Ortwin. It's been a long time.
Hey, Ortwin.
My one is my cargo hold is always full of Chris Roberts.
Really?
Okay, I want a Star Citizen Cards Against Humanity.
That's Vandal Against Humanity, a
Oh,
game
Vandal
created by
Against
one of
Humanity.
our own Star Citizen.
Oh my!
Vandal Against Humanity.
Shadow. We still got it.
That's
it made
funny.
the trip to UK, and we're playing it in between the sessions. So thank you again.
Dude, I forget my cargo.
John,
My cargo hold is always
Talk to
full
me
of
about
Chris
this thing we
Roberts.
just watched.
Oh my!
Is this BS?
A little
or
bit
do we
personal
actually
information there.
He's able to
think
fit a whole
I think we've got
3.
it. The team's been super hard at work for.
He had to
long
bring a
period of
C2
time
for
on
that.
this. We've gone through. I don't know how many versions of this.
I'm sorry.
We're sort of run out of interesting names to call all the development builds. We're onto fish names now.
Fish names?
Yeah, it's been a lot of work put into this, a lot of testing internally, like across the company.
Fish names? Oh, they're in beta.
All on board, getting them playing it.
Fish, you know.
And I know we don't generally do when questions, but this is a pretty big change
4.0
to
is
the overall
no,
play
that's alpha.
experience.
4.0, not beta.
Folks have been waiting for this fix for a while. We're not talking about tomorrow or next week or give us why isn't this just going to be put into the PU tomorrow?
2 factors. We started doing this for Squadron because naturally, to have a great flight experience in Squadron,
wait for
you need
4.0 for the new flight stuff.
It to all work together. So we're focused on Squadron.
None of this
first
is
for
going to be
that,
in 318.
and Squadron has a much smaller subset.
None of this is coming in 318 except maybe the ships.
It's a lot easier to do a system like this. Get the broad strokes in, and
if
then
they
really dial it in
announce
for
some
6 or 7
STFs
ships
straight to flyable today,
This says talking ship 2952
It's a
instead of
scale thing.
right at the end of the show. Yeah.
And then the other thing is lots of it ties in together with other systems. So it's not just flight mechanics, it's UI, radar, star map, quantum changes, and you have to get all of that together in one. We can't really piecemeal it. You just won't get
just
a
global redux.
Well, here's one bit of it. Here's another bit later. We want to drop it in one big deployment.
We've been
feed ships and like this ship's done and this ship's done, or do you think more together all at once?
Oh shoot! I didn't even see that, Saban.
We have to do like a broad tuning across the board for everything.
That's one of the laser guns, ain't it?
Day 1 for when this goes into the PU. Hopefully by then, a lot of those will be really where we want them. That, as with game development and constant
Have you entered into these giveaways that you're talking
there
about?
will be ones that change over time.
Saban and them, but
you change the camera. To my camera.
There'll be ones that keep going, and obviously community feedback's a great thing. It's very hard to get things right out the gate. There's only so much internal testing you can do. We need that feedback at that point.
And I do want to say to folks
game, so I
watching,
can't
wherever
read
you're
it.
watching, the 6 to 7 ships in Squadron was not a confirmation that there are only 6 or 7 ships in Squadron. We'll confirm that stuff much closer. Just if you're already halfway through your Reddit post, just delete a couple times and. All right, you ready to move on to the next thing?
Absolutely.
All right,
Let's do it.
So we've been bouncing back and forth between you know really hot visuals with the planets of Pyro, and then gameplay stuff with investigations, and back to the really hot visuals with the underground facility, then back to the solid gameplay stuff with the flight experience. Up next is another really solid visuals thing, Lorville. Meet me at camera 1. Lorville, Star Citizen's first landing zone. We've learned a lot since it was first put in. We've built Microtech, New Babbage. We've built Horizon on Crusader. We even went back and redid Area 18 on ArcCorp. But Lorville currently stands as the oldest standing landing zone in Star Citizen. And with our new team at Turbulent and ready to kick butt, I was going to say kick names and kick butt. I almost messed that up, and then I messed it up trying to explain that I didn't mess it up. They're getting ready. They're already underway building a brand new Lorville Redux. So send it on over to Eric Gagnon and Maxime Guidon.
When was Lorville added?
I don't know.
Lorville was the first city, right?
Back in 2016 or 2015. Because I remember seeing Lorville on my computer. I guess it might have been a laptop back then, man.
My name's Ian Leyland, and I'm the art director for Star Citizen. And today we're going to talk about an internal.
Did it not give membership to Moo?
Now,
I thought it did.
Lorville, and specifically the Lorville cityscape, it was probably
she
the
already
first
member, or
major
there's a mod
zone
over
ever had to do. It was the
She
first
is-
time we put
she's a mod.
a landing zone on a
Well, there's a
planet.
mod
We had the
overrule
player
member.
fly there with minimal restrictions, although it did have that really big no-fly zone. But when we did subsequent landing zones, we built up a bit more of a knowledge base and experience base about how we could
Looks like it
effectively
did
introduce
not
cityscapes.
gift one to Moo. I don't know
Area
why.
18, New Babbage, Horizon, we all developed more techniques, and we always wanted to go back internally. And
Maybe
put
it
that
just decided
knowledge
she didn't
back
need
into
one.
to start us off, I'll throw it over to Eric, our principal concept artist. And he
I don't
can
have
show
any
us-
control over over how the
Eric
gifts
Gagnon, principal
go.
concept artist for
I was just wondering what year it was, because I remember seeing it for the first time, and it blew my mind.
Chat, what year did Lorville come out? Lorville Redux. Here we go.
Don't worry, Moo. I've never
When
won
I
any of Saban's
started
giveaways.
to work on the concept, initially what I did is to create a variety of sketches, black and white sketches of a different approach of that city. We create a side panel of a silhouette of the building. Mainly the reason we need to work on that is for mainly gameplay issues, because we would like to make a gameplay.
Yeah, but you don't have to pay for mod.
And we need to create a bigger city to let the player have a fun experience.
Did it come out in 2018?
Yeah, so after the sketching process and get some approval, I need to know very well
Come on,
the
show
footprint
us-
of that city. We build a city from
show
the
us the
human scale,
updated city.
We have nothing in that city. They build in a gray zone. So everything is built from that unit, and it's built
2018
from
sounds
the unit
right.
of the CBD. So this is
Sick.
mainly the two main unit I used to build a city. So we have a kind of a proportion in terms of lengths and distances.
So did they
to
do?
respect.
Have they
So
done
this is
one
why I
landing
used
zone a year?
3D, bases
Lorville
to work on
2018.
that. So I need to make sure that the ratio of everything
No,
fits
or
well.
Lorville
to
2018.
approach closely as possible. So mainly the goal is not to
Friggin'
dig right away on the details,
Area 18
but it's to
2019,
stay on the big picture and to
Microtech
see
2020,
if
and Horizon
the
2021.
skyline makes sense. So this is a good challenge to
I
play
think
with
Area
that.
18 was
and
after Microtech.
I think
Was it?
No, it was before.
It was before?
Yeah, it was I'm pretty sure.
At the end,
Because that's when they
what
introduced the
feeling we
freelancer
have,
for the first
it's
time.
like a real
Yeah.
city. So I use my
I think it was the
my
freelancer.
2D background in concept artist.
That's pretty.
To make the best as possible concept art.
The way that they make these
all the
concept
techniques
arts is really
inside of
interesting
it.
too.
3D,
That's
pen
fantastic.
tool, sketching,
Is that-
painting, and at the end,
Such Blade Runner
I was
vibes.
needed to create a
Mhm.
very
I've never read
speechless
in Lorville.
concept
I've never seen Blade Runner.
Hope we get better landing lights at spaceports. That would be nice. Or just make nighttime not as dark.
I've only read the 4th book, Blade Runner book, and like none of the others.
Well, okay, now we are.
Have you seen the movie?
2.0,
No.
Go watch Blade Runner.
I just started off like because I was on like a trip with somebody and they had the 4th book because that's the book that they were on, and I forgot the pink books, so I just read the 4th
We've
book.
actually just passed our white box milestone internally, so we're going to jump over to Max.
I think I might have started.
Go watch Blade Runner. It's such a good movie.
Mon nom est Maxime Guindon. Je suis chef environnement artiste sur le projet Star Citizen. Mon mandat en ce moment est l'Orville 2.0. Premièrement, je voudrais dire bonjour à la communauté francophone de Star Citizen. À toute la communauté, en fait. Ce que vous faites, ce que vous partagez m'inspire énormément dans mon travail.
Dude, I took French for a semester.
Fifth Element was better? No, it was
It's time
not.
to start it in engine, and
You're crazy.
We've had to evaluate what was possible to do and to extend or to make it much bigger than the initial.
He has a very good English
city,
accent.
Up to something that matches the ambition. For instance, we are keeping the L19 area. We are keeping the CBD. We are keeping.
That looks great.
The spaceport, and we're building upon.
Dude, I looked at chat.
Just extending the,
like not your chat, but
done several tests
on chat.
with the transit
I just looked over and I was
rails,
like, people just saying French
and,
baguette.
We tried to extend it out a bit. We're keeping the same number of gates.
But they have
Crossing
moderators.
off the CitizenCon bingo right now.
Out. And so,
What are you crossing off on it?
The city as just
What do we need to cross off here?
White box, very primitive to have this layout.
Crossing
this
off
fast iteration of the whole city.
I don't know why, but that's funny to me.
Done
Oh, horrible French accent.
And get feedback on
his
it.
French accent's
So it
not
will
very
feel
long, though.
like a
I assume that's what
city.
people are crossing off.
We hope it to be fun to fly
Well, he's
around.
French. You can tell that he's
and,
very slightly French.
Yeah.
But he has a really good
to actually
English
do some
accent.
races in it.
It's close to
We're
American
building,
accent, to be honest.
Some of these things on this bingo.
bridges,
Tony Z in a tight shirt.
like underpasses, and it makes
AI
it
does the exact
interesting
opposite of what they're
to be able
showing
to
off.
Fly around, you see the community.
I like that
of
Jared
players,
makes an
they're,
obscure reference that no one
They're
gets.
doing like emergent gameplay of races.
Does Pangalactic Gargle Blaster count as an obscure reference?
The city.
I just
I
really
don't think it
starting
does.
around
I love
the
Hitchhiker's Guide to the
We have,
Galaxy. That's such a good book.
Montreal's
It was a pretty
tools
good book.
teams now that are
Dude, it's
working
so
on,
all
like,
over the
3D
place. The
tools.
random ass plot lines
And
that literally
they are-
like are introduced for like 3 lines and are never spoken about again.
Yeah, it's great.
From the
It's
library of
so
tools. There
odd.
will be
I'm noticing.
several
I just now
areas
have been
of,
paying attention.
like,
The only thing they're
higher level
changing
of detail,
is where you can
especially
fly.
around landing pads
Yeah.
on rooftops. And
No, the
other
city
areas.
itself looks
And,
more
these are the
detailed.
places
Yeah,
where
they're
the
changing
players
the
will be able
city.
to
They're changing where you can
land. These will
fly. They're
eventually
changing
connect
landing
Because
pads. you
right
can
now
land.
Lorville is
through the interior,
stupidly restricted as to where you can
spaces
fly.
that will
Yeah.
be built later.
And they have such
Probably-
cool looking-
And that
Probably
sense
'cause
of
the
will be ready
city
for
itself
those
is
interiors. We started as a team
graphically
of
held
two
together by a
artists
spit and a wish
working
because
on
it's
Lorville, and
super
now
old
we're 5.
assets.
And,
So they don't
4
want
years
you
old?
getting too close.
more
That's true.
soon.
That's true.
Each artist has slightly
what was
different
that?
skill sets
The
and
purple?
complete each other. They bring ideas. I let
What's
them
that
bring
called?
ideas
I
to the
forgot.
table on how to
Normal mapping.
Can we count
They
the
had
audio
advance,
desync as Dev
we're
having
doing
stitched audio due to
make
multiple
kick-ass.
retakes?
That's really
I don't know.
So I hope you'll like what
Audio
you see.
desync's not there
We
if
can't
you
wait
have
to
the
show you
stream
more.
open on your own.
I'm happy about
It's
the
just,
opportunity of
through
working on
stream
this
for whatever
mandate
reason.
because it's
And it
gonna
doesn't make
make
sense
such
why
a,
it is
a
desync, 'cause
huge
it shouldn't be.
difference.
Thanks, Max. That's
It's
looking
pretty
great.
close on the
And hopefully
stream
you
now.
guys can
Like,
kinda
there
see
isn't
even
really
in a
any
white box
desync
format.
anymore.
We're seeing
Because
really
I'm
good
watching on
scale
my
reads
since
and
I'm here with you
understanding
guys.
about
I don't
how
want to
we
hear
can
echo.
make the
I'm watching on my
cityscape of
own
Louisville
on
probably
a
one of our
separate.
best yet.
And I'm getting like literally
And
no.
we'll be showing you more.
Nice.
Thanks for letting us showcase that
Excuse
for
me.
you today.
This bingo
Enjoy
is
the
so
rest of the
accurate.
It's a monitor instead of a television.
Excuse me. Yeah, see?
Yeah, so
They added a lot more
buildings.
buildings.
Holy.
Oh, wow!
That's a
It
lot
got a
bigger.
lot bigger.
Yeah. I wonder if that changed because there was that racetrack that was right outside.
Not really. Like the different like.
That looks fantastic.
It does. Like gorgeous, dude. They're just dumping trash right into like the middle of their city.
Yeah. Welcome to Loreville.
I love that.
Welcome to Loreville, man.
The kind of place that I'd hate to live in.
Oh, Saban earlier in chat said, "Stop dumping trash on Loreville," and I said, "I don't need to. They're doing it on their own."
It looks great though, and
those buildings look fantastic. Those high-rise with like the gold on them, the black and gold aesthetic. It's okay. The poor people live down there. No.
The one that had the most egregious no-fly zone.
No.
And you're making it so we can just race through the canyons and under the bridges and everything. I want to ask you the same question.
I hope the police will like chase after
or is this
you.
really what we're doing?
For
that's what we do.
Like, instead of having no
If you get too close to buildings, they send the popo after you.
Yeah.
No fly zones.
That would be really funny.
Like, especially like street racing, right?
Yeah.
Where like it's illegal,
we find ways
but it's not like kill you illegal.
Except if you, it's like street racing, except if you crash, if you crash, you don't hit a median barrier. You hit someone's penthouse apartment.
For a reason. It's not because, you know what would be really cool, right? It's like, you know,
I mean, in lore, to be able to get a ship license, you're supposed to be like a really good pilot.
The level, so it's there.
So
but for Lowville, as you think,
that technically doesn't happen.
we want that experience to be as low as possible to get that feeling where you can weave in between the structures, weave in.
Well, there's a situation in which lore and gameplay don't exactly coincide. Is this coming 3.18 4.0?
Like one day.
Not 3.18.
We'll get back to
I wish.
Yeah, all this stuff.
It's journey to 4.0. So
yeah.
And,
like it looks
so
nice.
everything, just assume that everything we see here in CitizenCon isn't coming till 4.0 or later.
And we've
which is like the
pipeline a number of times.
Except maybe the ships.
To gray box to
at the closest.
Where would you
like
say
that's what I think.
Is obviously what we were just seeing.
I think we'll have 4.0 for like Invictus.
Interestingly,
like Q2.
More like first pass art.
It has to be the end of Q2.
We're always trying
to they always release a patch at the end of a quarter.
Or at the start of it. I was thinking at the start of kind of quarter 3.
But when you're using kits,
it's more of like I always saw it.
End of Q2, start of Q3 is when we'll see 4.0. I think that's my guess, anyways.
They do have to get some form.
Chat. When do you guys think we'll see 4.0?
So it's final out now. So we're on the really interesting part where
there has to be some form of server meshing.
I mean, you're seeing hints
for 4.0.
Hopefully,
potential in engine,
but like
maybe they'll talk about it.
Still.
During CitizenCon. Do they have anything server meshing related?
That was a look at
scheduled?
Redux.
They don't.
Just on another step on our
they don't.
4.0.
Oh, power play. Oh, this is a short sitcon.
Seeing in the chat here, our journey to 4.0.
Last year was like. Last year was like 10 hours long.
The things that we're showing you today are not a.
We knew it was going to be short.
This is what's
they
in
talked about it
4.0.
beforehand.
Some of this will be.
Yeah, they said it's only going to be like 5 hours.
Planets and moons of Pyro.
Which I'm fine with.
Other things,
especially since there's
stuff that
get done today.
It's only been 2 hours.
Closer to development. Maybe it's followed the program.
It's been 3.
The project long enough. Knows that's how
it started at 11.
But everything you're seeing on today's show here is everything that's going to be.
No, it started at 9.
In the process, in the pipeline.
Started at 9 and it's 11.
4.1, 4.2.
I did math.
It's been 2 hours.
And so forth. And before we jump to the next one, I want to shout out a couple of the
2025.
The digital goodies pack.
2023. 5 hours. They could have started it later at a decent hour.
It's not called Finley anymore. It's called Francis.
You gotta believe me.
Beforehand.
These panels make for a much easier watch than the ones last year. I don't miss the keynote now. That's fair.
Register your account.
Yeah, because they were just so technical.
Pick up any one of the
last year. Last year, half the panels was just like, I have no idea what you're talking about.
The hour and a half talk about the
Yeah, just Tony Z talking about.
Going on right now.
Quanta
shout out to the folks
or
down in
whatever.
San Diego, on Twitter earlier. The
Or like
JRDF
Gen 12
contest
and
are
Vulcan.
partners at JR
Like-
Design and Fabrication.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know.
Only ordinary and random.
I have a
household
recommended
objects
channel on
for
Twitch
a chance to win.
called the
They
CCP,
make these
and
models
they're playing EVE
that you
Online.
see here.
I'm trying to figure out why the China
the
Communist
wonderful,
Party
Star Kitten, a dragonfly.
is playing EVE Online with 2.3 thousand viewers.
Put this in there. Look at that.
Wild.
That's not
I think that
focused.
might
Hold on,
be
let
the
me
name
get
of.
closer to his
I think
face.
that's the EVE developers.
We're gonna just
Wild.
no.
Trials tournament.
Look at my Star Kitten dragonfly. In focus. I'm holding it near Ian's
It's a little Milo Pony.
I could see him fighting the urge to just bite that thing. I could,
JRD Fabrication for the
if I was him, I definitely would have just like
They have an entire array. You can check out the website.
Unless the ship panel is just going to be like 3 hours long,
And then don't forget the Halloween.
which I wouldn't mind.
Like announce like 12 ships.
Scary helmets.
Yeah.
They announce it at Anvil Capital.
Pumpkin carving
It's
contest.
like that
Yeah.
meme
That's always my
where he,
favorite.
like grabs the thing and
I
goes
think every single winner we've ever had is from Texas. I don't know why that is, but
with
they
the
picked
dragonfly.
With the guy, have you seen the video where the guy is like being interviewed and they ask him a question and he's just like, and then he just like devours the
I was
microphone.
holding it in my hand because I got up. I'm just gonna put it there. It's gonna
He's
be
like,
resource management.
Ooh, resource
What did I want to say
management
about
time.
this? Okay, when I
Here we go.
backed the project back in 2013, 2014, before I came here, the thing that excited me most about Star Citizen was the potential for multi-crew gameplay. Positional
play.
experience of a captain and a navigator and an
Oh,
engineer
multi-crew
and a comms
gameplay,
person,
finally.
and run down to the
Finally.
run down, put out a fire and something's exploding in the cargo hold. You gotta go and you fix the fuses and stuff like this. That
I wonder how
multi-crew
complex
experience
it's
has
going
been
to be.
the,
Like,
has
do you need to
been
have a
what drew me to the
PhD to be an
project,
engineer, or like
first
what?
as a backer. And
Is that
then
actually Jared's office? I think it
to do
is.
this.
It is, yeah.
It's a sick office.
Because Chris stole his chair at the beginning.
Yeah.
And if you're like me,
complaining about it.
on our 10-year
Just saying
journey,
Chris couldn't
I've
come
been
back in the
wondering
building.
when's going to be the day. Where are we at with this stuff? Well, Dan
I wonder
Truppen
if Chris is
and
just
Thorsten
really
Lyman are here
busy,
to
or if
talk
he's
about
just a
the
PR nightmare waiting to
actual
happen.
working prototype of the resource management system,
I think
the thing that
number
will make
2
true
is
multi-crew gameplay possible.
Jared is
and
living it up.
the
Yeah,
last big hurdle to getting
that's
those
such a
attached
cool
to the
set. I just can't get over how cool that set is.
They're
It's
probably
eyes
just
forward
incredible.
and take it away.
Just
Dan
like
and
really
Thorsten.
worried about Chris getting canceled.
Probably.
Really out of pocket.
Or making promises that they can't
Hi, my name
keep.
is Dan Truffin. I'm assistant director.
I thought that
for
was
Pure
Chris for like a
Content, and
half
with,
second.
It's
I
Chris.
don't know why.
He's changed.
we'll be
They
talking
put a
to you
beard
about
on him.
something we think it will change the
Truffle.
way Star Citizen
Imposter.
functions and works and how the players will
The
play
imposter
the game
is sus.
in the
Sus,
future,
man.
and that is resource management.
What did someone say? Among Us?
Amogus?
Do 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 do
Damon
do
Gust.
do do do.
Okay. Changing life in the verse as we know it.
Resource
All right, let's
management
actually
is the
listen
underlying system
because
that
I'm actually really
allows,
interested in this one.
Items to produce, consume, and store resources in the game. It is the digital representation of real-life cables, pipes, tanks, batteries, or anything like this that you can imagine.
It's the foundation of the ships where you have certain resources like fuel and energy powering certain items on the ship, but it's also the
tasty.
system that will lie
That
below
is a Hammerhead
any
engine.
station or
Yeah.
any vehicle, anything
Yeah,
that
it
you
is.
can imagine in our universe that actually requires
That's
a certain type of resource.
Resource management
rotation
is not
of
just a
life.
system
Was
that
that-
helps
yeah,
ships
300
function.
series,
This is a thing that's integral
I
to
think.
the
I wonder-
functionality of the
There's
entire
definitely
universe.
Origin
It
engines.
will be the way
I wonder if these ships use
surface
AC,
outposts
alternating
function,
current, or
underground
direct current.
facilities, space stations,
Probably
landing zones, everything
future
in Star
current,
Citizen will
FC.
function
Probably
using resource management.
So we will start with
Well,
the
it's still
smaller
electricity. Well, if they're
vehicles,
using
and it will-
electricity.
the gameplay
so
That was a
will
Titan
be
engine? Was it a
more
Titan engine?
interesting than what we have right now.
Oh, maybe.
I haven't flown a
And
Titan
from
in a
that, we
while,
can move
so
on to like bigger ships, and finally the capital ships will have a real purpose.
Which one's
in
the Titan?
world, and where it will have a real
It's the
meaning
big
that
Titan.
you have the multiple
Avenger
roles
Titan.
inside those ships.
Warlock
It will
Titan.
drastically
Stalker
increase the time
Titan.
to kill for all vehicles in Star
Yeah,
Citizen,
engine was
and
waiting
it
ship.
will encourage people to disable ships
Oh, okay.
rather than destroy them.
Increase time
Missions
to
like Siege of
kill.
Horizon
That's nice.
Will, increase in scope and scale up a lot more with the use of resource management, as players will be able to cripple resources, change the way resources are distributed, cut power, cut certain fuel and critical parts in order to progress further in those missions.
Okay.
We can
Ship fixing while in quantum would be a good way of passing the time. Yes. Absolutely.
The powers of certain platforms there, and we can introduce some interesting
Especially on
gameplay
bigger
that
ships,
facilitates
give
these
people
resource management
things
is
to
gonna
do
open up,
besides
the possibility
sit
of
and
player
twiddle their thumbs
structures,
while other
player-owned,
people man the turrets.
from planet, or
right.
stations in space where the player will have to manage resources, bring in fuel, do repairs, and this will
Having
not
to
be
like
something
actually
that
like
only
run
caters
around and
towards
like
the
put out
engineer. This will be
fires and
something that
patch
is
holes
valuable
and
for
stuff like
everyone
that.
in the world of
Change out fuses and
Resource
stuff like
management
that
will
during battle.
finally allow
Sounds
players
really
to
cool.
build their own bases and their own homesteads and
Oh.
actually keep that loop engaging and fun.
And really, this is the main thing
Interesting.
that makes multi-crew gameplay possible. We envision the players
Kind of hard to
taking
bolt a
on
wing
roles
back
like
on.
engineer,
Why? Just do it.
mechanic,
Just throw your ship in a
tactical
crucible.
officer.
Yeah.
And while you have your engineer trying to maintain all the resources functioning and flowing perfectly and all the items in good operation, you will have mechanics running throughout the ship trying to change fuses, repair various things that have broken down. You will have
Yeah, you're
tactical
pulling that out of the
officers
wall.
moving shields
Guys,
from one side of
help.
the ship to another in order to counter whatever incoming damage you have. Obviously, the pilot is going to be doing his job trying to move the ship out of harm's way. The gunners are going to be taking out enemy incoming fighters or other ships. This is how
Those
we
are
envision
javelin
I was gonna say that was a
the
javelin.
Javelin guns. Heck yeah.
what we hope is true
I think that was that a gladiator cockpit?
multi-crew gameplay. And for all of you out there that
like a
are waiting for the
gladiator cockpit.
Idrises and javelins and want to
Oh.
use these ships,
Thirty hand.
this is the system that is going to make using those ships possible. So with that
Yes.
said, this is a really important system for Star Citizen.
Does that
but
mean?
Let's dig into the details.
Does
and
that
see
mean
what exactly
Javelin and
this is.
Idris for 4.0?
Nah.
Yes.
No.
Javelin
Resource
Idris
management.
confirmed for 4.0.
Perseus Polaris.
Idris confirmed for
Power
4.0.
energy resources, life support, item maintenance, relay handling, access control, and gravity. So let's start with power, energy, and resources.
Who needs
The players
bolts? Just
can
hold the wing.
choose to
Yeah.
overload items in order to get more efficiency out of them at the risk of burning them out. They can also underload items to save some resources if they don't need the full efficiency of an item. The players will have to pay attention to the balance of resources.
Not until
power,
after Squadron 42 release.
Heat generated
Nah,
in order
man.
to maintain
Nah,
a well-oiled,
it definitely, definitely
overall,
4.0
prioritizing certain
for sure.
items and their resource
Guaranteed.
Life
I
support
promise.
is the
100%.
most
What's going on?
important
They're
thing you have to
they
pay
were
attention to
saying
in your
that
ships
they
now,
need this
since
resource management needs
atmosphere
to.
is finite in all the
Except for
spaces
capital.
that you
To get capital ships.
discover. And
Ooh.
here, the life
That guy
support
died.
system is a key factor. Here, the life support, you have to maintain it.
Ooh,
Meaning
life
you have
support.
to make sure that the consumables inside the life support generator are always there to make sure that it can generate breathable atmosphere for you, or the temperature is actually
Huh.
They have
increased to
the oxygen
a human
shot.
livable
How does
factor,
that
so
work?
you
Now
don't
that I
freeze
think
to
about it.
death, or you are not cooked.
As part
I
of
think
item
it's just a
maintenance, the
dose of
player,
like
will be able
hyper-oxygenated
to,
blood.
No, the oxygen
control
pen.
items
It
throughout the
refills
ship,
your
turn
oxygen.
them
Yeah.
on, turn them off.
No, just oxygen.
Is it-
They will be able
No.
to remove broken items
I know.
and replace
Yeah.
them with new items.
Yeah, it's
or
just like
sometimes
hyper-oxygenated
dodgy
blood.
items, depending on their
It just
income.
puts
You
oxygen
will be
straight into your
able to
bloodstream.
control which sub
Do you
items
have to breathe
are,
if you have oxygen
installed in
contain-
those
No, 'cause, yeah, you
items,
still gotta get
either
rid of
as
carbon
fuses
dioxide.
or
Yeah, you just have to
subcomponents
breathe
that give
out.
them various
Yeah, you
bonuses
just have to breathe out.
to that specific item.
We'll be able to
They will
turn
be able
off life
to
support.
run,
But
Yeah.
you'd have to
and replace
you
broken
still have to have
fuses when the
atmosphere
item
for that
stops
to work,
working.
because
Takes enough,
you have to have something
enough
that can
damage.
absorb the carbon.
Relay handling is
No, you can you can breathe it out
actual
in a
management
vacuum
part
still.
that you as
More or less,
the
it's gonna be
engineer
sucked out of you.
have-
Yeah.
But
you have to do there. It's basically defining the circuits
interests me,
in the most effective way, especially for bigger ships.
If you're out in
So
space.
a relay is
Or keep your
something
helmet
that
on, yeah.
yeah, just put your
That too.
are connected to each other.
Because like if you're on like
And
microtech, you have
what
to
we
wear
want to
warm
achieve
armor,
here
otherwise it's
is
too cold.
Yeah.
Or like a couple of the other planets, but in space you're perfectly fine.
Create the
Yeah,
best
there's nothing
possible
there
outcome
to
for your ship.
With access
make
control,
heat or
we're
cold.
introducing ship roles. The captain
Yeah.
will be able to assign certain roles to each of his
I mean,
crewmates.
it's still
and for
it's
example,
colder than on
say
the surface of a planet.
one
though.
of the player becomes the engineers. The engineer would gives them specific
Like space is
access
like
to
negative
certain
200 something
controls,
Celsius, yeah.
while the person that is the
Oh,
pilot
this is kind of
will
cool.
not
You
have
can assign
access to
roles
those
on a ship.
controls. At the same time,
And they have
a
access to
gunner
certain
will only
controls.
have access to a specific gun or all.
Not gonna lie, that's my favorite turret for Hammerhead. Flip the turret.
Yeah, it just flips you upside down and drops you out the bottom of the ship.
Experienced
It's great.
already in every ship. So there's always a ground, there's always a down, there's always a up.
Imagine sabotaging one of
And
those.
we would like to give you some more control over that.
Where like
So-
instead of putting them into a turret,
because
it
it
just launches
requires
them into space.
some energy, and if you want to run your ship more energy efficient, we want you to allow to switch off gravity. Or there might be other use cases where a zero gravity environment is more useful than another one.
So if it wasn't clear by now, the scope of resource management
That makes
touches
sense.
pretty much
So
every aspect of life.
space is
So
space
we're
is
doing a lot of
cold,
talking,
but you
but I bet
actually
what
lose
everyone would like
heat
to know is
more
where are we
slowly in space because there's no
There's nothing to transfer
yeah there's nothing for
Currently,
it
we
to
have
transfer the
working
heat
in
to. So
engine
the only way that
prototypes
heat
of,
can actually leave you is through like radiation.
Power, gravity,
And don't you boil?
life support, and the
Yeah, your
relay
blood boils.
Yeah,
With the power system,
yeah. Your
we can
liquid,
overpower
like
and
any
underpower
liquid
items. We can set
that's
the priorities
exposed will
of,
boil. So
item producers and consumers
so
inside
like the
ship,
liquid
and
on
we
your
can set
eyeballs
the path, of
will boil.
resources,
Any
inside the
moisture
ship
on your
through the
skin,
resource, relay network.
and
And with the
then
power system, we already can distribute
and then
the
after
base
that your
energy,
blood.
base fuel throughout
Oh,
the
that
ship.
is complicated.
So we can make
If
sure
you turn
that
off
each
low
item
gravity, you turn off
actually gets
gravity.
the resources they need. Creating your own
Go
resource
to another
farm
part of the ship
is,
to fight a missing fuse.
basically defining.
So do you have
It's
do you have a
actual
do you have a cabinet with spare fuses, or do you just take a fuse from some
probably both
from some other vital component
Like you
of
could
the
have
ship?
replacement fuses, but
Usually you'd have because there's different
We
size. If
can
you put
also
too big a
demonstrate
fuse on
many aspects
something,
of the
that's
life
bad.
support
'Cause,
system.
Yeah.
Making new players
the reason why a fuse breaks is because it has too much power going through it, and that's too. So if you have a broken fuse, that means there's a problem. You need a fix. Yo, his hair disappears.
Oh, interesting.
Whenever the doors were closed, his hair was gone.
Oh,
yeah,
venting,
right there. But
oh, so you can just be like, "Hey, we're getting boarded. I'm gonna vent this room real quick."
Okay.
Good.
Oh, then you can fill it back up. Oh, okay.
That's cool.
Fire
Too bad this person is already dead. Take the life support fuse to restore gravity. Yes.
Oh,
The
you can
system
put
is
fire
also
that way.
used for
depriving
fires of oxygen. Okay, that's pretty cool. If the
So-
stream would stop buffering, please. Hello. What is that?
A
Is that a
helicopter.
helicopter?
It's a big one.
Chat probably can't hear it. It's loud.
You can't say 30K?
What?
Bro, in their chat, you can't say 30K.
No.
I have it
Is
because I typed in 30K because the
is their stream also buffering for you as well? Did their stream just go down?
yeah.
Oh no. Oh no, we've got an ad or something now. What is this?
It's kind of like well, the last thing we saw, it's like you ever played FTL?
No.
It's it's like a 2D space game where you're being chased by like you're a rebel and you're being chased. Oh, it's back.
Oh hey. It's back. Yay. Okay.
Making new players suffocate.
It wasn't my fault that happened.
They're all bald. Oh, if you have too many people, it depletes the oxygen.
Ah.
Venting and filling rooms with atmosphere.
Venting.
Among Us?
What? Among Us? Venting? Boop, 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 boop. My fucking sense of humor has been ruined by the internet, man. It's horrible.
Oh, that's cool.
Okay.
It's like, I go say it with a.
That's
with
cool
a
stuff.
FTL. It's like a 2D top-down pixel like space game, and you can control like where oxygen and stuff is. So if people
Oh my
board,
gosh, that
and kill 'em.
that
And
UI
make players
is
suffer.
atrocious. Please let that not be the final UI for the resource management system. Please. Please make a
they've got-
better UI. That's so bad.
You know how they have like force fields on some of the ships that keep air?
Yeah, supposedly. I think the
Well, like
the only one that really has it is the Prowler.
Prowler's got it. The Caterpillar has it.
Does the Caterpillar have one?
I believe so. Because it's got that red whenever you open up the doors. You can turn gravity
Can make-
low.
Okay.
That's gonna be real nice if you have to move large.
That looks
components
like
around
it's inside of a station or like a ruined station. I wonder if there's gonna be like derelict space stations that you can explore in Pyro. That would be really cool. Instead of
Go
attacking
in.
directly, sneak on board an enemy ship and steal their fuses.
Just,
Okay, that's kind of funny.
Flip like a. They probably have freaking Mighty Hull A. They probably have. If you got fuses, that implies not relays, like
In
a
the
circuit
last year,
breaker
we've
box.
made
You know, like a
tremendous
breaker
progress
box.
with the resource management system, but with a system
well, I
that
guess
is this
that
big,
A ship map
That's
with
a-
green and red sectors would be a much better UI. Yes, it would.
So let's talk
Instead of
about
turning the
what's
ship
next for the
off, Moo
resource
can now
management
turn gravity on and off. They're just giving Moo more things to turn off.
Just don't give Moo the engineer role. Go break everything.
So like everything else.
No, we
probably not get
do give
everything
Moo
in
the engineer role because the engineer's
But this is
job
not
is
great.
to turn things on and off.
Interactable and accessible
So at
items,
least it would
ships,
maybe be
relay
helpful
gameplay,
some of the time.
changing fuses on the relays,
Something like that would be nice.
resource balancing.
That's the UI
defining
from
control
FTL,
groups
Faster
that
and
will be
Light, the game I was telling you
accessible,
about.
through the
Yeah.
APIs,
Something like
allowing
that
people
for the
to
engineer.
create presets for your
where you can see
resource network for
I
each
see.
ship.
Yeah, that's
An
so much
engineering UI
better.
would list, a list or schematic view of your ships. External engineering screen for ships.
You know, with like some
allowing
certain.
engineers to define the tuning parameters.
I think with this
that
one,
can
like
be
you
accessed
there's
by the
technically
pilot
cameras
with
and
the press of a
stuff.
button,
I don't know. it's-
like
Yeah.
using presets and
Okay.
creating presets. And after the initial release, everything else will fall into place with subsequent patches.
This has been an interesting
We
journey.
started talking about resource management about 2 years ago. It is pretty much the evolution of what used to be.
I do
the
like
file system.
those features though.
And,
For sure,
this
it's gonna
has
be
been, an
interesting.
journey, and finally
Yeah.
The way the
starting
futures are
to see
implemented
the fruits of our
is
labor
interesting.
I like messing around with low gravity. It's fun.
That's true. Well, imagine like a component breaks down and you have a spare, so you either turn the low gravity on low so you can carry it, or you turn the gravity off so you can move it. If it's
Yeah.
like really big.
Oh
So
yeah,
that would
like
be
make
real-
make like carrying things
most
easier.
exciting feature that I've
Yeah,
ever
and just
worked
moving
That
things
would
around. and
be-
being able to,
That'd be cool.
Such a groundbreaking
imagine on a
feature
cargo ship.
that will change the entire
Oh
game.
yeah,
cargo
turn the gravity off
think
on
we
the
never
ship
had
so that
this
you can just like move the cargo
Yeah,
crates in
organize the
0
cargo
G
like
where we are heading right now.
and then turn
where
it back
we
on
will
once they're all stacked up.
Finally
That'd be cool.
have all the tools in place to
Ooh,
actually allow
Idris confirmed for 4.0.
gameplay and meaningful
Dude,
decisions.
imagine. Didn't they say they were going to do
It's
it
an
with,
Idris. That's an
Squadron?
Idris.
Every decision.
That
Well,
looks
they've been in the game
really
for a while.
good.
The stuff that
We've
makes
seen the
me-
Idris
makes me
before.
really
We've blown them
proud
up.
of
I know.
Thank you for letting
I
us
know,
share
but
our
there's got to be a
progress
reason
with
why
you.
they're
We hope you're
intentionally
happy
showing
with
off
this
themselves
progress.
flying an Idris
Have a nice
around
season.
pyro
I agree,
planets.
They're just teasing us.
No.
Ship.
This Bar Citizen Singapore card is really cool.
They've just been staring at me playing with it for the last 18 minutes. That was that was Dan Truffin and Torsten Lyman talking about the resource management system. And joining us to follow up on it is Todd Pappy, John Crew. Guys,
Todd Pappy, I like that name.
This has been a long time coming. I know we still got a ways to go. I don't want to make it sound like it's it's done, but I mean, how exciting is this?
We're almost done with CitizenCon already.
This to me brings the interaction that we want in environments, but also in ships. So like you said with the.
But
the
they have been
stuff,
doing a lot more detailed.
Again, it's not only going to be in ships.
Weekly Star Citizen.
Yeah, this is what's necessary to have player homestead.
So I hope that those stuff on like Qantas like that, or like maybe a longer one, like a 20 minute, 30 minute.
It's about just bringing the interaction into the environment. So
would have covered in
the
this.
AI will react, the player reacts. It's having.
I mean, this so far this has basically just been like an extra length inside Star Citizen.
Imagine Siege of Origins being able to actually assault the platform.
I just feel it, which is like a nice format. I just wish it was longer.
Inside the landing
more
zone,
information.
You cut power to buildings.
Squadron 42.
This is what really opens the game.
Yeah.
And John, as they said
that
in
is
the
a nice
segment,
jacket.
the first place this is going to come is ships.
Yeah.
So
other than the Star Citizen patch, I feel like that could have been better done.
What's the first version of this look like?
It's kind of just
it does just look like a sticker on it. They're showing this the Idris because they're trolls. No, it has to mean something.
Hammerhead, Hulle, Star Runner.
Why are we here?
Prove out
just to suffer.
Because naturally,
just
some
a
ships were
30K.
built a long time
just
ago.
a 30K.
Ones in recent times were built with this sort of level of.
Except we can't 30K because they've banned saying that in their
you'll have all these
Twitch chat,
components accessible.
apparently.
You'll be able to get to the relays, do all this
dog.
management. Something really cool in that video was
with them redoing the relays
and atmosphere stuff.
Like they're gonna have to redo basically all of their old.
Just being a ship, you're on board to like an interactive piece of the puzzle that gives you that multi-crew gameplay. You're not just limited to be, I'm a pilot, I'm a turret gunner, that's about it. Now engineers and support roles are going to have a huge part to play on ships because things will go wrong, and if you don't get on top of it quickly, it's going to be a very bad time for all involved.
Yeah, I said before.
It would have been nice to see a keynote of something like Ruin Station. Yeah, that would have been nice.
So it has been. I feel like I've been very patient and waiting, really wanting to see this go. And as I see everybody on EUPU and everybody that's contributing to this thing, it's just super exciting to see it really beginning to evolve.
It was this time last year that they announced that they were doing 4.0.
To be used tangibly in our prototypes and stuff like that. And it's just.
Wasn't
I think people
CitizenCon
know
2
I don't
days last
generally
year?
hype very often. I'm usually the guy sitting here. It's like, don't hype. Manage your expectations stuff. And you should still do that. I'm not.
CitizenCon was 2 days.
No. This is the part of the thing that I've been waiting for personally.
Yeah.
So I'm excited. All right. So ping pong from the visuals to the gameplay, the visuals to the gameplay, the visuals to the gameplay. We've only got one more scheduled presentation left. Ship Talk, Talking Ship.
Airplanes.
Our annual celebration.
If this
of
panel is
vehicles
also the same
new
length,
coming to the pipeline, vehicles coming
like 3
straight to
hours long.
pliable, things, something in the middle.
Not even.
That's going to star John Crew.
Oh no, it's buffering again.
And Ben
okay,
Curtis
we're okay.
and Paul
No, we're
Jones,
good.
And I'll let them take it away.
The bit rate just tanked.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh. Please tell me it's not the speaking ship. Okay, good.
Hi everyone, my name's John Crew. I'm the Vehicle Director here at Cloud Imperium Games. This year I'm once again joined by Ben Curtis, Vehicle Art Director, and Paul Jones, Concept Art Director, and this is our yearly Ship Talk panel. Like previous years, we'll be talking about something coming soon, something being announced
Does he have a
today,
very slight
something coming a bit
Irish
later,
accent?
and then the fan favourite, the Pick a Ship or Vehicle concept series. To kick things off this year, we're going to be talking about our new concept ship, which is the Crusader Spirit. This is a series of ships from Crusader Industries that is designed to take on a variety of other manufacturers.
That looks cool.
What is that?
Crew
Look like heavy
level
fighters.
and does a
Heavy and
wide
medium
variety
fighters
of
is what it
tasks
sounds
depending
like.
on which variant you pick. The two standout competitors to this ship are naturally the Cutlass and obviously the Cutlass Blue, Red, Steel. and the Freelancer series.
Okay.
So
they're like medium-sized
ships.
ships. Interesting, from Crusader.
Compared to the Cutlass and Freelancer series, the Spirit benefits from not only Crusade Industries' sort of stylish fish figurines, but also their renowned speed and agility.
That is
we have
gorgeous.
Three variants of the Crusader Spirit. We have the C1, which is
so it's the multi-role.
We have the A1, which is the light to sort of medium bomber version. And then we have the E1, which is the executive VIP transport version.
Ooh, there's a luxury version.
Of this Spirit series as a whole.
Ooh, I like that one.
The ship is kind of
I like that
shared
ship.
area.
That's nice.
And it's the rear section that swaps out.
So the C1 is the
Very Concorde from the back. You love it. I love it
comes
too.
with 48 SEU
48
cargo
SEU?
capacity
That sounds...
in the
48
central
SEU?
area.
That's pretty good.
Accessible
worse.
like
That's
the
about
other
the same
versions
as...
by the
That's
rear
just
round.
about
Ooh.
twice
Wide
the
enough
Nomad.
to
Oh,
allow
look
a
at that.
variety of ground-based vehicles on
I
board,
like that.
such as the Cyclone.
Very long.
You won't be fitting larger things in.
I wonder if those
like
wings
the
fold
tank.
up. No, they
However,
don't. Why do they have such
with
long
the
wings?
size of the cargo
gorgeous.
bay on the
Thrusters.
C1, you can put a vehicle
Interesting
and still have
thrusters.
some cargo capacity left over. The A1 is the
New
bomber
bomber.
version of the Spirit, which sort
Oh,
of
is that the-
splits the difference between the Hercules A2.
Is that the bomber from the concepts?
Bomber
last
version,
year?
which has
like straight to
both
fire.
size 10 and
Oh, it
size
is.
3 bomb options.
It is
This
straight
comes
to
with size
flyable?
5
No.
bombs,
Not
the
straight,
original
not
the
straight to
bomber
flyable,
concept choice.
but
gravity dropped.
they showed this
formations down
in
each
some of the
side of
concepts
the
from
central
last
area.
year.
So you have a nice
Oh, they
little
did.
down the
CitizenCon.
middle.
Yeah.
You have the two.
It was
Everyone
just like
thought
it was just like
an-
a silhouette.
Yeah,
but-
everyone thought it was an alien ship because it had
see
like
them
separated chunks.
Drop out of the bottom of the ship.
It delivers a different role.
I
to
love that.
What the
I love
Starlifter
it.
does in terms of the bomber.
It's so
I think
pretty.
It's a much
I like the way it
smoother,
looks,
faster
yeah.
ship.
That's a
So
really
I wonder
nice
how
looking
it'll-
ship.
You're going to be
If
kind of
it
getting in and
handles
out,
the way it looks,
and-
I'm gonna
and,
love this ship,
you
man.
know,
It's a
doing the
Crusader
body run
ship.
and
It'll
then
handle well.
Getting back out of the danger zone.
They always
quite
do.
quickly. So it feels quite familiar in that sense. But it
The
does deliver a unique
the MSR handles
play
worse than you'd
style,
expect.
compared to the
It handles way better
So
than
you might
any
ask
other
yourself
ship its
which one's
size.
better, and it
Am I
really
gonna buy it?
depends
Of course
on
I
what you
am.
want to wipe off the
It's
face of
already
the
in
planet
Pledge
with
Store.
bombing. Obviously, the A2 has both
Seriously?
heavy hitters and
New giveaway.
described as carpet bombing, whereas this is sort of for when you don't want to completely annihilate everything on the ground.
Oh,
And
cool.
lastly,
So
we
it's
have
like
the
a
E1
medium
variant, which,
bomber.
solely exists to
not
give Jared
super-
Hartman
Yeah.
for his Starliner. So this is a sort
Oh,
of
so
taste
this is like
of what
a
the Starliner
small
will
Genesis
get in the
Starliner.
future,
Mm.
but on a much smaller scale.
VIP one is a really interesting module. It's basically split into two levels, and so we really wanted to sort of have that VIP experience.
It's like a first class plane.
Obviously,
Yeah.
Private jet.
you're
Yeah,
coming
pretty
into a
much.
sort of multi-role ship,
Ooh.
but when you get into
Ooh,
the
that's
module,
slick
you've got
looking.
lockers, space to put any sort of
like
personal
that.
belongings. If essentially, you go into two elevators, left or right, and take you up to the top deck. So it has that sort of first class feeling.
I think what really makes the E1 stand out compared
like a
to
step
some
down
other
from
ships
like a
is the kind of
Phoenix.
the large panoramic
Yeah.
glass roof.
Luxury.
So when
Oh, they
you're
they
visiting
are
a
already
shed
on
near
the
area, you're gonna have great
store.
views,
That's
be able to kind of
hilarious.
How much are they?
reverse.
I
It's
am
something that I think is
checking
gonna
right
be
now.
Quite unique.
And
I just
we
need
also
to-
have the Mixmaster, which is at the front of the module, which is basically where players can go and choose whatever the drink it is.
That's a good
It's,
price. That's not that bad.
Cocktails or coffee. Then players will also have super comfy seats. They'll
How
have
much
the,
is it?
wide
$100 to
LED.
155 war bond.
I'm really
That's
excited to
not.
start getting our players
That's
and our AIs
not
into
that
these
bad.
ships,
That's
being able to
really
kind of
Really.
competitive with
How much is the pack?
experience
Does the pack have
that luxury
LTI?
living that,
Might just get the pack.
well, I've not yet to experience.
So between the three variants, there are a
'Cause I
number
like all
of
of them.
shared areas. The
That's why I
sort of
just
core
get
of
the
ship
A1.
changes with each variant.
Spirit
but there are some
Collection,
aspects which don't need to change,
concept,
and starting from the front of the ship, you
War
actually have
Bond
the cockpit or
370.
the bridge. So like other Crusader ships, you have
Lifetime
the
insurance.
side-by-side pilot
That's-
to co-pilot arrangement.
How
Then you
much is
have
it?
behind them
370
their
Yeah, that's for
living
all three of them.
quarters/bunk area,
bad.
and
Lifetime
component
insurance
access.
with
And then you have the variant
exclusive concierge
section, which
paints.
does
I'll get
change
that.
the
Paints
sort
look
of
like-
internal floor plan of the ships
Uh,
between them. Then at the rear of the ship, you naturally have
This
the
like
ramp access
one is
area.
like
So
red,
that's the
one's
Crusader
green, one's
Spirit.
blue.
We hope you look forward to
Pretty
seeing
nice
this
looking.
and
They already got
seeing
that
what it can
paints
do in the game in the
Oh,
future.
there's
Yeah, There you go.
Ooh, that gold paint's nice.
From something at the very start of our vehicle production pipeline to something nearing the end of the pipeline.
That is clean looking. Yeah.
The Drake Corsair is a important ship in their lineup.
Hey, Corsair.
It fills that multi-crew exploration
So these are
gap
concepted?
in their lineup. We've seen a lot of Drake ships of various usage and roles, such as the Buccaneer and Cutlass. In this size class, you naturally have the Constellation, the 600i, as the competitors. And what Drake brings is its usual rugged, overwhelming amount of firepower for its size, sort of classification to that entry.
It's Drake's dedicated exploration ship. It's
Hey, I agree with that, Mark.
Kind of a medium, deep space vessel, effectively. It's got a crew for up to 4, or space for up to
You want to
4
see a
crew.
bounty hunter variant of the Spirit?
It's got
Ooh.
a sizable cargo hold.
That would be nice.
And it's kind of got everything that you need to really spend a decent amount of time away from civilization. Away
Crusader
from
doesn't
stations,
tend to do that though.
and
They
just
always have
kind of
like
being able to
civilian,
chart out,
bomber,
those
and then
areas
like
of place. It brings
Yeah,
that
civilian,
sort of,
military,
in
and
between
no
military
nonsense,
version.
no frills approach to the ship, and
Sometimes,
you know
but usually they
something's gonna
do.
go
They
wrong.
focus on
It's gonna be something
bombing
that,
and
That's nice looking.
Something that, you have to cut back to a main dealer to get serviced and fixed. It's something that hopefully you and your crew
Corsair
will be
is
able to kind of
so cool
repair
looking.
and get back on running.
It is, yeah.
Just fix with some duct tape.
So fans,
It's like
when
the
they see,
Imperial
the ship,
shuttle
well,
from
it's
Star Wars.
really
Yeah.
the sort of heritage, the DNA that's running through the Spirit. So you can kind of almost imagine how the ship is built. It's got that military, easy fix kind of
And
feel. It's loaded with
Spirit
guns,
3-pack
loaded
has
with
been
turrets.
purchased.
It
Heck
has
yeah.
some really
You and Saban,
interesting
man.
I love it. I love it so much.
inside it.
It's such
I
a
don't
cool
know.
ship, man.
I think what's
It's so
quite
much money,
unique
though.
to the Corsair is wings,
Eh.
the way they fold up. This
Whatever.
isn't done purely for style. Being Drake is
I don't have an
more their
income right
function.
now 'cause
It
it's
allows you to
taking,
get in and out of the hangars much easier.
way too damn long.
Put quite a lot of effort into
I
keeping that
technically have a
really
job,
iconic,
but it's like
exterior
I have
kind
not
of
gotten it.
silhouette.
I was offered the job and then they like.
But still making it functional.
It's complicated,
It
man.
works. At the moment, we're
It's no
just
fun.
kind of
I
finishing
gotta
up the
do
final
because of my
arc.
medication. I gotta do
Most
drug
of the
tests and stuff.
exterior has
Yeah.
had,
And it's
majority
taken
of
like
it is,
2 fucking weeks.
Core art time spent on it. We've still got lighting to do. We've still got kind of like final finishing to do, tweak some of the materials so we're kind of properly
Not
happy.
really.
But it's in a good place, so I'm really, really excited to be able to show you.
So let's take a
I
look
wonder if they'll
inside the
update
ship,
on the
and
band
once again,
measurement.
we'll go front to back.
Probably will.
On the inside of the ship, we start right at the front, the cockpit. The Corsair has quite a unique
a little
feel to
fan.
its cockpit. The pilot is kind of sat right up
That's
front,
all the
and then
AC
kind of
you get.
Classic kind of Drake styling.
You like the
pilot
E1?
gets in the seat behind them. And
Yeah,
actually
that-
sits
Well,
down into
snag
the
it.
floor.
Yeah, the
That
co-pilot
that's
seat
nice.
goes
from
down.
the main cockpit area into that kind of co-pilot kind of section. It's
What
you move
does
right
the
forward and you
co-pilot
stand pretty
do
much
in
underneath where the
Shoots
pilot
more
is.
guns.
It gives great visibility.
Does it just
for
shoot the
both
And I
guns?
guess you have
pilot
access
and
to
the co-pilot.
turrets.
The other
Okay.
nice thing about this cockpit
Co-pilot
is,
would
again,
probably
you've got
be
the
majority of the
shields that
time.
stuck out either side of you.
I would think
okay.
investing with shields and
in the
power.
rear of the cockpit, we've got the
Like
captain's
once they get
quarters. So
the,
the captain's quarters is actually pretty much
the,
identical to the rest
multi-crew
of the quarters
stuff
in the ship in
implemented
terms of its
better.
kind of size and its-
Because the
its,
pilot, you don't want to
unities.
have to
As
be
you move
worrying
back
about
through the
that
ship,
whenever
there's
you're
a,
shooting at things.
I guess a small kind of crossroads.
That's
directly behind
so-
the bridge. From here, you can either progress backwards straight into habitation, or to either
It's
side.
so
you've
small
got
on the
turret
inside.
access. So it's right really at the
Okay.
kind of like the neck of the ship, effectively.
The side turrets have changed a little since the concept phase. They now have a greater range of motion in sort of the yaw axis. We're quite limited at concept stage.
I do not know which direction yaw
45
is.
degrees,
I think.
each way.
I think
You're
yaw is
able
up
to
and
get
down.
90 degrees pretty much each
I think
way. So
left
it's
and
very
right.
Yaw,
effective,
yaw is
especially
left and right.
firing, which
Oh
again,
my gosh, they
Corsair
can
has
basically shoot
so many guns
forward.
Forward.
Having extra
Yeah.
two turrets is very, very Drake.
In habitation, we've got you've got the remaining 3 crew quarters that, being Drake, they are no frills. You've got a bed, you've got somewhere to store your gear, and that's pretty much it. The main habitation area though is
My kids will inherit
if
my
anything,
ships when I die,
quite
and maybe the game
luxurious
will
for a
finally be
Drake
released
ship
to them.
in that there's a decent sized space. You've got your bathroom, which is no frills. It's
It's
got
a
a shower,
funky
it's got a
looking toilet, man.
whatever.
Does it have a
Got
toilet?
the,
Oh, it does have a toilet. Okay.
The kind of chow line for all your food and everything you need to survive, and then right in the
Chow
heart of
line.
the
I don't know if
habitation area
nice is
a
the word I
large
would use
sizable,
for a Corsair.
seating area, and that's not just for the crew to have
very
their meals,
utilitarian.
somewhere that you can plan operations, plan your next move, and really decide where you're taking your adventure. As we move back from habitation, we start to get into like the rear half of the ship. I think if the habitation area is like the heart of the crew in the ship, then
that
the
area
engineering
is
area is
interesting.
the real
It's a little
heart
tight.
of the ship itself.
It's sort of this octagonal, hexagonal space with a few little rooms coming off it to cram components in. And off one of those you have the side airlock, which again has suit lockers and weapon lockers in there for before you go into EVA or docking or coming back out of, before you enter the rest of the ship.
And then you've also got the lift, and the lift not only goes down to ground level, but it also takes you up to the roof of the
levers.
ship. So if you do want to go on a quick spacewalk, or you need to go and repair something on the exterior, then you've got
But the
easy
freaking
access
levers
straight up the lift
for the
and
elevator.
out you go.
Then finally at the rear you have the main
I
cargo
really
hold,
don't want to sacrifice
which
the
has
money
space
to
for
put
a
a
Nurse
button,
rover
man.
or similar sized vehicles and down, along with a significant cargo capacity.
And
That's
being
a lot
a
of cargo.
Drake ship, there's a huge ramp on the back of it. All the mechanics are exposed. You can really see the workings of how the ship actually operates. If you're a fan of Drake, it certainly ticks all those boxes.
So I think the Corsair is a particularly cool ship. I love the styling of
Is
it.
that a
love the
screen
asymmetric,
behind in that
wing arrangement of it.
Yeah.
I think it's just going to be a great, fun addition to the game, giving those sort of players who enjoy that Drake experience their slice of the pie, and you'll be able to experience that
IAE
yourselves
this year.
at IAE this year. And a vehicle coming
When's
later
IAE?
today, a vehicle that's at the
November.
end of the pipeline. We have
That's
the
when they're
Cat
doing
STV.
Corsair.
Racing is a cool and fun aspect of Star Citizen.
Hey, they got
and
new,
it's something that
UI.
we've seen that backers really enjoy
Yeah.
doing and organising amongst themselves. It's something that we really want to help support
Racing
from
buggy.
within CIG. So we wanted
I
to
love it. It's
bring
so
a new
cute.
vehicle to the verse, which is where the
If only I
STV
like land
came
vehicles.
So the STB is the Grey Cat sports terrain
It's so
vehicle.
cute.
It builds on what they learned from the PTV, but it brings it out of the hangars, off of the tarmac, and
LTI
onto,
tokens.
much
Wonder how
more
much those
rugged
are.
terrain.
It's a four-wheeler,
Let's see.
two-person, open-topped, sport styling, everything you need to razz around on the planets. So the STV is
Is it
actually
up on
part of
the
a wider
story yet?
family of vehicles.
I
You
wouldn't doubt
may
it.
recognise a resemblance in the name to the Grey Cat PTV, which is also part of that family. And we also have a third vehicle lined up that we want to do in the future.
there
called
yet.
the
I'm gonna buy
UTV,
that ship.
which is
There's no way I'm not.
intelligent terrain vehicle.
I love
And
that. The
we've actually
UTV.
reconcepted the PTV, and we have the concept for the UTV. And when you see all
I
three
love
side by
Ooh,
side,
the
you'll see
updated
that
PTV
family
looks
resemblance.
great.
The interior
better,
again is
yeah.
similar design language, simple layout.
Hey, Hornet looks different.
Easy to clean. That was a big thing for us. Even
In on the shop.
Mechanic.
Does it?
All this sort of builds
Yes,
in.
I think
to
so.
the sort of
Just the
visuals
normal
of the
Hornet.
vehicle. So, the floors have got drill holes in them, so it can easily let water through.
You can buy the car
seats
2 out right
easily
now.
removable,
These are all
so you
paints.
can actually
I want
see the
this
bolts
T-shirts.
where you can just quickly rip them out. And so all of this thinking goes into those kind of vehicles. The wheels are a big feature, large sort of rubber
I
mud
love the look of
guards.
that. It's so chunky.
There's lots of subtleties.
How long until we get that and get them stuck up in trees?
sort of
As soon as
cross-section of all these
possible.
things. Maybe people wouldn't notice, but
Immediately
for us,
is
these are,
is the answer.
part of making
PTV's not
manufacturing
changed.
consistent.
So the STV delivers
Yeah.
back gameplay that is, you and a buddy out exploring over our planets. We've got these vast ships that you can explore deep space and go off with big multi-crews. But what this really allows you to do is get down on one of our many
I
planets.
kind of love
and
it.
go
It's so
exploring on
tiny.
the ground. It's not just a vehicle for you and a friend. It's
I
also
like
got
this shape. I
cargo
like the
space in
boxy
back, so if
shapes.
you are
That's
out
always
doing
been. I like
missions,
normal cars like
rather
that.
than having to fly your
It
ship
has
directly to
cargo
where the
rack
mission
in the
is.
back.
It allows you to land,
That's
slightly
so
out there, slightly in a
cute.
safer area. You still got space to load up with weapons, load up with your.
How much does each
whatever
drug
mission
thing
items
sell
you need
for
to get in and out
during
nice and
Jumptown?
quick.
Compared to the
Oh, that's
Cyclone RC,
awesome.
which is a sort of racing
Oh,
variant
gosh,
of
Moo.
a non-racing vehicle, the STV was built from the ground up to be a good racing
bots
vehicle. It
are-
has
Oh.
a good chassis, it has better handling, it has better top speed, and that what
We've
makes
got
it
the
a
bots.
compelling racing choice.
The best things about Star Citizen as a whole is it kind of brings a lot of gameplay, and it's not all about combat. It's not all about
Someone spam chat.
flying these massive ships. And I think
get that
one
off
of
the
the
screen.
things that a lot of us are excited
It's
internally
not-
about
oh.
is racing within our game. a lot of us come from
it's not in
a
normal
racing
chat right now.
background in terms of the games we've developed before. A lot of us are petrol heads at heart. So I think being able to build on that kind of gameplay.
Was the UTV straight to playable? I don't know.
It's super exciting for us.
It seems like it should
If you
be,
stick
but
around
it's
to
not
the end of
here
the
yet.
broadcast, you'll get your first chance at seeing the
Thank you, Kenneth.
STV in action in a race organised by Atmo Esports, creators of the Daymar Rally, where you'll see it taking on the terrain for the first time. You'll be able to pick one of
At
these
the end of the
vehicles up
broadcast.
today at the end of the broadcast.
What?
You can buy one at the end.
Okay.
And finally, the most important aspect of these inaugural shows, the pick a ship concept challenge thing. For those of you that have seen previous years,
So you remember when I said?
we've thrown up some.
Remember when I said that I think there will be 4 ships
asked for your feedback
revealed
on which
today?
one we should actually make. And the wise
I was
among you
correct.
have probably realised that we end up making
Nice.
pretty much all of them anyway.
That's only been
So
Is it
instead of
5?
just doing that again,
Oh yeah.
that we
Oh,
wanted
that's
to do
right.
that, we thought we'd do something slightly different.
Even
this
more
year.
than I expected
Just have
then.
a single ship option.
Technically, but if you take
and
base
the
models,
choice is
Yeah.
actually the manufacturer and the styling of that ship. So we want to do a nice, large civilian mining ship that bridges the gap between the Argo Mole and the RSI Orion, because if you know those two ships, there is quite a gulf of space in between them. We wanted to fill that gap with
We don't need
an
a third
intermediary
mining
stepping
ship.
stone before you jump into the big
You know how big the Orion
RSI
is?
Orion, which
Yeah, the Orion
Yeah,
is
well,
like
we don't need it yet.
As
the
big as
Orion's
a javelin.
ridiculously massive.
The Mole is the current mining system, just lots of it. So with this larger ship, we want to increase that and also provide onboard space for our ground mining vehicles such as the Rock and the Rock DS, which allows you the flexibility of taking on any mining situation that you can come across. So with that, we have 3 choices, which are basically the manufacturers.
Oh, it's
We have
100% going to
RSI's
be one.
first choice.
So we have to.
RSI
It's just
could be a Orion,
choosing.
so this would be a smaller vehicle in that family. We have Argo again. We have the Mole, so naturally it could be a larger step up from that. And then we have Misk, the third option. Obviously, Misk do the Prospector.
What?
So again, keeping it all within the same family. As you can see from these images, they each have their sort of own.
Why not an
styling
alien
take
mining
on
ship? That would have been cool.
Pitch.
Alien mining ship would have been
At the end of this
would
ship
be
talk panel,
great.
Jared will come on and explain
Yeah, but it's
how
just
you
I would love
100%
that.
a mining ship, but we only
That's
get
the
to
end of talking
choose
ship.
the
So over to you, Jared.
where it's from.
All right, and so the Crusader Spirit is available now as a concept promotion on the RobertSpaceIndustries.com website. The STV is coming to the coming to the universe, at the end of the broadcast, just in time for the Atmo Esports
Oh, that's interesting.
event that's happening after this.
Oh, okay.
And
Stage
the Corsair
drivable.
will be making its way to you at this year's Intergalactic Aerospace
What's
Expo.
the
And to vote on
anagram?
this year's
Anagram? What's the
John
shortened
Cruise
version of
Pick a
that?
Ship challenge thingy is
No, I
they
don't
called
know.
it.
Flyable
There is a
STF?
link on the
STF?
RobertSpaceIndustries.com
Straight to
website.
drivable.
where you can
Straight to
go and
drivable,
vote
yeah.
on the manufacturer for the next big mining ship. So, John,
They always
recently
look so serious.
you went through and just nuked all the speeds
They
of
did
all the
that?
ground vehicles, and obviously you did that so that the STV could be the fastest.
That's certainly one take on, on what happened. To talk about it a bit more in depth, it was actually planned for quite some time. As we know, game development timelines go all over the place. So we'd actually done this for 3.18 Ivocati, which sadly did not come out before 3.17.3 went live. So we did that because, quite frankly, a lot of those vehicles were ludicrous speeds, like 55 meters a second is like over 120 miles an hour off-road.
Yeah, off-road. That's
Off-road, 120 miles an hour is terrifying, especially on like Star Citizen planets with rocks that would just kill you. So we wanted to bring the cyclones down. We want to
rally
sort of
cars
rebalance everything.
only
Not
go 50
everything
to 70
has gone
usually, so
as
that makes sense.
As intended, like the rocks and the Ursas are not quite where they should be, so we will go back and do more changes. But the idea was people will get to see it in 3.18.
People are
So it
complaining
wouldn't
in
be
chat.
such
Great.
a surprise in 3.17.3, which unfortunately is.
Of course, they're
but
complaining.
as far as the new ships go,
Well,
the
yeah,
Crusader
but I feel like
everything else, yay.
looks amazing.
They told us
like
that CitizenCon's going to be
when
shorter,
you say I gotta
but I
ask
feel
you,
like they
you say
didn't get
this is a small
that
taste of
information
what
out well
players
enough.
can expect for the Starliner, which anybody should know is my favorite ship. That's
Yeah.
still not out yet, John.
Unless they have some sort of surprise
When
presentation.
you say a little taste, what does that mean? I'm asking for me.
I mean, they haven't talked about the BMM at all, which I assumed they were going to talk about it, at least a little bit.
Interior look development. So the time we spent on the Spirit E1, the E1 Spirit, is really what we're going to build on for that. So you're going to have like that VIP first class pod enclosure. Mixmaster, the most important feature of the Starliner.
I still have no idea how that's going to work.
Ask Tony, it'll be fine.
It's like having a jetliner, where you've got the
sort of feel,
first class,
that
front,
transport feel,
and business and
really
economy
shown in Star Citizen. Every man and their donkey was pestering me for that Horizon shuttle concept, and we'd planned to do like a Crusader Cutlass competitor, which is its like internal working name, and I hated it because it got abbreviated like the 3 Cs. We just called it the ship the 3 Cs the entire time. And then there was that sort of vocal uprising about, hey, John Crew, give me that Horizon shuttle, and that sort of the two things merged together, and that's where it came from.
And then the Grey Cat STV, which will be our straight-to-drivable vehicle, going live on the website and stuff at the end of this broadcast. That's an exciting, push in the Grey Cat, the Grey Cat arena. It looks sporty as heck.
Yeah.
That thing's $15.
And it was neat to see a sneak peek of the UTV as well, which
It's not going to be fit. It'll probably be like 25.
It's not in active development right now.
The Mule was
when we decided
$45.
to do the STV, we're like, hey,
and that's got a lot more functionality. So I'm thinking 20, 25.
No, because the original PTV is 15.
Minor from back in the day.
So
but they're updating the original PTV too to have more
there wasn't
usability.
really like a family lineage.
So the STV will probably be
around
25 to 30.
However,
I don't
unrecognized.
think it'll go because $30. That's a Mustang.
Let's do a sporty version. Let's do a
So I don't think it'll go up to
version.
30.
See, we've got those 3 together now.
It might. Ground vehicles are
the family lineup and
relatively
each do
expensive.
slightly different things, which is cool. But yeah, the STV is that beach buggy, dune buggy.
Oh, the extreme this guy's relates to you. This guy's like,
really
where
fun
is
to
Perseus in chat over on
if you,
the Star Citizen chat?
we've got one small thing left.
That's just Extreme Zalt.
That's my bar.
There has to be a ready now surprise at the
we'll
end.
do the small thing first, and then buckle up because I'm not going to tell you.
What's he telling us?
I'll tell you in like 5 minutes. But before we get there, last year during last year's CitizenCon presentation, we explored a lot of the outlaw lifestyle, their outposts, the space stations and stuff. We thought we'd do a little sizzle to follow up on how those things have evolved in the year since. So get ready. We're going to show a quick sizzle, and when we get back, there'll be something. It'll be a neat surprise.
Excited.
Stay tuned.
Oh. Okay.
People are saying BMM, probably not Kraken. No way, it's Kraken. Not whenever Bengal's not in yet. Fully.
Let's see.
I got chills though.
All right, shut up. Let's watch this. That looks so good.
Love the atmosphere. That's cool.
What are they doing to that poor Ursa?
What's that? What is that? Dude, the javelin looks so small.
That looks awesome.
So big.
Ruin Station, baby.
Is that gonna be in Pyro?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay. with it too.
Oh, it looks great. It looks fantastic.
Yeah, you can see like the weather things they were talking about last time too.
Yeah, the like condensation dripping down.
It's so big, it's got its own weather like system.
Yeah. That station is so huge.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Especially if they end up,
cannot
like-
wait.
Because dude, if this ends up being like the size of like playable size of like a city at least, that's gonna be crazy.
Bro, I'm getting chills. I'm getting goosebumps from this.
I'm chilling.
Same, dog.
This is so good. It's the most beautiful pile of trash I've seen ever.
The Rock. It's not just a pile of trash. It's a dumpster. Oh, I love those like little harness things right there. Yeah, dude.
Lifestyle, a glimpse at how the outposts and the space stations have evolved since we saw them at last year's CitizenCon 2019.
That looks so cool.
Now, if you've been following our program today, you might think this is it. We're near the end, but we've got one more special surprise
Chris Roberts?
in store. Joining us
maybe?
on the show today are two people who probably need no introduction, but we're
He's
going to do
here.
it anyway. Founder and CEO, Mr. Chris
Saban,
Roberts.
you got what you wanted.
Hey, it's Chris again.
How you
He's
doing?
back.
Doing good, Jared.
Welcome to the spaceship. Welcome back to the spaceship. You opened the show today. And Squadron 42 game director, Mr. Richard Tyrer.
Hello, how's it going?
This is your first time on the spaceship.
It is.
What you think?
I think it's very nice. Very
Really
comfortable.
I'm just going to ask everybody how it thinks all day.
Daddy Chris,
So
man.
yeah, so Chris, Rich, you're here. Are we going to talk a little bit about Squadron 42? Is that what we're doing right now?
Well,
shit,
yes
it's
and no.
British.
So both me and Rich have been heads down working really hard on Squadron as well as helping out on the PU. And one thing that we've
Squadron.
thought
Squadron.
that would maybe better to reiterate is there's a huge amount of work that we're doing on Squadron that is going to make a massive difference to Star Citizen, the PU. And
They're releasing the
we
Javelin.
wanted
Imagine.
maybe to talk about some of the things that we're doing, because I know a lot of people say, well, everyone's working on Squadron, no one's working on the PU, and that's not really true, because a huge amount of the core gameplay that we're
Idris
working on
Flyable?
Squadron is specifically being built not just for Squadron, but to benefit the PU, and we're just doing it in sort of the test kitchen of Squadron to allow us to really
Flyable Idris.
Come
on, say it, Chris.
polish and
Say
make
it.
sure the features work well without having to be caught up in the sort of quarterly release cycle that you have on the PU.
Say it.
Because we were
Say
finding
it. Say it.
It was hard for us to really finish the features out. You know, we'd get a tier 0 out, and then it would just sort of sit around for a while because
There's so
everyone
many
was
things you
rushing on
get
to
to
the
say.
next set of features they wanted to do. And for Squadron, obviously, we're
Making me
we're
hyper tonight,
shipping as
man.
a final polished AAA title, so everything needs to be really put together, working really well, and playing great. And so we're trying in the setup that we're doing now to do that for the features that we've identified that we need to make sure works really well for
Let the man
Squadron,
ramble,
but
no.
also will play across into the PU. And so we thought it would be really useful to come by and tell you all about some of the subtle things and the gameplay
saying they
aspects
guys
that
are
we're working
live
on
with
that
us
maybe you
watch.
haven't heard
Like they're
from
not over
Todd
Europe.
or Tony or everyone else that in today and during the ISCs, because we sort of try to keep the Squadron stuff close to our chest to really sort of surprise and impress people when we do it. And so we thought, why don't we just come by and maybe just talk about little things, maybe show you a sneak peek of something here and there. Not
Ooh,
everything
sneak peek for Squadron.
Trying to keep it close to our
Yeah.
chest until it's really ready to let the baby out of the carriage and it's beautifully dressed and all the rest of it. But hopefully it'll give you guys some insight to what's happening and also understand that a huge amount of the development resources, even if you think they're working on Squadron, are ultimately working on stuff that will be in the persistent universe.
So let's talk a little bit more about that before we jump into the actual features. This co-development has been part of the process since the project was first introduced 10 years ago. Congratulations on 10 years, by the way. Rich, talk to me a little bit about this co-development. You started with the PU, and then you've now gone over to the Squadron 42. So you've worked in both. Environments. You know the struggle of T0 features and the quarterly releases for the PU, and now you're getting to kind of your experience is different on Squadron. Talk to me about how that's changed. How it's
when Chris rambles, years get added on.
Or will ultimately.
Well, when I worked on the PU, it wasn't really the PU or Squadron.
E times Squadron 42 to the power of 2 equals PTU.
Pushed both projects. So the focus when we were on the PU, or when we were more PU focused, was that we would make sure that we were getting features up and running, developed to the specifications that we needed them to work in a multiplayer environment, and then getting them out into the audience's hands, on quarterly releases. But the biggest issue, I think, if you've seen me doing talks on SC Live over the years, or even in some of our retrospectives, is that we'd get features, and the way that our, CIG set up is we have feature teams and we have content teams.
We got more butts.
So what would happen is we'd develop a feature and then we'd push it to the live audience to get feedback around that feature. But there would almost be a lag with the importance of that feature and turning that from a singular thing into an experience, a gameplay experience that you'd go and enjoy and play as part of a fun game. So we always had this lag where content teams were then trying to get on top and then use the feature, and we were trying to change the feature. So I think this kind of pulled it back a bit, allowed us to really focus on both the content and the feature at the same time, because it allowed us to bring it as under one umbrella, which is Squadron 42. So we were able to get that feature in the game, not as a T0, but as a fully whole, capable gameplay experience that, myself, Chris, we can play and enjoy it and go, is this right? Do we need to make it better? How does it feel? And also prove that out with the content that we want. So once we then developed that and honed it and almost cast it in that iron, in the crucible kind of thing, we can then move it into the PU, and ultimately, it's not that they're going to get features.
Thank you for the help, Moo.
Later, because they would have
we can
happened
vote for the
earlier,
new mining ships now.
Not ready. You can
Neat.
I can pick a few features right now where you think, well,
I
there's
don't
not
know
really
yet.
a huge purpose for them. Mounting guns is a good example. It's not really a huge purpose for them in the PU right now.
I think I'm going to
But
vote
we're making
RSI,
sure that any
because
feature
I like
that
the
we
way
work
their
on has
ships
that
look
purpose.
more.
So when it does go into the
there's
PU,
already
into the game,
a big Argo.
people can use it and experience it how we wanted it to be designed and how we wanted it to be. Because we struggle a few times.
I like the way
say,
this
for example,
looks.
actor status is a good example. We have this
It's
vision of
between
how
Argo and
it
RSI,
sits
yeah.
across this broad spectrum of the game, but we're having to piecemeal it in. And that never really gives you the true intentions of where we want to go. And I think this allows us to do that in Squadron, really hone it down and then give it to the PU audience. And I think fundamentally it's better for the development of the features, and it's better for the gameplay experience that both players will experience in both products.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point. Is that it's before we were developing the sort of features in isolation, and then they sort of went in to try to get used in Squadron and try to get used in the PU, but they weren't really developed iteratively with content, and so that's the reason why we sort of pulled back some of the stuff and are working on Squadron is because then we can iterate it with actual
they do.
content, which is what Rich
So I
was
wonder
talking
what a
about,
larger
to make sure it feels well and right.
I
with
just
the
really hope
time
if we choose Misk, it
to
just
bake it
just
in without
another
having
big penis.
Feel like, oh, okay, we've got a quarterly release out, and because there's a lot.
All
that goes
Misk
on
ships
with
need to
quarterly
look like a
release in
penis.
terms of it's not.
I think I
just
vote Misk
that
just because
one
I'm
feature,
curious
there's all
about
these other things
the
that go into it. There's a whole
alien side of
process
stuff.
Publishing and splitting off the
RSI is
streams,
winning right now.
So there's
Misk
a
is
huge
unmatched.
amount of effort and work every time you do
Thank
one
you,
of
Moo.
these releases. It sort of eats into your development time in terms of doing the feature, and so pulling it out of that sort of loop and saying, okay, we're going to work with it in Squadron to really make it polished, so it's like not a T0
I feel like they're
version.
just
We've
baiting
really
us.
got it down. It feels good.
Because they're just saying
this is fun, this is challenging.
There is things. We're not going to say what they are, but
they
there are things, and we're just going to keep saying that there are things over and over again.
We definitely have content.
On our side,
We for sure have content.
Telling you,
I'm not going to show it to you, but we have it.
You've got it right
We-
now.
it's there,
We
we
are very
promise.
aware of a lot of say, usability
Take our word for it.
user experience issues that we are addressing right now in Squadron specifically for both Squadron and the PU that's going to, and we'll show you a couple of little things that will help with that today. But essentially, if you think of core gameplay in terms of, we have some core areas what we call the sort of the actor system, which would be the FPS, the players moving around on foot, interacting with things, the vehicle stuff, which like John Crew heads up, but the whole vehicle systems, and you've already seen some presentations today on things that are very specific to vehicles, like the sort of need for multiple speeds, and also the resource network, which is going to first roll out in vehicles, but it's going to be universal. All those are sort of core gameplay.
I think mining's actually in a pretty good spot right now.
Happening.
It is.
Now,
I'm not interested in it like at all, but I think it's pretty
making them work well.
It's probably the most in-depth mining system
for Squadron, and then
I've seen the fact that you have to like get out and plant
another good example, which
because compared to the other today, very much the other space game that has a mining system,
side of the need for speed, but
it's a lot more involved because the most complex that you could get is like
more stuff on
shoot
the
these things in these locations and then wait for a bit and then get 3 million credits because you did avoidable asteroid. It's like
now, first of all, it's
okay, it takes me like 2 hours to get 20 million credits and get every single ship in the game. Like, no, thank you.
Minimalist, depending on what your context is. It's going to be, depending on what equipment you have, you may be able to cast some stuff to your visor, maybe not. And we're building this system to work well in all the ships used in Squadron, and then it will get rolled out to the PU, which has obviously much wider range ships. But as we're designing
please
it,
be more than FOIP
2.0 in mind. And so there's a lot of things. People
could you
talk
imagine
about Star Map forever, or so that has definitely been a major. I mean, there's right now I think 3 engineers, a couple of visualists on it that we're really sort of working to make. The new Star Map, which people haven't had, it's been in development yet.
They've been working on that for a while.
Today, but
that's good.
That is going to be much improved experience. But all of it, sort of navigation.
Yes, it does.
I'm glad that they're taking time to make it really good before they release it.
All things we're really focusing on here to bring across into.
I think mining should be a multi-crew / ship event. The bigger and more dangerous, the better, with higher reward. I mean, it's kind of supposed to be.
The PU and a lot of things are going to sort of come together over the next.
But the problem is the current, the current multi-crew mining ship, which is the Mole, doesn't really have the storage capacity to make it financially worth using it.
Oh, really?
It's better to use 3 prospectors.
Individual features has got the microscope of that specific
I wonder.
Feature, but it's how they interact together
what I think they should do.
So it's about
with
bringing them all
PS,
together to create that gameplay experience.
You'll be able
number
to
2 is
like.
That none of these are like
you go mining and you just keep a hull A on hand.
We're going to work on that. All of the stuff that we'll talk about today.
So
is stuff that we're
you just
because
does Argo do they have refiners?
But
hull A?
in our
No.
hands, we can play it.
No, does the Argo Mole have a refiner?
No.
So it's something that we're fairly advanced along.
Well, at the very least, you just pick up the
pull back the curtain,
the ore, and you take it over to
of the things that we're going to talk about, and I think we're about
because
ready
that
to
adds another gameplay loop for the Pearson flying.
Some of the things
Hull A
aspects
too.
to show. Some things won't have.
Because by the time you get back, they might be halfway full or near full already.
Some of the things will be presented in test maps because we don't want to give away any Squadron 42 specific locations and stuff like that. That said, I think we can maybe show some stuff in Osiato because people.
We already showed one location.
So you guys ready to? This enough preamble?
Let's go.
Let's start with.
Here we go.
Rich, you were the AFT guy. Now you're the whole Squadron game guy. But let's start with something that affects everybody. This is a first-person universe, after all. Let's talk about the FPS radar and the player interaction system stuff. What can you tell us about how this has evolved?
That's interesting because we obviously, I think I've given a talk on FPS radar and scanning in the past. And I think the biggest thing that when we look at what Star Citizen is now, what's the first thing that you do, you're in your bed. How do you interact with the game? How do you interact with the environment that's around you? Doors, getting into your ship, how do you interact with kiosks? And a lot of the thing that we realized is that, and it's not something new, it's just something we've always wanted to get to, is how does the player interface with the game? How do they translate their controls and what they want them to do, ultimately in the universe that they're playing And how does that then translate in the computer game so that it does what you expect it to do? And I think one of the biggest things was the player interaction experience, where we kind of used this terminology to understand, like, that's like interact mode, personal inner thought, the player interaction system, all of these umbrella systems that kind of sit underneath this main kind of like saga, shall we say. And I think that's one of the things that we really want to improve and make better, because I think it's lacking right now. If you go and walk around the universe, generally having to go into interact mode, having to use the cursor, having to select things.
Full body tracking VR. That'd be neat.
The world physical.
Probably won't happen, but it would be neat.
That you're immersed in it.
Well, you can interact with things, like the props are interactive.
Exactly.
You can do things. You can push things around. You can move them. I mean, the whole goal is to make it a sort of physically living universe.
Exactly.
That you can interact with to a level that in most FPS games you don't, right? Because most FPS games you run around, you shoot things. Maybe you pick up a gun that gets dropped, but you generally most everything's static. And so our goal, definitely for the PU, it's one of the reasons why we're doing the persistent, the whole idea of persistent streaming and later on the server meshing is to have this fully persistent universe
so that's why Squadron 42 is taking so long, is because they're making sure you can push all the chairs around.
My spaceship instead of your spaceship, Jared. and it will be there. It will persist. So obviously interacting with things is a huge deal. In Squadron, we have a huge amount of.
I want to make sure that if I arrange the chairs to shape like a penis, that it will look like a penis when I come back.
A level that I haven't seen in a lot of FPS games. So it's almost like a sort of story game and a puzzle game and a traversal game and a combat game and a stealth game and a flight game all rolled into one.
Poop mechanics,
so we need systems that are easy to use, and currently what we have. Ideas were good, but it's pretty clunky. So we've been really focusing on it, because also we want you to be able, keyboard, mouse. What if you joystick? What if you have a gamepad? We need to make sure all that stuff works well. So we don't want to have 400 key presses you have to remember to do stuff, and we don't want it to take forever to interact and do stuff. And so we've really been thinking about those. And those are, by the way, have been large complaints on the PU, just getting in, new person getting into the game, like, how do I get out of bed? How do I do some basic stuff? How do I understand? Right now it's sort of trial by fire. I mean, I think, there's a lot of people, it's almost like, I don't know whether it's a From Software thing where it's like, oh, I managed to beat the challenge of Star Citizen and I actually got to my ship. But we need to make that better, and so that is actually one of the big things we've been focusing on.
Star Citizen is the Dark Souls of MMORPGs.
By the way, these have been plans that have been around for quite a while. Absolutely. And Rich, back when he was
Dark Souls of space simulators.
You thought Margit the Fell was hard in Elden Ring. You haven't met Elevator.
Things to do.
It's Star Citizen.
Because of what we
Elevator the Cruel.
Star Citizen, on the alpha.
Elevator the Demented.
Well, we're getting
Jared's jacket is distracting. Why do they put those pockets on the front like that to distract you?
Part of it is basically removing the barrier. So removing the clunkiness, as Chris said, to how to interact with the environment. So what we've kind of gone to, we've gone to kind of this weighted system. So if you're walking over to a trolley, you shouldn't have to look exactly at the handle to be able to go, oh, I want to use the trolley. You just want to be able to go over there, and the game, you go, I want to interact with the trolley. Just press F, and the game should know. Yeah, they want to.
And then you interact with the trolley, and then it kills you.
You've got quite a lot of things.
Because it was a mimic.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want, but you want to be able to just walk over there and not have to go into a mouse cursor mode to be able to then select it. You should just be able to go, I want to look at the green ship.
I'm curious about, so is he saying like a scroll menu?
Your
little what does he mean by
mini
that?
ship over there, or the book, or your coffee cup, or whatever, and you just want to be able to go and look at those things.
I think Jared is as confused as the rest of us.
When you're looking at
with Toby Eye Tracker,
I
think I could see. That is.
Yeah. You don't want to have to go into this separate mode to be able to do
But if you use Toby Eye Tracker,
I think that's one of the
that kind of makes sense, because you physically looking at something.
That's such a
because it has
across the entire.
It can tell where you. Well, if you calibrate it right, it can tell where you're looking at on the screen.
You're walking around, or you're in EVA.
So if you
crouched, or you're
look at the thing and then press F, like, oh, I want to pick up this. That makes a lot of sense.
Effortlessly interact with the game.
But the fact that you have to have Toby Eye Tracker for that, that's kind of
involved in what you're doing in the gameplay. Not have
that's like a downside.
I think it just generally means if you get close to something and use your mouse
if
to
there's a bunch of things on the table, how do you know?
Area is kind of what we're
because he wants it
to be like
a quick scan.
You pick up
This
the
is
like you
something that,
like it doesn't
again,
even take
if you think of
you
these
like
stuff
if you
as
just walk like
universe,
in real life you walk up to a table and you
that's
just
one of
grab
our
the thing
strengths,
because
that
you're
we
planning on
will
grabbing it
detail it
beforehand
And
instead
so
of having
you
to
wanna
walk
be
up to
able
the
to go in
table,
and
hold
understand
F,
all the individual
and
pieces that you can go and
you
go, I
know,
wanna
jig
move
around
that
and make sure that
thing,
you
or
select
I
the
wanna
right
go and
thing.
get in a giant ship.
Yeah.
But
And
sometimes
then
Toby, I tried
pick
to
it up,
go
then
to
click to the ground and
what
die.
what is environment or what is interactive.
How,
or
how would they
which
do that
bits are
without
relevant
Toby Eye
to
Tracker
me.
if there's a bunch
You know,
of
for
things on the
example,
I don't
table?
know.
Uncharted, they
What I'm
have
curious about.
you know
I don't
painted
know.
areas to show you
Magic.
where you need to go and where you need to navigate. But
Maybe
you know, that's not
encourage
Star
you
Citizen.
to
Star
select the
Citizen's
thing
built on
as you're
realism
walking
and the
up
reality of the
to the
world.
table?
So what we want to do is
Maybe,
have
I don't know.
kind of like the radar and scanning system where you can do this kind of like quick ping or quick scan wave, single button, and that is kind of just for your local environment, and everything will then be tagged as you look at it. So kind of think, you know, I look at the camera, it'll come out and it'll have a little box, info box,
I like
and it'll
that.
say, okay, this is the model of the camera, this is the information.
It's
and it's
like,
almost like you've done a little mini scan on the camera.
Like,
It's happening for everything around.
like going
you.
into
You can
hack
just
mode
quickly
in
look around,
Cyberpunk?
like, oh, there's a cuttable surface there because I want to be.
I haven't played Cyberpunk
Oh,
yet.
there's a vent there that I can get access to.
Okay.
Oh,
That's
there's a
pretty
terminal there that I can hack. And I'm getting that information.
I
It's almost
want
like that
to.
Blade Runner-esque of like,
I'm
I
gonna
go
play
into
it
a space
soon.
and I can go,
I just
okay,
haven't
what are the
had time to sit down and
ingredients
play
that I
through
have
it
to
yet.
play with as a
Watch
player
Edge Runners
for me
first
to be able
because
to
you'll
progress
find
to the next
spoilers
area.
if you don't.
And then we've got the other side
Yes,
of
I have
things,
been.
which is radar and scanning, which is what we're
I'm
calling
on
the charge
I'm on
scan
episode
wave, where
6.
it's the same
I've
system.
already
You're
got,
holding
I played a
down
bit
the
and
scan
then
button.
I got
and
stuff
that's
spoiled on
pinging
accident.
out
I was
across
like, dang.
wider areas, and that's where you're looking at, you know, individuals. You're getting, you know, okay, there's 2 guys over there. What's their details? Oh, there's there's an NPC over there. Okay, I can see an objective that I need to complete. And that's a
I
bit more
wonder-
because that's more gameplay
you know
pervasive.
how if you
that's
ping
something
in a
that's gonna be
spaceship,
more of a risk reward. So that's
it like gives
okay,
away
I'm
your
giving my
location?
location away, but
I
they're also
wonder if
so
that
they
will
may or
happen
may
the
not
same on
know
FPS.
that they've been scanned. If it's a player, they absolutely will be. And that's all underpinned off the signature system that we do for radio.
It's the same.
Does yes,
Yeah,
it
so it
does
can.
give you
It's all
away.
systemic.
They know
It's
that
not
they're being
you go in and
scanned.
go, it's this
Likely.
custom setup. So we have this kind
I
of
wonder if it-
usability
I
aspect
wonder
to
if it-
radar and scanning for people to be able to go in and understand. You know, I think there's been plenty of Reddit posts over the years of people going, oh, I wish scanning, radar and scanning would do this and show me little info boxes. And yeah, we have that up and running. So there's that aspect of it which kind of ties in with the player interaction experience of how you play the game and how do you understand what you need to do. And then there's the other side of things, which is then it's a more of a proactive tool of you looking through the environment and finding what you want.
We have a couple of videos. Should we show
videos.
So I understand we
I was
have,
gonna
we
say,
have 2 videos.
I wonder if they.
What's this first
I wonder if
one?
there's a possibility
So the first one is
of
more
allowing you
kind
to
of,
buy
showing
like
what I
different
described as radar and scanning, that
radars
first
that maybe
aspect. So
like
going into a
gives
space,
less
you're doing
information,
a quick
but it's
scan
harder
wave,
to
and then it's
detect,
quickly showing you up the little bits that
That
you
or something like that.
Let's take a look at FPS
Yeah.
radar Pi 1.
That could be cool.
So you can see
Okay.
here, this is
So this is in-
Asiado, which
Oh.
we've already showcased. This is obviously
Squadron
going in and
42.
utilising some of
Okay.
our new building blocks UI for the doors. And then here's a scan
That-
wave.
that's a
and you
bit
see
too
that I'm
bright.
looking at that data
I think
pad,
that
and
that
then
should
it
make
can
that a
move
little bit
around,
more
and it's giving
subtle.
me that information. So right now, it's just giving you the basic
I kind
high-level
of I
information
see.
in terms of the
So
name.
if you ping,
But you
it
will
makes it
also have
easier
more
to
detailed
select
information
things and pick
depending
them
on,
up.
contextually what the item
Okay.
And what you're seeing here is part of the player interaction system. So you can just, even though that's quite
Ah.
of a complex area, there's lots of little things that you
Okay.
can interact with.
It tells
you're
you
getting
exactly
confidence
what-
of, oh cool, I can grab that, or I can use the data pad. And you're not having to go into interact mode, you're not having to be driven by the cursor. You can go in and just
And
press
then,
F
oh,
or
and then
interact
placing
with
it as well instead of
Obviously
having
in this
that's
intensive
nice because that's
AAA
such an
games.
awful.
So not having to, so you don't have to like hold F to see what you're looking at. Okay, I get it.
But hopefully, yeah,
That
it
makes
gives
a
you
lot
an
more
idea.
sense.
And I'd also say that like,
and it
part
seems
of
like
the
you don't
idea
have to
is
ping
that,
beforehand
there's
either.
There's the default action, which in this
But you
case
see how
is
like he
like
shuffles around whenever he places stuff down and stuff like
Yeah.
that. That's what I was talking about earlier, with having preset animations
but
for
the
specific
icon, the
things.
you just had
Yeah,
a
it's-
physical,
It's awkward
disc
and it's a
with,
little bit immersion
if
breaking.
it wasn't broken, then there
Yeah,
would be, there's only
it's a
one
little
thing you
bit
can do with
it's a
it.
little bit
In a lot of
cumbersome
those cases,
sometimes.
you could see there was a broken.
So,
But
especially
yeah,
if
I like that. I like that system. That's really
As you
good.
look at it,
Yeah, yeah, chat.
F does the
I
default
agree.
action,
That's much
held
better
F,
than
bring up,
F menu.
the modular wheel that would show you the other actions.
Having
so
the
you
F
could
menu still
maybe
available,
equip
though,
it
I
versus
think is
grab
important.
it or whatever you would do. And
like
so the
especially if you're
idea is
interacting
just
with
like
menus.
you can
Yeah.
do
It's just a lot easier to see that cursor.
You know, Rich was talking about a lot of other.
Yeah,
even
that's so
if
much
you're
better.
AAA
Still being able to use it to
console
pick up
games,
items if you
want.
want.
Yeah,
Oh, look, I can
and it also it also tells you which
So
button
there's
to
a bit of that
press
that's happening
to
here, so you can just look around and
to interact with it, which is better for new player experience as well.
We'll still have the overall interact mode that you can go into if you want, but the idea is I just play around if I'm used to playing games a certain way. So there is a certain language of, I think, FPS or even third-person games.
I
that
wonder
exists
if
right
in
now.
Squadron
And
42,
we
because
don't
it's going to be a
want like,
space
do
combat
something
game,
totally
I wonder
different
if
to
they're
it because,
going to...
you know, people are used to playing games a certain way. It's like why in an FPS game you run around with WASD and use the mouse because so many
have
people
like
are
an
used to it.
easier form of
so
flying.
we're leaning a little bit onto that, but trying to make it much more usable
like a
and work
difficulty
with
setting.
inside a
Yeah.
much more powerful system
I don't
than you
know.
typically get in games. And so even there, you saw there's a lot of interactables. You look at them, you can move them around, do all these different things with it, and hopefully it'll be much more intuitive for players in Squadron or Star Citizen.
And that default item actions is a good point, because that's also something we've gone to and we're changing in the fact that we want everything to have a default action that essentially you go over, you press F, it always does that default action. But let's say you're harvesting harvestables and you want, you know, the default action is that it picks it up and puts it into your hand, but you want it to always be to store into your backpack. You'll actually be able to go in there, you know, right click on the item,
Oh.
you know, when you're in interact mode, bring up the wheel, or like Chris says, hold F and just it'll bring up the wheel. And that will replace that list that we have currently right now.
that's nice.
Okay.
And you'll actually be able to remap.
Wheel better
in
than
the
a
game.
over.
Okay,
yeah,
so you
that's way better
can
than a
use a
list.
wheel and then change like the default action.
I want it to go straight into my
That's
backpack
nice.
because that's what you're doing right
Because
now.
right now,
So then you can go in and
especially if
have
there's
it,
two things
you know,
close to
it
each other,
allows us
man.
to give the interaction
Yeah.
system how we want it to be.
That's
by
a lot
default,
better.
But then it puts the onus on the player. If they want it to go, you know, they want a weapon to always go to their backpack because they're happy with the weapons they've already got and they're going looting. They just want it all to be store.
You can't
They can
fit
do
guns
that
into
out of the
backpacks,
gate,
though,
so it doesn't always go into
usually.
the
I know. They need to make
you know,
the
have that customizability
backpacks
to be
have more
able to,
space.
you know, interact
Or
with
make
the
the guns
I think-
take up less space.
looking at.
They
Before
could do
we
it
move on, we have a
because
second
their
video.
current inventory
Yes.
system.
I haven't
It's
seen
like
this one.
weight
You wanna
based,
set it up?
Yeah.
and it's like an unclear size.
Sure.
So I think if they did it closer
the second one, essentially what we're
to
about to see
Tarkov's,
is kind of what I
something
talked about.
similar.
Yeah.
This is the second half of radar scanning.
Where they've
So
got the squares,
this is
and
where
then each
you're still getting
weapon
the
is
environmental
like the
Now we
big
just need to
attack.
move multiple items at the same time.
attacking
Yes, that
area.
would be great.
But you're
That
also
too.
now getting information about
Like
the
even things that
enemies
aren't
and the
stackable,
AI and
like
Yeah.
what's out there. So it's a wider and broader.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you basically, it's almost like whether it's X-ray vision or you can hear it through the wall, but you could track someone on the other side of a wall, but you're doing the charge scan, which is much more risky because it's noisy. And if people go, oh, someone's scanning, maybe there's someone over there and they can track you down. But it'd be useful in like when you're stealthing around, it's like you're going to go around a corner, you don't know if there's some enemies around the corner and you want to find out. You use this.
It's very useful.
Yeah,
having played
it is.
lots of levels.
Definitely because you know, in Squadron,
Yeah, that's nice.
We're trying to have a certain amount.
Conversely to my previous idea, I wonder if it's possible to get armor that is like more resistant to scans. So like
you have to. Yeah,
can like does it like lets you not be able to be scanned if you're like further away. So you can like get closer to someone without being able to get pinged, but like provides less protection. I think that would also be, you know.
There's already an armor set that looks like it
So what
should be
you're
like
seeing here
that.
is that it's going to do a scan wave in a moment. Essentially
The
what
dust
you'll
up
see is
set?
that it's
Yeah.
now penetrating through the walls. And now you can
you know,
start
because
to
it looks
see
like
slavers that are in this environment.
Yeah,
Now,
I
these
mean,
are
there's a
being
few
radar
that
scanner, radar scanner,
there's a
so they're
few
not to
that
pick you
should
up. So what will happen is when you do a scan wave,
probably
a
have
charge
something
scan
like
wave,
that, but
your signatures will literally
kind of like
skyrocket. So
well,
that's
the
what
reason
gives you away
like
to other people. So in the PvP
like how jets
environment, you're
are,
only getting, you know, it's
you
a
know,
big risk.
where like it looks like the
If you
size
wanna
of a
do it,
bird
but you're
on a
giving away
radar.
your location.
Yeah.
So if you're willing to do that, then so be it.
Yeah.
But in a more of a PvE environment, what we're going to do is we're going to have tailored. Some enemies will have radar and scanning, and some won't.
I'm loving
So if they do, then they'll be like, "Hey, I've just been pinged."
They
and they'll get
stand
your
there and
location
ping,
they'll go
and the
investigate.
AI just doesn't
So what
care.
you're seeing here, you know, on that video is
well, he just said,
a more
yeah.
wider, broader.
Some enemies will
through
have
the walls, whereas the
ping
first
stuff,
one
and
is
some
kind of
enemies
more limited
won't.
scope.
Yeah.
You know, it's up to the
Detective
player
mode
to
from the
choose which one
Batman
they want to
games.
do.
Yeah.
The first one is really more about just, you know, we want to encourage the player to go into an environment and go, okay, cool, I'm in this.
This will
room.
help a lot for those
What things do I have
missions,
to
the
interact
investigation
with?
missions.
And and then the second one is more of a
Yeah.
wider scope.
Like just finding those damn
so,
places,
you know,
those damn
with some of the
terminals.
stealth levels, you know, you need
It's
to
gonna be
have
so much
good
better because
understanding of
like
where they are.
it's such
And
an
only
awful
temporary,
thing to
and
just
you
fly
will have a
around
cooldown on
in
that,
like
on that
zero
charge,
G
you know, where
extremely
you're not just going to
slowly,
spam it
searching
there
for that
forever. It's
damn
like
terminal
you
that you
get a
can't
temporary
find.
picture, and you
Yeah.
go, cool, I've got a good snapshot. Now I'm gonna, you know, make my move and go forward.
So while we're still
That's
here
very
on
helpful.
the first-person experience, the player experience,
This is much better than just another flyable ship, in my opinion. This
just
info.
the player before we move into ships and bigger stuff. Ledges and ladders.
Oh, ledges.
You know, everybody knows the
Legends.
struggles of elevators in the persistent universe, but that's not the only way to, you know, traverse the universe to get around and stuff. I understand that you guys have made a number of improvements to mantling over ledges and how to use ladders.
I mean, Legend and Ladders is kind of
best game I ever played
It's like a
when I was
board
growing
game.
up,
Yeah,
Legends and
exactly, absolutely. It's kind of a
I just
two
want
features that we're
ladders
focusing
to be
on, but I mean,
slightly
as
less
Chris said, in
grabby.
terms of Squadron
Because
development,
currently in the
that's
PU,
really
if you go
cool.
anywhere near a ladder, you
How does
just
the player
stick to it.
move and, you know, just from general
It's
locomotion
crazy.
and how that feels.
Unless you walk up to
and
it
then in
backwards.
terms of, you know, the
Yeah,
traversal. So
there's
anytime you wanna go
this
down a
one
ladder
hallway in the friggin'
So one of the two
Starfarer
areas that we've
where it's
identified that we
like
wanted to push
impossible
for
to
was
just go straight down
A,
the
for
hallway because
legends,
there's like a
which is we
ladder
wanted
there
you
and
to
it's
be
so
able to,
narrow
I've
that you just
slightly
always
misjudged my jump because I'm in first person.
always
I can't
grab
see
the
my
ladder.
feet.
It's super
And it's,
annoying.
you know, it's kind of frustrating and like, oh, it's just right there. If this was real life, I'd
It just needs to be like slightly wider and have
So that's
the
the first part. that
ladder
you can
be
actually grab
slightly
onto
less
ledges
grabby.
now that you're
Oh.
falling past, so that you can actually
So you
then
can
pull
grab
yourself
ledges
up,
as you go down now.
which adds just
That's good.
Oh, okay.
To be honest, it's huge. Like,
Because
we've
before
built
you had to be
traversal levels
traveling
now, and
upwards to grab a
the
ledge.
difference
Yeah.
is night
And
and
that
day because
sucked. Like
when
especially
you're in a
escaping
first
prison,
person,
dude.
Yeah.
it's very difficult to judge like right on the edge. So we can add a bit more challenge to the traversal so that you're actually moving around. the ledges and
Elevators
grabbing
equals
and pulling
deadliest
yourself up.
foes in the verse. They
And
are.
then the other side of things, which
Number
doesn't
2 being
necessarily sound that interesting
stairs.
in terms of, oh, it's improved ladders.
Yeah.
But
So what they
again,
could do with the ladders,
if you play
I
the
think,
star system right now, you get onto a ladder,
is,
you're looking bolt straight forward at the wall. You're locked. You can't look around. You have no spatial
what they did with the
awareness. It's just,
like
that's
looking
it.
at things to press
You're locked
F.
in, you can't get off
So basically,
halfway,
you
can't
queue
jump
up
off,
walking up a ladder.
very
So you're
locked.
walking
Yeah.
at it, you press F on the ladder,
No,
but you
exactly.
still
So
have
what we did
control
is
of your
we kind of
character.
leveraged
Yeah.
how we
It's just
did
as you
body
get
dragging,
closer, you get
that,
ready
you
to
know,
go up
even
the
though you're
ladder,
attached to this thing,
and you
wanna
go
be
up the
able to look
ladder,
around.
but
So
you
can
have to do
attach
that
the
first.
ladder. You can jump onto a ladder directly. You can attack. You can run and
Yeah.
jump onto a ladder. You can look around full 360 degrees. You can look around 90 degrees
that's
as
good.
you're going up.
That's gonna be
You know,
nice.
and it's just a lot
That's
more
great.
fluid and a lot more. You know, it doesn't feel like, oh, now I'm locked in. It just feels like you're more
Yeah.
of a human being on the ladder, and you can look around. And then, obviously, if you can look behind you on a ladder, that opens up environment. You know, opens up scope.
That's
to
true, especially if
jumping
you can
from
hang
that
on the
onto
edge of
something else. So
ledges.
Mhm.
Yeah, because you can jump off.
That'll
ladder
get some
halfway
nice
up it
parkour,
or
especially in the
wherever.
low gravity
there's
stuff. That'll be
there's a
really
few
Yeah.
things. So, I mean, in Squadron, we're
Yeah,
putting
that
a
could be
lot of
cool.
traversal gameplay in, which will make its way into the PU when all these sort of systems settle, and I think you'll see a lot more. I mean, you already see a little bit where you could use a tractor gun
Yeah.
to put a crate over or push something to get up and look at stuff in derelicts right now.
I think
for
tractor
instance, in
beams
PU.
might need to get
But
nerfed.
Imagine a whole level above that.
Maybe.
Which is kind of what's in Squadron. I mean,
'Cause it's
even,
kinda like,
even that in the derelict
I think
really inspired
because
by
we've
some of the
seen a thing for like
There's a lot
for like a
of,
bigger
physical and traversal
like heavy duty
puzzles in Squadron.
tractor beam guy.
Like a rifle sized one.
Yeah, like a rifle size.
That makes
And I think you might like if you needed that to move like larger crates, stuff like that. Like the small one, like the pistol one, can only move crates that could be like moved by hand.
Imagine, because that one's going to be strong enough. Because if you're in space with the small one, you can launch yourself.
Yeah.
Imagine with the big one, you can do that on land. Like in normal, you can.
That
use
would be
to, like,
funny.
kinda climb. Yeah, like a grappling hook.
That'd probably
almost.
be slightly overpowered, but
Well, just do it at the very least. Slow your descent.
yeah, that would be nice.
Those are all things that
But if you're able to pick up big
little
ol' like
things like this, and I would say, I mean, we've got a video.
just have it be limited in some way.
Still,
Yeah.
like some of the finesse of the animation detail is still to come. So there's
You're
a lot
just
of it
posting
is,
Resident Sleeper and stuff.
is
still
the
block
block
out.
out. But we have this beautiful motion
motion capture stage here that we will show you guys some point when the Manchester Goods Yards and the stage are fully finished. And then Jared
when you're
will do a
like
wonderful-
interacting
we'll
with
do
objects,
a
like picking
updated
stuff
version
up,
of the
it would be great
2013
if
tour
like
that I did with
if
Aaron,
you're
but
not
it'll be in a much,
like if you choose to not put it in your hand.
Anyway,
if they just not play an animation for it.
But I
It's like, I don't need to see the 10-second long animation of me picking the thing up and then shoving it in my pocket every time.
jump and you just make it, you're going to, catch your balance and do that sort of stuff. So that's not in here.
Yeah,
but that's
or
sort of the
at least have a
details,
smooth
the finesse that
transition,
we're
so
adding to really
like
have that sense of you in first person.
Yeah.
Feeling
like have a
your
separate
body
animation
and
instead
the
of two
inertia
animations that
going
it goes like so you pick up and then go to the neutral and then from the neutral you go into putting it in your bag.
You sort of see
if it's just
even in the block
straight in,
but there'll be much more
Yeah.
in the final version. But we probably should run the
let's
video
show it.
if we can.
Okay, we got a video.
So obviously this, as you can
final
see,
art?
this is
Dude,
final
okay.
we're playing Mirror's Edge now, dog.
That looked pretty good.
Test map.
Bro.
But you can see here that, as Chris said, the level of inertia is still.
There's going to be like some kind of like character skill level.
Starting to get that you can grab arms.
Oh.
You can go straight into a mantle. Or
Okay,
a
this
vault.
is actually.
Oh, that looks much better. That's much more
What you're
fluid.
seeing here is, while this is just an test map, a lot of these are providing design ethos to then feed into the PU.
That's a lot
So
more
we've got
fluid
derelicts
than it
and
was
we've got environments
before.
that we want the player to get
Dude,
missions in.
if they had, all they got to do is add wall jumps and wall runs, and it's like
Yeah.
Mirror's Edge. Like it's
He
actually
did,
like
he
really
did still
nice.
kind of snap to that ladder slightly, but
Yeah, but
it's
that's
not
just-
nearly as bad as it has been. Oh, being able to jump off ladders, that's so good.
Slide down it. You can do all sorts of things.
And it's just they just need to work on the dynamic animation a little bit better.
Yeah.
Yeah, but being
But
able
it's
to jump onto them.
it's much better than it was before.
Opportunity that they have
to get on the ladder there, and
for
again,
like
these are all
like
the
jumping
block
up onto a
Yeah.
ladder and like having like doing it horizontally onto
Oh, is
a
this
ladder.
in one of the underground facilities?
It looks like
Anyway.
it.
That
It
looks
looks like
good.
The other thing as
Back
well.
to our spaceship.
Yeah, I mean the other thing to say about the traversal.
I've seen this game somewhere before. Yeah, that was very Mirror's Edge.
The other thing is that we're also, we've taken deep dive on things like
Good game.
the
I
control
wonder
input.
if
So, for
they'll
example, we've got
open
action
up
queuing coming up. So,
map creation
for
in
example, if you're sprinting, you were
Arena
shooting
Commander
just before you're sprinting,
and Star
you
Marine?
might be holding down
Probably
shift
not.
and left mouse button.
I think
And
it'd
now,
be-
what happens now if you then
It'd be
release
cool,
shift, you
but
stop shooting.
like because they've got the building blocks
Probably
for,
won't.
You want to continue shooting,
for
but you're still
racing.
holding the
Like
input that
because
I
they
want
have
to do.
already.
What we're kind of
So
doing
if they
now
did something
is
like
is
Trackmania,
action queuing.
where you
And
can
that's
build
something that we've
maps
got a whole matrix
like PTV
of
racing
all the
and stuff
different
like that.
controls, all the different methods from
Yeah.
crouch, crouch, the transitions,
Or-
weapon swapping and
Like
so
that.
Just let us host
again, using the
before that.
controls is a
Just
lot
let us
more
host
fluid, a lot
private
more, intuitive. So it's something that we're
things and
really putting a really magnifying glass on to making sure that you're not fighting the controls. The controls are working for you. It's doing what you want it to do. So if you are using a gamepad or you are
I pushed the
using
wrong
a
button.
or you are using mouse and keyboard, it's easy to
I was gonna
use, easy
say,
to interact with the world so that you can immerse yourself in
let us
the
make,
environments
like,
and the missions
private
and the gameplay. So it's something that we're
matches
really,
in
really
Arena
pushing
Commander.
forward
And,
to make
in
better.
all
Yeah.
aspects, right? 'Cause,
You used to be
know,
able to, didn't you?
Prone's one of the things.
Well,
that
you
we're,
can on Arena
know,
Commander. You just
set to
can't
be
on
working
Star Marine.
Here, right?
Well, you can on
You
both.
know, the crouching, the various
you
interactions
can't
between
you
all the
can't
stuff. So some of the
do
stuff right
you
now
can't
is
just
a bit
do
clunkier than
like
it
free
should be.
fly
And so we've really taken
with,
Oh, of like-
all
with
of it
friends.
like a-
and to make everything a lot more fluid.
Like what
looking
kind of
at
free
the
fly?
ladder is a good example.
Just
But
just
also,
to
you know,
go
like,
in
on a
and
bigger
like
level,
fly a ship
right,
around
We've done a complete rebuild on
in it.
I thought you could, like in that big
what
map,
we
like
call
the.
sort of push
You can
and
either
pull,
do it you can either do it by
physical
yourself
interaction.
or it cues you in with a
We
bunch
should
of
probably talk a
randos.
little bit about that. We have a video to show of that, but it's a complete redo of. The
You can't do it
current
where it's like just you and your
and
friends.
Has
I've
a
done
lot
it in the
more of
past with just me and my
what you would
friends on
expect
racing.
when you're in space.
You might
and
be able
without
to on
pushing
racing,
yourself
but
on,
but just
for
on like
instance,
free
have
flight,
momentum
you
now.
can't.
So if you push off in a direction, you will just keep
Huh.
moving in a direction.
It's
the
really
use of
annoying.
it's far more easy.
didn't know that. Yeah.
Handling weapons and looking around, and some of the tech that we've developed for the push-pull is the same stuff that we're going to be using for prone and a bunch of other stuff. And really, the looking around on the ladders is kind of based on some of the
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, a
Updates
lot
for
of those
push-pull
systems
and
are. I mean, when
prone
Chris says
is
push-pull,
good
he means zero G
to hear.
push-pull, not trolley push-pull.
Because those are
But
also
we'll talk about
pretty janky
yes,
right
we will.
now.
But when we talk
But it's
about
hard to get prone
EVA,
right.
G2, and 0G, The biggest thing.
Please fix the physics
again,
on the pushables.
Just be an EVA right now in the start.
They're so bad.
Look left.
They're so bad right now.
You don't have a stability of you know, if you're a human being, you look left, your horizon doesn't change because you move your head and it's the same. Our camera like tilts and moves, and then you get into a scenario where you're like, you can't really understand the perspective of where you were in. It's like, oh, I'm now upside down. So EVA T2, which again you'll be able to see a clip of it working.
That's gonna be nice. Yeah, so you can turn.
It is
okay. This is gonna be
we
really
basically
nice.
threw the old one away, and this is a
Thank
fundamental
goodness,
change.
because EVA has been awful.
Working EVA. First off, you're not
So they just
upright.
completely
You're more what we
redid
call the Iron Man
EVA from the
pose, so
ground
you're
up.
leaning
That's
forward. We
nice.
still retain the upright pose for certain circumstances, but it means that you've got a better sense of your actual volume when you're traversing forward. So you've not got these legs that are beneath you. But you can totally look around 360 degrees. Your camera is stable, as you get a good orientation. When you look back, you see your body. It's fully decoupled, so you're not just pushing forward and you're flying like a spaceship. You push forward, and that gives you an initial inertia in that direction, and you will keep going in that direction until you change. But then when you want to change, you just need to look at another direction and you push that way. And the way we've implemented it, it's almost like your suit's similar to the IFCS on the ships, that it kind of like counters the forces and then allows you to go in that way. We actually originally tried it where you would drift and actually do the curve, but it just made traversing more intricate spaces, which is what we want to do. Eventually we want to be able to turn gravity off in ships.
Oh, so they decided to go for less realistic physics slightly for this.
That's one of the things.
So all,
they said
all those
that
tight, intricate
they have it so that your suit auto. So instead
well,
of
yes, that's what they say,
you can
but
go into those
that's
tight
not what
areas.
they.
You need it to be
That's
stable.
not
for
what
gameplay,
they
I
in a
mean,
position where you can turn on a dime, that you can look upside down, that you
it
get
makes
a good sense
a little
of
bit
what,
of sense.
your orientation.
So instead of a
Wait,
curve,
no,
it's
no, I'm
something
no, I'm
that
saying
we
I'm saying it's a
on
I'm saying it's a
EVA2,
good
and to be honest,
decision because it
the
makes
engineering
it
team have done a really
it makes it more user friendly.
I think they should implement that onto spaceship flight as well, something similar, where you can have it where your forward thrust, like another flight mode, because that's like partially decoupled, where you turn and you press W or forward, and it auto
separate it
thrusts so that like you'll except with a spaceship you do want to have that curve.
Yeah.
But auto does that right so that you don't have
one.
I think with a spaceship, they have so much more mass that it makes sense that it takes a while. It takes a lot longer to change direction, whereas people we don't
have this physicalized
have nearly as much mass, so
you don't actually need
it's easier to
have
just
your,
change
EVA pack or
directions.
jetpack.
I mean, yeah, but like, I mean, when you're flying decoupled,
that's how obviously you can
having some counter thrust
Yeah.
automatically
and that will be
applied,
more limited on fuel
so
cycle.
that instead of like having to
Long-term
look, like if you're
for
trying to
you,
turn
there's gonna be some
45
pretty
degrees to the
interesting
right,
gameplay.
you have to
So
turn
if
your
you-
ship
if you do
around. If you want to do
avoid
just
an
forward
action, so
thrust, you'd have to
maybe
turn your ship around 50 to 60
spacesuit
degrees,
that has the EVA
and then
Yeah.
turn it back
Or you
to
do
the 45
repairs on
degrees to
spacesuit,
go in that
spacesuit
direction.
EVA pack.
So, and the change would be still decoupled, but you turn your ship to 45 degrees, and then you start thrusting that way.
But
And then there's just a auto does a little bit of
Yeah,
counter thrust.
yeah, just automatically
just to
slows down your
more
inertia
options,
in
more
the
context.
previous
in that
direction.
direction, and so
That'd
you're
be
going to
nice.
more
In
quickly
PU
start going direct that way without
what
having to
you
have
wear
them
is
extremely small
important.
micro
So
corrections.
Yeah.
Right now, everybody just
Yeah,
runs around
no, I
with
get what you're
armor,
saying.
big
That would be
space.
nice.
Yeah,
And we haven't
just having it as an
really turned on
option,
some of
because
the
if you're
features that we put
using
in
flight
there.
sticks,
So
you might not need that,
for instance,
and you might not want that because you might want to have control over that. But on mouse and keyboard,
Yeah.
and you want to be in
Yeah, having that be
when
an
you're-
option. And I think that would be again
shouldn't be
a
there with
lot
your gun on the
more
back.
user friendly for like
have to
newer
have a flight
players.
suit on,
For
or,
sure, especially newer
you
players
know,
on mouse and
come into
keyboard,
a
which is the
city,
majority,
Yeah.
wandering
Because
around
landing in
heavy
anything
armor
other
because
than decoupled
that's
mode sucks.
antisocial. Maybe they don't let you go in there. So we want people
And
to
so being
have
able
reasons
to have a more easily
wear
controlled
different
decoupled
things,
mode
have
Yeah.
storage.
would
That's
be
the whole point of the
would,
physical.
As long as it feels fluid and natural, yes.
To roll out more of it's
Yes,
coming
and
in
that
Squadron,
is-
and then in
that is
PU,
kind of the
that's definitely
balance
coming online.
that they have to
And, things that we're doing like that with the the physicalized cargo,
the
and
balance that
everything
they
else.
have
And if you
to
look at all the new ships, there's
dance
always
along.
locker and storage.
Yeah, for sure.
There's, we have a whole
Where
system for
But
trying to
it'd be
make
essentially-
things
Now,
feel
it's first
realistic,
gonna be
but
in
also
Squadron, but then
not
from
so
the PU,
realistic
it's
that it
designed so there'll be a nice
impacts
sort of walk-in,
the
almost like a wardrobe
user
system that you can go in
experience.
and hang
But
up
that it
your
something
outfit
still
and switch
feels
quickly
good.
into another outfit or
So,
switch
for an
into
example,
this
if you're
clothes
playing
armor,
uncoupled,
everything. Yeah, so we want it to, you know,
and you know
your
you're holding
virtual
down
second
W,
life, and-
Yeah.
so
and
you're
we wanna
going
make
forward,
it
you're going up the
as
seed
easy
that
as
you spec,
possible for you
you
to
set,
manage all
and you
these
turn 45
different
degrees to
things
the
that
right.
you can wear
Yeah.
for different roles.
You know, now you're thrusting this
you know,
way, and you're
EVA
turning
is
45 degrees
one
to
of
the
the major
right.
parts of that,
I'm
where,
basically
like I said,
saying
you either have
do
an
that,
EVA suit
but
with
with
the pack or
W,
not,
but
but
with
you
front
still will be
forward
able
being
to
decoupled,
move
essentially.
around. And we should probably run the video
Like,
so we can see that.
Bring it back
but
around to
and then only doing that whenever you press W, so you can like fly forwards and turn where there's no thrust
Well,
going,
as
and then you
Chris
press
says,
W, and then
in terms
auto, and then essentially it goes back into
this is
coupled
what you're
mode.
seeing here is that you're probably
But you're
Ooh.
accelerating in that direction now.
That
It's
looks
like
a lot
dynamic
better.
switch.
What are they?
Yeah, it's
What are they
the
flying
old
up
VFX,
to?
but it's also the old VFX
Ooh.
code. So we haven't part of the proper. This is a current PU suit versus.
Oh, a big old satellite.
What we'll
What
have is a
is
new one with the proper.
Oh, he's like
pack
holding on
that
to
has
it.
The thrusters in the right position, and when you go forward, the thrusters going from the back.
So what you're actually seeing here is you've actually connected
Oh, you're
to
crawling.
this surface. So now it's almost like
That's
you're in
so
a prone
cool.
situation, but this is going to be what more our new prone will be. Again, you've got full 360 degrees. You can just move your mouse and you look all the way behind you or all the way in front.
And right now we're moving along here, not because
That's
we're
a much
thrusting,
better
because
looking
we're using
prone.
our hands
Exactly.
It
to
is.
move ourselves
But
along.
you're
Also,
prone in
that
space.
that location
We went
looks
out to
awesome.
Third person
It
here, you would
does.
sort of see us moving our hands around. I think we'll see it a little later on. There we go,
Dude, it's
there we
like
go.
it's like when you're in the shallow end of a pool
Yeah.
and you're just floating there and you're like
And if we wanted to,
pushing
Yeah,
yourself
just
forward.
literally just
push
pulling
off
yourself
against it,
along.
and then we would just go.
Yeah,
floating
I wish
wonder
it
if
was a.
So that's
They
it.
have
So
like
if you did-
magnets or something in
push
the
forward.
tips of the fingers of the
So what
gloves.
you're
Right
seeing
now, he
here,
just- yeah, he just
yeah.
I was gonna say if I was.
So what you're seeing
if
here,
you did
that's
something like that,
Ooh.
maybe.
kind of you're just
That's
floating
cool.
alongside the actual this fin.
I wish
Oh,
that-
that's
Put an
so
in
much
between.
better.
So nice, though.
And then if you did, and that's just
If
you
they
just
did an in
push
between of
forward and
that, where you
go,
did it like
where you
slowly,
can
so like
actually
one hand,
jump off into space.
one hand,
But then
one
this
hand.
becomes
Yeah.
one of the,
So
if
you're
you look
going
at
faster, but
physical
with a little bit of
traversal, you've got
control
jumping and
still.
mantling and vaulting. This
Yeah.
is where we have 0G push pull. We have the tractor beam that kind of pulls you around in EVA, and then we have your EVA pack, which is limited
So you
by
got fuel
the
down to the
resource of
oxygen.
EVA fuel.
Was it always
So
oxygen?
this allows you to kind of manipulate and go in EVA, and allows us as developers to build EVA traversal
that's
spaces.
nice.
both
Ooh.
wide
That's a really fluid
ranging and
animation
both
there.
small
Ooh,
scale.
that's
Yeah, here's-
that
here's
looks
the
really
movie
nice.
before
So if
first
they go to the
person.
other side, is he going to put
Here's
the
us
other hand
putting
on
out
to
the
look?
first
Oh,
person
that's
to show
good.
you what your-
It does, yeah. I
your
think your
character
stream's a
and
little bit
body's
behind
doing.
mine.
So there's a lot of.
Yeah, I think
and
it's
these are
slightly
still
behind.
blockout animations actually, but so there'll be a lot more like nuance.
It's fine,
and fidelity
'cause
to
it's
it,
not
but
laggy.
Yeah, you have
Yeah,
a lot
that's true,
more control. Directional sense.
That looks great. That's
ability to
such
program
a that's
the
such an improvement to the current
So I think,
EVA when
in this one,
where
we're
you're
gonna come up
basically
close
just T-posing
glass
through
above it.
space.
You're actually gonna
Let's
see us,
be
like,
honest.
fly into something.
It's
Yeah.
basically
Use
just
some of the
T-posing
rest
through
of the game
space.
blockout animation,
Which
but
that's
you're
a
gonna-
fine
as
position
you
to
get
be
down
in
close
as
to
you're like
it,
getting
Yeah.
closer to
you'll
something.
see,
Like it could do like a dynamic.
Yeah.
Yeah, like what it did right there.
Player comes down here. Yep.
Yeah.
Put our hands out to brace ourselves to stop ourselves on the
Is
glass.
that a blood stain?
So all of that's like systemic. That's not marked
So like
up or
coming into
anything.
like
It's all
like into like a
raycasting,
cargo
seeing
bay.
if things-
That way you don't
Yeah.
just like
brace yourself when you come up against.
fall down.
Hold on, arrest your thing. you
Yeah.
push
Just
off
face
against
plant,
things.
just-
So we
But
spent a
yeah,
fair
this
amount
but
of
this
time
feels
engineering
a
on
lot more
but it's
natural. I
not just
think.
for
It
Squadron, it's
does
gonna
a lot
be-
better
yeah,
than the
it's obviously useful.
especially if they have
some of the
it
environments
somehow.
Squadron, this is one of them,
Like if you're going down,
look
like say you're going into the top of a ship, like
Yeah.
you can on the
but yeah, the use of
on a
this
couple of
in
the ships.
Yeah.
the PU.
Because I think
you'll
because I think
dynamically,
if you
like,
were
moving around.
I think if you were moving
There's no
around
markup.
in
If you
EVA
wanna
on
go
your own,
climb all
you
over a ship, you
probably
can.
want
If
to
you
take a
wanna climb over a space
more
station, you can do. If you wanna
streamlined
climb over
position because that
anything
feels
that's
more
an EVA
relaxed to me, anyways.
has a surface.
And just look in the direction that you're going, rather than being all like.
Put your hands on it.
You don't got to worry about.
There's no
hitting things
like,
quite
it
nearly
only
as
works
much
in
with
this
your
scenario.
legs.
Yeah.
It only works in this scenario. It is what you see here, and then
Fit through
what we've
tighter
not been able to
spaces.
show today, which is we
Yeah,
do have
more
working
easily
or
as well,
partial
without
working,
having
is
to like
that
hold
when
space
you
while
go
you're
into
staring at a
very
wall.
tight environments, if there are handholds, you will be able to grab onto that handhold, or whether it's a terminal, or whether it's a hatch to get
nice,
into a
dynamic.
ship, you'll grab onto the handhold.
This is what
and then,
people.
instead of
It's
putting your
crazy
hands
because this is
out
what people
landing,
went
you'll
crazy
grab on,
about with
and then you
because
go,
Unreal
cool, I
Engine
can
5
use
has
the
this
terminal,
built in.
or I can look around, and again,
So it's crazy
you're
that
not
like
locked
they're
in,
managing
you
to
can
do the
look
exact
all
same
through
thing as like
360
because
degrees,
Unreal Engine
you'll
5 is
switch
industry
hands as you
leading
look
for
around. And you can get a sense of, okay, where do I want to go next? I want to go over there, cool, or I want to go through this door. And it's
Looks so creepy. Yes, it kind of did, but it also looks great. It's definitely an improvement on the previous systems. I really like that.
No, I mean it's.
I really thought at first he was doing like an army crawl across.
Sort of EVA,
I think that'd be a lot creepier because imagine.
Yeah. Well, that's what current prone is.
I think
it's just like a weird army crawl across ground, but
built from that because we don't
say
really
you're like
have
in
a lot of stuff down on planets,
and you only have like a small only the lower half of the cave has gravity, so you're down there in the bottom and you look up and you just see somebody army crawling across the roof.
Love science fiction.
It'd be like honestly kind of scary.
Kind of games. That that's sort of a lot of classic sci-fi.
Or if you're in your ship and someone just crawls like that across like your cockpit. That'll be
and bed it in and Squadron.
That'll be spooky.
Because we did 2 or 3 iterations. We did 2 or 3 iterations of how we wanted to do. Did we want to have this Iron Man pose? Did we want to have it upright?
I hope that they've mentioned a little bit about 318.
And we were playing it. It's like, it doesn't feel right. And now you can just, you know it when you get it right because you can just go.
Where's the poop mechanics?
Oh, this feels really nice. And you just end up flying around the level and connecting.
That's when the Ben and Merchant comes out. They fix the bathroom.
This unlocks content.
Tier 0.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I purposely didn't watch the videos. I wanted to be able to react as honestly while we're recording as possible. And I know you said
those are blockout animations. Those are pretty good blockout animations.
Ben with Steve Bender on a Friday night at the Oust House. Like that looks just like
Steve Bender?
Yeah. Who? Crawling around. Sorry, Steve. But no, it looks great, and I think everybody who saw that is going to see the potential, the absolute gameplay potential. For
just like being able to shoot while holding on to like something.
Yeah.
No, that's great.
I wonder if you can get mag shoes.
But there's some smaller things.
And be able to walk along the middle things.
Here we have a video.
I wonder if that'll be.
That would be cool. Like in the Expanse, the mag boots.
EVA replacement, but like the hover trolley that we've got. I know that I saw.
I really like the hover trolley.
Yeah, no, I like it a lot. I saw a Reddit thread saying, "Why doesn't someone do a hover trolley?" Well, actually, that was something we've been working on for quite a while.
That would be really nice for moving.
Straight to flyable hover trolley, confirmed.
Yeah. In a few minutes. But the thing that's really good about this, because obviously the physical trolleys, the wheels get caught. Just like in the real world, right? And you've got problems of going upstairs and all the rest of them, just like you would in the real world. Is that it sort of
just make everything float.
Potential, and this really plays.
Yet another way to die.
Squadron for certain things, like you'll see in what we show here, but for the PU, it's actually
give us more
interesting because now you have the
we
ability
march
to
unflinchingly
bigger,
towards our doom.
Cargo containers, right? Ones you can't just pick up yourself. We originally had this design where there was sort of a grav system.
The racing's not a threat enough to my character's life. I need
come up.
I need more.
Now you can push
hover trolleys will be good for jump down. Yeah, probably.
And we're moving for physicalized cargo.
Dude, there's always 318. Every time I try to go and like practice racing at Snake Pit, there's always like pirates there for like somebody's mission, and I always get killed.
318, but it will come.
Like I don't even get a chance to go through the damn track and then I get shot down by like a hammerhead.
This allows you
it's just chilling there for some reason.
So not just have your little tractor beam and pick up something and move it around, but okay, let's have a bigger container. And what happens if you turn it on, up it goes, and then you just push it into your cargo hold. Locks into the cargo grid, and now that cargo container is a bigger one. Well, what
that's
happens
cool.
Right now in the inventory system, you can put things
what did he say?
Your
he's saying cargo containers will have like an anti-grav system on them, like big cargo containers. So you just like turn the gravity off on them, and then you can just like push them into your cargo bay and then turn it back on, and they.
I can place all sorts of stuff in it, so I can load up this container.
So that would make
push it into my ship. Then I can
with
fly it
with like physicalized cargo and stuff. That'll make loading stuff much easier.
I'm camping out or longer term.
That actually kind of downplays the importance of having an Argo cargo.
Yeah.
And I can basically load up a bunch of
because the whole reason that one was so good is because it's gonna be just way easier. It's still gonna be a lot easier, but it's less.
The underlying sort of
hover
impactful because it's
for the
less
trolley
difficult.
stuff.
It's just like
really play
I see the Argo as just like a shuttle to take personnel or cargo between capital ships, basically.
Around the logistics of
not the
living,
improv.
right? Like how do I have my food?
The
how do I have
Argo
my drinks?
cargo.
How do I have my raw materials? How do I have my weapons?
Isn't that what it's called? The
You
bigger
know,
one?
Two orgs are fighting a war.
No,
over
the
a patch of
SRV?
land. Someone's got to show up with
No,
extra
the tugboat?
you know, ammo,
The raft?
missiles,
No,
and
the one that's like in
all that kind
between.
of stuff, and or weapon
It's like a step up from the
replacement,
improv
especially
by like a couple steps
repairing
up,
and
but
the
it has
salvaging
like
and stuff,
the
you know, okay,
three
well, rather than
cargo
have to fly
cracks
it
where it can
to a
grab
place
full
that can
containers.
do your
What?
repair. Maybe there's
The
also
raft.
field repair that's
Is it
happening
the
there,
raft?
and someone's
The
changing
raft,
out a
sorry.
broken
I
weapon
thought it
for
was
another weapon because you've loaded it up and
I
stored
think
it in
the benefit of
container.
the
So
raft
there's
is you can just
the
land somewhere
possibilities of
and
the
then
PE
just
is
like
huge, and this
drop
is an
the
example of
containers
just
on
little bits
on
of
the
tech that
floor.
we're putting
It's
into
being able- loading it
Squadron
fast
that
and
we're
being able
planning
to drop
on
it off
bringing
fast.
across into the PU, but in the PU they just
Like
have
that'll be probably
a
good
lot
for
more
better
potential,
for
like
smuggling.
the EVA.
Well,
Yeah, I
quick
mean the biggest
smuggling.
thing about
Yeah.
trolleys is when we approach trolleys, the physical
Not really
trolleys,
though, because it's
is we
really
wanted them to
obvious what you're
serve two
carrying, unless you
purposes.
have
One, we wanted them to serve a purpose that is more a traditional game.
Well, they're
like
stored inside
military
the
move
like
things around.
containers in the back.
That allows me to create.
That's true.
You know,
But like doing like
traverse
military drop-offs would be
opportunities
better
if I'm
than
blocked, I can move a
alternatives.
box over here and
Because
I can get
you don't
up
even
high,
really have to land it, you
which
know.
is kind of what the more physical
And it's
trolleys
just like
are
you can
kind
just
of
fly over and
better
make sure they've
suited
got
for.
parachutes on them and just.
And this is another example
You're
where we
good.
kind of put trolleys into the PU, but there wasn't really a use case or a best use case. So that at the moment they're just used as enemies. So I've seen people fly them as missiles out of ships, but they're not really utilised.
What's he talking
for what we
about?
want them to use. And then you've got
trolleys?
He said,
the other
yeah.
side of trolleys, which is we want them to be used for cargo.
People
loading.
using trolleys
Now,
as
again,
missiles?
We've got a lot of ships. We've got a
Yeah,
lot of
they're like the
ramps,
most deadly
scale
thing in
those
the
ramps
verse
is
besides
larger. And with
elevators.
hover trolleys, you know when you see the video, you can push them downstairs. You can push them up any ramp. You know, the weight that you're having to physically push a physical trolley, which is taken into account, hover trolleys, you don't have to worry about that because, you know, let's play the video.
See the video.
Let's say the video there, and
We've
you
hyped
can
this
see
up.
it's like a
now.
coffin.
It's
Yeah.
the most amazing thing in the world.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Okay, hover trolley.
So you can see here, this is actually a
slaver pod?
So,
It
you know,
closes down. It's on the floor.
Ah.
You can activate it.
You put slaves in these.
Levitates
Wow, I
up
forgot
down,
slaves
grab
were in this
levers on.
game.
You get hold of it. Bam. And by the way, the new
That-
interaction system's not working
Yes.
in
That's
this
funny.
demo
That
here.
grabbing animation is
Separate,
bad.
but
Well,
you know, as
they
you can see,
said it's
getting
'cause they don't
pushed over
got
Yeah.
bulkheads.
Yeah, they don't have the new thing.
Still so slow.
But this is essentially a really big improvement for us because we want, you know, we want
Yeah.
physical cargo, and
Where
we
are
want
they
physical
taking
cargo
it?
to
What
be a
is
really
that?
a big
This
deal
looks
in
like
the
a
EU, that
new-
you don't have to move that cargo. You have to make decisions.
They're taking it to a
on how long it's
cutlass.
gonna take
What
to load
is-
it up, not just buy it from the kiosk and it appear in your ship. So this
Did
gives
that
us the
say
ability
cutlass?
to do that,
Yeah.
and like
Yeah.
Chris says,
I
move
had,
much
like-
larger things.
I don't have my
than what
glasses,
you
so I couldn't
normally
read
want
it.
to push as a human being.
It hovers,
this
but it'll
happens
still
to
kill
just
you if you take it over a
slave
bump.
up, but
Oh,
you
it
obviously
looks
you'd be pushing it,
fairly
yeah. As long as it's
smooth.
grav lever equipped and has the sort of hover device, then
Interesting.
you know, like I said, you could have large.
I like
shipping containers
this.
and stuff like that.
And this is all underpinned
Oh,
by
you know
the Referral
what?
technology, so the same
With
as
having
a
persistent
Dragonfly
hangars, you can have
or
bigger
eventually
hangars
you'll
that can hold
be able
multiple
to move
ships.
Oh yeah.
much larger ships if you need
That's
to
dope. I really like
when
that.
you're moving things around on your homestead or
Because that's like
whatever
down
it
at the
is.
end where the
Okay,
near
show us
where-
going a direction other than straight.
And
Okay.
we've actually had this working on a planet,
It
so you can just push this
turns
over planet
okay.
terrain, don't let go, you stay stable, because it doesn't actually undulate unless there's something actually physically touching it. So it allows it to be much more stable.
The
And what we
walking
want
down
to
the
do
stairs
for
with its
your,
little jank.
cargo
but it's
Yeah, a
okay.
little bit jank, but he didn't die. It would have been really funny if he died. If it had just killed
The
him.
force field there is kind of cool.
Yeah, that's neat. That reminds me of
reliably move them without frustration. And again, you can see
it wasn't
some
the
of our
Mandalorian.
design
It was
ethos
kind
coming
of the
through is that we're trying to
Mandalorian.
remove the barrier
It
to
was
entry,
it was
we're trying
in
to
it
remove
was
the
about the
control
Mandalorian,
mechanisms,
but it was in
things
the Book
that
of Boba Fett.
frustrate you
when
as you play the game.
They were having the
and
duel
kind of make
over
that
like
a lot
the
simpler.
on like the catwalk, just like above space.
Photon torpedo tube.
That's
There's like a force field down below. You know what I'm talking about.
So we've talked about a number of things now that
It's a cool
are
area.
related to the player, to the first person and stuff like this. And we got a couple more we're going to come back to.
I want to know
later, but
where
let's
that
move up
is.
into spaceships.
Excuse me?
Because
More
spaceships
spaceships?
are
And
a
if
big
that
part of
was
the
in
experience.
Squadron or
we just
if
had
it was in
earlier in the day we had our
somewhere.
flight experience a segment where they talked
spaceships.
about master modes and quantum boosts and stuff like this. but at a higher level, let's
Spaceships.
talk about how the flight experience is changing a bit through the work in Squadron 42, and anything you want to share with us on that.
I think the biggest thing for me, and I think it's what Chris and I have talked about, is the difficulty of developing a game over a period of time when it's a live product is that you're developing things in isolation and you're putting them out. So you're going, okay, this is our T0, this is MFDs. And okay, now we want to do the flight HUD. And we put the flight HUD. And now we want to do this section. And what happens is, maybe it's a different designer over the years, or maybe it's someone else, or maybe they've learned from what's happened or gone out previously. And lots of things come together, but they don't necessarily feel right. Because they've not been approached where you've gone, we're going to do it all at once. Because you can never do it all at once if you've got to hit quarterly releases.
Right.
So with Squadron development, what's it allowed us to do is allowed us to look at the HUD and the MFDs and everything together and go, well, actually, we don't need all that information on the HUD if we've got it on the MFDs. Or we don't need all the information here if we've got physical switches. And it's allowed us to approach the design of the cockpit experience holistically so that we can go, okay, let's pull all this noise away because we've tried to fit everything
Building block.
We've tried to put everything
Building
on there,
blocks, cockpit HUDs, maybe?
Direction
And
and
MFDs is what it
I need to
sounds
know my ammo and master modes is a good way of
Like
going down
maybe
that road.
more
It's kind of going,
MFDs?
okay,
Because we
wanna
did
have
see on the
traversal,
UTV or the
and we wanna
STV,
have
whichever one it was,
combat.
where they had the speedometer was on the MFD instead of
mode, so
HUD.
that's traversal on flight.
Mhm.
And then we've taken that
I
approach. and
wonder
went, okay, well, do you always need
if
an
like a
alternative?
new,
Well, no,
like just
maybe
more
not.
MFDs,
If you're in space,
basically a
maybe you need an
better,
alternative mission when you go down to atmosphere.
shoot, what's
You
it
know,
called?
your MFDs,
Like a
if you're in
instrument
SCN,
cluster,
what do you really
a better
care about?
one.
Well, you care
Yeah.
about your health, your weapons, your target's health, how they're doing. But as a default experience, we're only giving you
You
the
said at
information that is
default, which
needed
means you can
to at
customize that.
point in time. And what we actually saw is that you're flying around. We've got gorgeous space environments. I want to be able to look at them. I
Having
don't want to-
foldable
Right.
MFDs, I think, would be.
You're fighting, you want to see the environment.
So ones that you
flying
could have
around.
up during combat and ones that you can put away if you're not in combat would be a really good idea.
The
for-
vehicle side for Squadron is the sort of complete redo of the HUD and the MFD systems, and basically the display where we're first of all we have to refactor it to move away from some of the old flash that's been around forever, which is what the MFD displays. And on the HUD, we sort of took a look at where we were going and felt like Rich said, it's just too much stuff's there all the time. We want to be more contextual. So, and we're doing this in a overall holistic way that would be probably almost impossible if we were trying to fit it into quarterly releases in the PU. So, most of the vehicle team is working on this as a sort of group. In the need for multiple speeds that we saw earlier, you sort of saw some aspects of it, which is the different modes you can be in depending on what you're trying to do. But a lot of that's also reflected on the HUD and the information of what you're targeting and whether you can, whether you want to be able to cast up, say, your target status or your ship status to your visor. Now, that won't be the case for everything. Every suit, like for instance, if you have a more combat-oriented ship or suit that you would wear, a Gladius or a Hornet, and you've got the appropriate equipment, then you should be able to cast. If you're just flying an old rust bucket like an Aurora.
Well, what was the Drake ship we saw the other day when we were looking at it, saying all the HUD was on there?
Aurora rust bucket.
Kind of the equivalent of a lorry.
Oh yeah, it's a
It
Caterpillar.
is
Horrible.
it
you
is
wouldn't
the
have a
Aurora. I
Caterpillar,
hate it so
you
much.
wouldn't cast it up to your visor.
Seriously, you applied to join my org? Okay.
On the MFDs.
Let me.
But in the cases that you have the ability to cast it and do
How
stuff,
did the ranks work
and
in
all
the
the
org,
ships
by the
are
way?
also building in the ability, like there's not just a game
I don't
config
know.
screen in your ship. You go in, you have your
Orgs are
settings
weird.
screen, and the settings will be remembered on a per
I was just
ship
wondering how you guys
basis.
had it set up
And
for
you can
yourself.
set up one.
Or
Okay, I
as
want
women.
this display to be this, or this
let me
display
see.
this. I want this to cast here, and so it's all been built around building blocks and being in a very sort of top-down, one
Clean.
system.
Brick, are
clean
you in the
approach.
Discord?
So we're pretty excited about that. We're not ready to show it yet because
If
we're
you
still
are,
in the
talks,
of
say
early,
something somewhere in the Discord so I can
yeah,
give you a.
it's a little further before it's all
org
fully
rolls.
polished or ready to show, but it's going to be, I
In the
think,
Discord.
a pretty sea change in terms of how it feels as you're flying around. Besides the different modes of combat and traversal and all the rest of the stuff. It's how you get the information and how it's relayed to you is going to be much more contextual, much better. And
it's huge in combat.
It's going to be big, yeah.
It's huge in combat because in combat right now you're either we're obviously trying to bring the combat closer, which is obviously what Yogi and the guys and Dave talked about in their talk. But you don't want to have a little clutter on there, and you want to have that spatial awareness of, okay, who's my target? And the other aspect is that on that level of, again, a holistic approach is your player information is only on there if it's relevant, and also the targeting we've talked about redoing in terms of right now, if you go into the PU or when you play Squadron level,
with 100 players in there,
you just get
100 player
billions
battle,
of markers.
Even with the party,
it's like
too many parties.
It's just massive information overload. And some
and
players.
It was definitely a problem in Squadron.
Yeah,
we have
absolutely.
quite a few areas of the game where there's massive amounts of ships.
Yeah, and some players can deal with it, but it's just so much information. It's just it's unnecessary. So what we've done is that we want to strip back the targeting so that again you're only targeting the things that are important.
I got
to
you, man.
So we're relying less on all these markers, and we want to put more of a focus on your radar in the cockpit because you have a radar in the cockpit. Fighter pilots in real life have a radar. They don't have in-world AR markers. Oh, there's 20 guys coming over there. We want to make sure that you've got the information that you need, but also we want to basically make sure that you're using the tools that we provide. Because what's happening right now is that everybody's just reliant on the HUD, because the HUD has everything on there. But you've got MFDs. You've got
the radar does not work that well.
We want to.
Right
they're there for
they
a
need
reason.
to fix that if they're going to
So
have a
what's
habits
happened
Yeah,
over the years is that
it's better than it was
we've redone them at separate times.
previously. It's still not great, but it's better.
So
If they could update it to the same kind of system they have for the FPS radar, where you like ping and then it just like pulls up a little info box, that would be nice.
That's
true.
MFD.
It just like pops up with just like
okay. Now,
like
this is combat
like
mode. Okay,
Crusader
they're
A2
cast, so I
Hercules.
can see that information. But the radar doesn't
like
become
the thing in the middle that like it shows you like red and blue markers on that.
Yeah.
An example. Elite Dangerous does it better. That's one thing Elite Dangerous does do better. And it's not. It is kind of you have to know how to read it.
I want to look what I'm saying. Oh, there's a space station. Oh, there's
because
another guy
it's
coming.
kind of.
We want to have less.
They have a similar one, but it just tends to break in Star Citizen.
For everything.
Like if you move your map, or scroll too far out, suddenly it's not going to work.
Or you've directly marked yourself.
Yeah.
And I think when you fight combat experiences where you're fighting 15,
It's a good question.
20
What
ships,
is the loner
it's a
for
lot more
the
fun because you're not having to deal with
Spirit
all the extra
series?
noise. You can just focus on being the best pilot you can be. I think it's really
important.
important.
And I would say that definitely, we're putting a bunch of work to the radar,
the
which is really
loaner for the A1 is a freelancer Miz. The loaner for the C1 is a Cutlass Black. The loaner for the E1 is a Cutlass Steel. Why?
Which one's the E1 again?
Basically.
The luxury one.
Your star map.
I think that's meant as a joke.
What happened when we were
what ultimate luxury tin can space? Why? Death machine.
What should we give our players?
Version, and we're still using
ship with one shield.
Later.
I mean, I guess there's not like a luxury ship that's like that same size. Yeah, they can't really give. They can't really do a Phoenix.
Yeah, because it's only competition
I just think
is freelancer and the
much more fluid, much more usable, much
visually
better. And also having the information there and the interactability, so like you can be zoomed in and you can look at your radar and you can mouse over contacts and you get the information.
That's nice.
You can click them and then that will now
select
it as your target.
That's really nice.
Do a lot of things that
being able to bring your radar up and be like hover over and be like, oh, this is what
a
these
lot of
ships
players because we haven't delivered, and this is sort of at the top of the
really
big
cool.
improvement.
Talking about
that is
we haven't delivered
a
all
big
the
improvement.
Yeah,
we've just delivered.
That's
some
significantly
of the things.
because Elite Dangerous. They had you would look over to the right
things and
you have a second screen like that you had to have to scroll through and select what
your radar.
But like because they didn't have any mouse, like everything was keyboard controlled.
So those are all
what he's talking about. That's gonna be a lot nicer.
The vehicle side, where we're sort of really trying to bring that all in, as well as there's other things that we're doing that will come across the PU in terms of physical buttons, like when you activate something, we just that's
so fantastic.
in
Star
process
Citizen's
right now. But
doing
yeah, you'll
everything that
click a
Elite
button,
Dangerous
you'll
said
see
that
your
players didn't
character,
want, and people are loving it.
You know, here's for the landing gear, or here's to turn the lights
Oh, so when you interact with buttons and switches in the cockpit, they'll make it so that you actually interact with buttons and switches
Oh, that's
modes
cool.
and
That's
in the
cool.
Finally,
cockpit.
all 18 buttons on the
presented to you
freaking
well,
Connie's
and you can,
MFDs I can push.
have fun being lost in
I
the
guess
world,
with
which is the most
but that'll be
And a
really
certain
cool
level of customization.
because you've got the hotkey, like
Some
the
ships
startup
have
sequence
better
hotkey.
MFDs and
So you
more
press
user
that,
interfaces
and you
than
see your
others and
character,
stuff like that.
like you know, doing the
Well, the other
practice
aspect
motions,
as well
just
in
flick,
terms
flick,
of
flick, flick,
just
flick. Just seeing that, I think
the
would be
radar
really cool.
scanning, which
Yeah.
it's a really good example of a feature.
Like even though you're using a
Yeah.
hotkey, your character's going through and flicking all the things required, and that's super immersive.
Because right now,
Yeah, only the Gladius has that.
now really, you know,
Does he do
I think
that?
We've seen Quantum Boost in
Right
some
now?
of the earlier videos. The premise
Yeah,
that we want
if
you
you
to be,
when you turn
we've
on
got
the
this vast
Gladius,
universe. So we
you go
want
through
radar
and
scanning.
flip all the
We
switches.
actually,
It's
you
a
know, we
really
have this
cool
smaller
startup
radar scanning, you know,
animation.
on the FPS, you have the smaller one that's
It's
giving
nice.
information in the room, and then the
Well, I have
larger
a Gladius
charge.
It's the only ship that has that.
It's the same
right now.
principles in the ship side. It's that we
Yeah,
want a
well, what they need to
smaller
do
one
is they need to build.
that's very instantaneous.
They need to
That's
make
kind
it so
of
they
giving
don't have to do it for each individual ship.
Yeah.
They just
Your
have
local
like
environment. And
you've
when I say
got
small, I'm
because
talking,
some of them
say,
have buttons and
100
sliders.
kilometers.
Yeah.
Or you just
That's
make like
giving
basic
information around
animations
the
that are
system.
dynamic.
But then we've got the charge
that-
scan wave.
just for some of them, you
and
know,
that
like you
should
know, they
give
put
you
their finger out and
information
slide it to the
things
side or
like
something like
10,
that, or the
15,
switch,
20,000
or the
kilometers
buttons.
And then that's where QBoost
And they should
comes
make
in
it
the fact
somehow
that you're
modular.
QBoosting to these locations. You're not having
That
to
takes up
go,
a lot of space.
okay, there's
A
a
lot of
quantum
space,
travel
too.
marker there that's 1,000,000 kilometers away. That's like, okay, I'm making a conscious decision to go there. But for QBoost, it's like, okay, I am there. I want to.
This is something they've really missed out.
But
that
I want to have things
was
spread
really
around
missing
so
a
that, you know,
was
we're
a
not just cramped
a way to
in, because
move
radar and scanning is fundamentally, it has two purposes. One
shorter,
purpose is to give you
like
information about the things in your environment.
You
And the
like need to
second
go like you're in an
purpose is
asteroid
help you
field. You want to go
explore.
100 kilometers
It's to
that
help you
way.
find
Yeah.
things that are not necessarily apparent
Or
because space is
like
a
you know whenever you fly into
dark
planets,
place. So
like
you need
Yellow,
that-
for
you wanna be able to
example,
take advantage
Yeah.
of
where it's
that.
surrounded
So
by
when you have this ability to
asteroid fields, but you
detect
just
things that are
can't
much
really get to
further
them.
away, all
Period,
of a sudden
basically, because you
start
gotta.
to feel like
Yeah,
you are that pilot.
Yeah.
You've got to fly to them to
So,
investigate
I thought
them. And so, I mean, I think
first
that's
talking was
like that's a
extreme.
good
It really
example of
confused me.
something on Squadron that you know
I like
we were also
the-
looking at, like how do we solve the problem of.
I think the quantum
your,
boost will also help
patrolling an area
with
right?
that.
that's what I was talking
where you
about. It's not very
just
much fun if you
kind of
control an area and then it's
quantum
like-
in like any direction that you
know,
want. And it's
space
like
is big.
not obviously
I
not
go to
as
this
fast
area
as
and then I
quantum.
look
but-
around and I.
Yeah,
my
but
radar
it's still
comes
gonna
10
you're still gonna be able to
kilometers in front of
travel
me,
that 100
and that's it.
kilometers.
That doesn't feel like I
way
was
faster than
controlling
just 1,000
Yeah.
meters
a
a
large
second.
area of space. And so
And
Yeah,
for
that's
something like
so much
thinking about,
better.
well, how
I think it was Nine Tails,
really, if we
where you
think
gotta
about it
like,
as,
you know, you just you fight a little and then you fly
you know, what you would call the
for like ages as you try to
Yeah.
get to the next
like,
marker. and defend
Exactly.
stuff.
slower
Being able to
exploration,
quantum
come
boost
up
just
to
right
a-
over there.
you know,
Yeah, that is why
Referral,
Nine
or
Tails
there's
is
a
like the
cluster of
worst,
asteroids
is
that
because
I'm
it's
gonna
just
fly
it
around
just
to see what's happening.
it's
And
just
then there's the
flying.
medium range, which hasn't really
Yeah,
existed.
it'll help a lot with mining too to get to
both
the
the
more
PU,
far out, to the
and
further
something
out.
that we really wanted to have in
mining
Squadron,
like
and
asteroid
really
fields
should
and
be
stuff
in
like
the
that.
PU, which is, well, you know,
Because usually
what's
the
that
only way
over
you
there
can get to
that's
it is
10,000
you accept the
kilometers
bounty,
away?
and then
The
they're in
equivalent
an
of
asteroid
being
field,
on
and that's the
a
only way to
planet,
get to that
and
asteroid
there's a
field.
mountain over there. I can see
Like in a
it.
reasonable time frame.
I don't know what's on
Yeah.
it, but I'm going to drive over there. I'll walk over to
Exactly.
that mountain. And so the idea with sort of the scanning is like the wave goes out.
So
and,
the
yeah, you'll pick up things 10,
C1 the
20,
C1
30,000
Spirit
kilometers
has
away. So
4
you
size
definitely won't be able
3
to understand what's there, but you'll say, "Ooh, there's
a
something
point of
there."
interest.
There's a
4
point of
size 3
interest. So you'll be able to map
guns
things.
and
Whereas
a size 3 tractor beam on the
quantum
back.
travel, spooling up,
Which one's
spooling
that?
down,
The
and we-
C1
And so this is
Spirit?
the whole quantum. The idea of quantum boost is your sort of.
That's a good
amount. They all have only one size 2 shield though.
It allows you. It's probably about 10th the speed of the full.
That's
travel,
comparable, isn't it?
Sort of, not using all the quantum juice.
And
the A1 has.
It allows you to sort of get there pretty quickly, and also appreciate.
Looks like same main guns, but instead of tractor beam, it has.
And, get over there. Oh, I go up the mountain.
It has a twin size 2 really cool. turret on the back.
That
and
opens up a whole bunch of gameplay. I mean, definitely
looks like
helps out in
10
Squadron,
size 5
PU
bombs.
Massive, because in the PU, when this rolls into the PU, now you can have exploration gameplay in space. So, for instance, you could be there.
4 size, 4 missiles.
You could be in a big nebula gas cloud, and you
good.
scan, and I get a contact 20k away. Okay, I'm going to boost over to see whether. I come up. Oh, look, it's a it's a derelict, or there's a abandoned
The
mining
Spirit
station. There's
has
a group of
what?
rocks over
Fixed
here, or
wing
we go over here, and we
fixed
can even in the
nose.
PU be in a case where you can sort of
Fixed
almost sort of
nose.
procedurally generate some points of interest when you start to
I'll
scan.
just
that you can
assume
go
that the
and-
main
and
guns are the
visit.
same,
So
and
I think
then
the whole idea of
has
sort of these three
remote
sort of
turret
levels
on
of
the rear
traversal. One is you sort of
instead of a
regular,
okay.
non-quantum one where you're
So the
just using
E1
regular
and
thrusters, which is
the
much more
A1
sort of
have
limited
gun
and,
turrets,
works
but the
for,
C1 has a
combat and stuff like that. Then there's
tractor beam
the quantum
turret.
boost, which is sort of to
back
fast
to,
run over
like,
to a
move
place. And
cargo
then there's
into the cargo bay.
the quantum travel,
So that's
which
cool.
is the really long. Okay, I'm going to go to this planet that's 500,000
kilometers
kilometers
or
away, and I'm going to
kilometers?
be in.
It looks
quantum
like
for 5
the it looks like the turret
and
might
I think
also
that's
be
gonna open
on
up a huge
a
amount
rail,
in
like
the PU.
the like
Definitely
on the
it makes a big
Scorpius.
difference to the gameplay. I mean,
That's the way to
makes
do it.
The
So that's
exploring
cool.
it in Squadron in
I love
space
the look of that ship. That's
feel
really nice.
much bigger.
Yeah.
Because that was
I
the
think
thing
that'll
we're
be
trying
a
to
really neat
follow, and I
ship.
think it's a problem in the
I'm
PU right now. is
totally
in space,
not.
it's sort of
E1
like,
should have been a max.
most of it is
I mean,
point to point.
It's empty. For you,
yes,
It's
that's
like you spend your time around
better.
space stations or some asteroids.
Not gonna
here
lie,
around the planet,
CitizenCon
but
stay
we
lit.
want
Yeah,
to
it's been
open it up a bit more and have
pretty
that idea
good so
of,
far.
I can detect something. I want to investigate it. So the whole sort of exploration.
Let me jump to the outer marker you need if
investigative
it's
gameplay that
within
can
line
happen
of sight.
in space
Yes, that would be
because of
great.
These different modes of travel and the scanning.
Hey, doing words.
We're over 4 hours now.
I think
know we
the
have
I think the
for this,
E1
for
also
folks
doesn't
who
have
maybe joined the program late and didn't see the flight experience segment
cargo
earlier,
space, or maybe
or
it
if you're
does.
watching this separately on YouTube and you don't know what this looks like, let's take a look at the quantum boost clip that we have.
Ooh,
So
quantum
let's
boost.
zoom
Super
in
excited
here.
for this.
So just to call out,
There
that's
we
going to be
go.
the old HUD.
Yeah, that is the old HUD. That's too busy.
That's the next old HUD.
Yeah.
Earlier
Yeah.
we were showing the old HUD.
So we've done a
Yo,
scan
so
here.
Luke Skywalker.
That's also the old point of interest, because the point of interest will be just points.
Ladder.
But
Yeah.
basically, we've done a scan. We've got some points of interest that are, multiple 10Ks away.
And you can see the distance there. It says 13,000 kilometers on the right-hand side. So this is obviously just placeholder UI for the quantum boost.
And
Again, you can just boost over there, and it obviously has this
It's like
interactive
interdiction
gameplay, which
on,
obviously went into.
Yeah, and this, by the way, is that's all programmer work in progress.
So you have to, looks like you have to
on,
stay in the bubble.
Yeah,
quantum
you gotta
boost,
kind of keep yourself
mechanisms. You're
on
just gonna have to stay in the zone.
track.
To keep
If
the
you've
boost,
ever
otherwise
if you've
you'll
ever
fall
played
out of
Elite
the boost.
Dangerous, it's
But we've gone over to the
that's
planet.
like
That's
the
neat.
allowing
What
you to
it's
do
allowing you to do is
interdiction
sort of have that
system.
mid-level
Yeah, A1
traversal,
doesn't have any
investigate
cargo
things,
capacity.
without having
E1
to, spend forever.
also doesn't have
1200
any
meters per
cargo
second
capacity.
or
Not at all.
travel
Just the
over
C1
Yeah.
does, yeah.
So
Just the
to
C1.
clarify again
Because
for
A1's
folks,
got
if you
bombs
watched the
instead.
flight
A1
experience
has
segment
A1's
earlier
got,
today, that's the old UI, which is probably closer to what you're
luxury
familiar with in the PU today. What
seating.
we just showed now is the new old UI, the one that was intermediate now, but we're now
Yeah.
moving away from.
That quantum
And-
boost
Well,
looks
basically
pretty good.
it's
The
the same
UI for it is a
as
little bit.
It's the
Yeah, they said they're getting rid of
style
it.
That's
But-
old
but-
UI. They're doing
It's new old
Yeah.
From the
UI.
UI you have in the
Yeah.
PU.
Right.
So what you have in the PU is these generic version that Zane did. This was
Yeah, I will trust them
the
to
one
make
that
it
we had the
good.
style that we did for the Aegeus style, but it was still based on the idea of all this information being present. And we've decided that we wanted to really scale that back to be more contextual, to switch between modes. So that's one of the reasons why we're not really showing all the HUD and the MFD stuff now, is because we're in the process of the change. So it's a lot of programmer art, and you even saw it in the Need for Speed segment, whereas a lot of that, like the mode stuff and everything, they
Straight to
just sort of
flyable
hacked in
Idris,
the
come
modes
on.
to the current
No.
Come on,
HUD
Chris.
stuff, but when the new one comes online, it should be much cleaner and easier to go. And I don't know if it was too clear on the video that we were
Come on,
seeing.
where's
but
my
in the video we
Constellation
were in
Mustang,
originally
man?
in SCM mode,
Yep.
standard control mode, and then we switched to quantum mode. So the spool up wasn't really the spool
Imagine
up for the
April
quantum boost.
Fools. They're like,
The spool
get
up was
ready
just-
for
there's a spool up as you go into quantum mode. Your
the
shield's powered
Constellation
down.
Black Tiger
So
or
you,
something
Yeah.
like
you know,
that.
there is some risk when you're in
They
the
got,
fast
like, Phoenix
traversal
and
mode,
Paris and stuff like that.
and the quantum drive powers up. But once it's spooled up, and you look at a place, you can boost towards it.
And it's just you press shift and it's instant.
Did we get a
And
variant
so
of
for
something
people that wanna,
today?
Go. Oh, what's that over there? People will be
I heard-
I just wanna, like,
I
free quantum, right?
I don't think that counts as a variant because that's a completely different
second start of the right and straight on till morning.
We saw what could have been
we've been talking about
mule
these
variants.
flight experience stuff, the ship-related stuff, the new UI stuff, the
and some of
contextual changes, and
Possibly.
Argyle will obviously show those.
Because I had heard that
being
we
ready
were
to show
supposed to
those.
get a
We talked little
variant
bit
of
about
something.
The star map. Again, not quite ready to show today's stuff.
The C one is only
Maybe that's
is
the
the C one is $100 war bond or 110 non war bond. That's pretty good.
Being able to find your way through either a really large ship
What's
or
the
a
Callus
station
Black?
or stuff like that. What can you tell us about the work on the minimap?
So radar, as we call it, is essentially
so that's really
encapsulates
Cutlass Black. Cutlass Black
what's in your cockpit, and
holds
it also encapsulates when you're in FPS,
46
you have an
SCU.
radar and scanner.
How much does it
and
cost?
the mini-map is essentially a way for you to be able to
How much does the
access
Cutlass
it
Black
both on
cost?
your mobile or beyond the home.
Cost?
A way for you
Yeah.
to get the spatial awareness in, when you're in a 3D environment in FPS. So I think what we have in terms of the mini-map, it gives you that 3D isometric view that you can move around.
100.
And all the information in there is underpinned.
Okay. Yeah,
by,
comparable price.
the
$10.
So I think it's the exact same price as a freelancer.
You're scanning in the
Freelancer is
environment, the
110.
information that you'll see on the minimap. So if you go into, say, a known location, so let's say you go to Microtech, that landing zone, essentially, that will be pushed to your mobile glass. So you'll be able to then load up the minimap and go, okay, how do I get out? I mean, I've seen so many different new players play Star Citizen, and they're like, where do I go?
Freelancer holds
it'd be nice for us to be able to go.
So it's a little bit better than a Cutlass, but
here's where you go and buy weapons.
slightly worse than
I
a
open up my map. And it's like, oh,
Freelancer,
that's where I am.
at least as far as cargo.
Oh, that's where I
is
can
concerned.
go.
It probably
And
flies
it gives
much
you
better
a
than
map
both
at
of
your
them, though.
fingertips. But then when you're out,
Because
and a
it's
freelancer,
just
it's a lot
later.
harder to
it's
get
not, say, let's say you go to
cargo
a
in and out of
outpost.
because
You'll
it's
be
really
mapping
armored,
that
so it's
environment
not small.
as you go.
Yeah.
Or you may be able to find a terminal that has the map on there that you can download, and then you have it to you. So it really allows us, again, Star Citizen, one of its strengths is that it's scale, but that's a challenge for us as developers to be able to give it to players and for them to be able to understand and navigate where they need to go. Because the first thing is, how do I play the game? Where do I need to go?
They finally
What do I
doing
need to do?
tutorial.
So, how do you play the game is about
It's actually
making the
slightly
biometry, the controls
smaller
smooth,
in
intuitive,
all dimensions
what you
than
understand,
Items
and then
on,
it's
I
like,
think.
where do I need to go? Okay, well, this allows you, we have a mini map here, and this allows you to go, oh, cool, there's the spaceport, there's the shuttle, or there's the train, or this is how I get to this area. And we can provide, missions that allow people to then navigate to those places, so that then they understand, okay, this is how I get to a certain place. Because everybody, if somebody says to me
Probably
tomorrow,
very
oh,
fast,
come
even
round to my
those
house, or go
massive
here,
engines on the
just
back.
give them my postcode, and you put
They're
it.
finally doing
Everybody's
GPS.
So,
Put in Google Maps.
Exactly.
You need that. You need the street level version of it.
Yeah.
And so we've long
I was
wanted
hoping they'd
this.
add
I
this.
mean, it's very critical for Squadron, but it's also I think important for the PU. And the concept is that
I do
some
hope
of the
they
maps
do
are sort of readily
little
available.
markers
You
like
just
on the
walk
roads
into
though, like
a
through
city
like a
the terminal
like a
auto
HUD
connects to
basically.
your
That would be
menus or
nice.
whatever, and
I
you get
like
the map
especially if
downloaded,
you're going
and
fast
some
on
of
like a
them you may
vehicle or
have
something
to
like that.
explore some of them,
Playing
and then as you
GTA or
explore it, you map
Cyberpunk,
it.
where it just is on your mini map. You tend to stare at the mini map instead of like look at the
There'll be
sites.
some cases like
Mm.
we have some stuff in
At least in
Squadron
my,
which
I
think
do.
would play perfectly well in PU,
But
where
also bad
like you
at
don't have the map
directions.
initially, but if you hack in or you can download it into a
Yep.
system like Asiado is an example of. We've been showing it because we showed it a while back as a location. It's just one of the very it's a minor location in terms of Squadron, but since we showed it, we thought, okay, that's a good.
It's just a good backdrop.
It's a
for
good
us to
backdrop
use.
rather than just grey
really
boxes. But that would be an example. Is you don't load the layout of that place, but you would have to go and hook into their system, download the map, and then now you would have it in your mini map.
Like download a
So
map.
what we have
That's
is we have
cool.
some footage here, which is showing how the
interesting.
visuals, the mini map, in terms of sort of an isometric render
In engine.
in the engine, in the UI, that will essentially become your
Okay.
mini map. But you'll
Let's
have
see.
a more sort of reduced version with you in the middle as you're moving around. But
Yep.
if we run it,
Let's play
you'll see
It's an
kind of what
Idris.
It's an
the
Idris.
tech is. So first, this is in the editor, but it's
That's new
essentially what it
information,
does
isn't
is
it? On the
it's
inside of
taking
an
our
Idris?
existing
They are showing the Idris a
level
lot
ships,
today.
so we don't have to build this custom.
Yeah.
Come on.
But it's a way of
Come on,
applying.
Fly
that
Idris,
makes it look like it's
change.
almost done.
Marking up
What they're showing us
I'm
here.
pretty sure it
display,
is
like, before it gets
basically
displayed, but the
done.
walls don't.
The Idris.
So we can just
Yeah.
take the existing geometry you already have streamed in that you're walking around already, and then
That's
use
really
it
nice,
to be
though.
rendered for our minimap. So
It's-
this is.
I'm pretty sure the
essentially
Idris
in
is
the engine
100% done.
Using
They're
the
just-
Idris.
They just tune it, and they
ship
don't wanna-
itself
They could use
and
Yeah.
the various
this exact
components
thing
in its interior
for
to
the-
create the minimap without any special.
They could use this exact thing,
doesn't
minimap
have
thing,
any
for the
specific
engineering that we were
custom,
talking about
UI
earlier.
Yeah.
other than
And just
some
being
of
able to
the,
swap
like,
between
level
floors.
things that say,
And
Yeah.
see like where damage is and stuff.
Ground level or whatever.
It's one of the advantages of having high detailed ships.
Yeah.
Because the environment's already, already in a good state to show straight out the gate.
UI-wise,
the
this
idea
actually
of
looks
being
great.
Systemic is that,
does,
you know,
yeah.
when
I like that a lot.
the feature and the
Bugging
it's
out a
ready to
bit,
go.
but yeah.
ready for prime
It's
time.
it's a little
we
it
can
needs
just
it needs a
apply
little
to
bit of work, but
space station.
but
Yeah,
it's
because
giving a
lot
lot of
traditional game
information.
development, you have to make custom. So you
And
look at
and it's very clean. I like the little arrows that show
If we want to support
what
lots, tens, hundreds, of
directions
thousands of
things are and
locations.
stuff like that.
And absolutely for the PU, it's just not viable. So we
Looks
wanted
like those
to come up with
red
a
things are
solution
for
that we can
hatches.
use,
It's probably
with
the
minimal
Orgo Bay.
effort on the side of content creation.
Or
that gives
it could
us
be,
all the
well, there's a
information
hanger
we
right
want.
there. So
And
yeah,
this
either
minimap
hatches
is not
or
just,
yeah, probably just hatches.
that's where I am. It can
I was
show
gonna say
you
cargo
objectives,
area,
It can show you other people.
but
It
nah.
can show you information about those things. And again, it's all underpinned by the radar and scanner.
Those are
So when we
just
call it the minimap,
eyes.
this is just a kind of how you view your radar information in FPS. And your radar and scanner gives you so much more information than just.
I wonder if
that's
this
the
is going to be
name
like
of
a
it, or it tells
hologram
you
that pops out of
state.
our Mobi glass.
Can I hack it?
And not something that stays
what's
permanently
the
up.
engine. So if you're coming into here,
Yeah, the one in the like bottom right hand corner.
Yeah.
That like top down view, that would be perfect for like the engineering.
Oh, his body's.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. Yeah.
Is it just me or
It's like wigging out. Yeah.
Yeah, the audio's messing up.
Via this
Wigging out.
information.
Okay,
Yeah,
I wasn't
it
sure if it was
allows
on
you
my
to
end
detect,
or theirs, but it sounds like
saboteurs
it's on
or
theirs.
intruders. But then,
Absolutely.
using like the relay network and where those saboteurs and intruders can
That's
start
really
pulling
nice
fuses
looking.
and start hiding themselves from
Well,
the
this
scanning.
will also underpin resource network.
Yeah,
So
so exactly that the same visuals and tech is planned to drop into the resource. So if you're looking at like your schematic for the ship to where your relays are going to be or security reasons,
bulkheads
which
or-
doors are open or closed, basically it will pull up your your holographic view of your ship like that using the same tech. So that the idea is those two things work well together.
All right, so we've been talking about the FPS step, the step that affects the player specifically, and we're going to touch a few more of those things before we leave today. We've moved up into space and talked about our flight experience and the scanning and the minimap and stuff.
Ships.
Now, from ourselves and our ships, let's talk about our enemies, our opponents, the entities we're going to encounter, and
The
talk
Fest
about
is
some of the AI
$400?
improvements
They
that
sell
have
that?
been coming because of work on Squadron. What can you tell us?
So
Enemies?
the AI systems that we have.
Vandal enemies,
basically
maybe?
Completely
So
new AI.
We found out that we
Huh.
wanted to understand where we wanted to go, what we wanted to achieve, and over the years as I've worked in games, I think
Entities,
Chris would
yeah,
attest to
that's
as well,
what
is
I'm
that
saying.
The best AI are kind of some of the simpler.
Add
AI that
in,
you have a really good
you
solid
know,
foundation
some
to build on
Vandal.
top of it.
Add in a
I think our
Vandal
AI over the
event,
period of time
Vandal
that's been there,
invasion of Stanton.
I
That
think
would
it's
be
kind
cool.
of had lots of different iterations, and
They
it's
just come
kind of
in
lost
like,
its way a little bit.
Kythera
like blades and
Yeah,
scythes
it's
and
kind of lost. So what we've
maybe like a
done,
driller
and
ship.
Well,
when we say
they've also no one's the AI that's in the PU has never really had tuning time.
No, exactly, the focus.
And it was a basic implementation at the beginning, and then it's been rolled out, and there's so many other things going on that they really haven't had time to focus on it because you're playing and with the servers running at 6 frames a second, there's a whole bunch of problems that come with this that doesn't help the AI out at all. So this is actually a really good example of where Squadron really helps, because we're saying, okay, don't worry about that. I mean, I'm sorry that the AI is kind of brain dead a lot of the times. The PU.
He
It's a combination
acknowledged
of
it.
The,
What?
it's older logic.
I mean, it's
true.
true.
Well developed, but
I know it is.
Poor performance of the
Can't deny it
servers,
any longer.
What's going to happen with
But
server
he's the owner of the
There's other
company,
things
and
that
he's
are happening
acknowledging that the AI
will also
sucks.
make it better.
The
But
Buccaneer costs the same as
advantage
the
of taking
C1
it
Spirit.
on the
Yeah,
Squadron side is that we
I
can
know.
really
Kind
just
of
focus
ridiculous.
on the AI, the behaviors, iterating on it, adding sort of interest and complexity and making them feel like
I think the
real
C1's going to be the
humans,
new, once it does come out,
fighting
it's going to be the new ship that people say, like, hey, if you're going to play with friends, get the Spirit series. It's better than...
And
Yeah, I think
not
I could see them. I could see them making another starter pack
but
for just like
not
with the
get
C1.
tied up in some other
Well,
problems
especially since
Because
it
it's
costs
extremely competitive.
servers
It's
and
like
make that work
right in
really
that like Cutlass
good as a single
freelancer.
player, having fun.
Well, since it only
price
costs
bracket.
$10 more than the
feeling
Cutlass
like
Black,
Yeah.
You know, I'm not
it's going to be
just
people can upgrade to
shooting
it.
dummies
Yeah.
that jump up and I can
And so that just for
flash.
$10, you know, and that's
And when that
a
all
lot of people are
works,
going to be
then
upgrading to that. I
comes
think,
across
especially
the
people who
CPU,
like they only have that one ship and they play with their friends and they're
some of the
like,
later stuff's
hell
coming
yeah,
out
this
of
looks
the
way
And it
cooler
looks
than the Cutlass.
like it'll be
a whole
a
different
pretty
experience,
good like
and
single
it's-
person
I
ship
won't
too.
argue
It's
it's been
got
like a long hard slog.
Yeah, that
it's
four
got
guns,
great
yeah.
pilot
Side,
pilot firepower,
partly because we
good
For
cargo
sure, yeah.
space.
Really
Looks
systemic and we have
looks very
a
fast.
massive,
It's
especially
absolutely
the PO,
gorgeous.
massive world that
Like
can
that's
have
it's
all
almost
these
got
different
it's
situations.
got
love it.
as much
I like
pilot
the-
firepower as the
standard
Scorpius does.
FPS.
Yeah. Now the
like the narrative parts of it, you know exactly where everyone's going to be.
the
You can sort of
Hercules
script
is kind of the
actions for
odd
the AI
ship
to make them seem
out
intelligent,
as
but
far
really
as like
they're kind of
Crusader
following
ship
scripts.
designs go.
Whereas with us,
Because now we have the MSR,
all the different planets, all the different
Ares
you know,
series,
locations of
and
planets,
also
or
now the
spaceship,
Spirit
all these
that all
different
has that kind of like
situations that AI can
square
There's no way you can
cockpit
script it all, so
shape,
you need to make it.
which I really like, and then the Hercules has like the round
have
pointed
perception of
one.
what's happening around it.
So
We
we'll
do
have
have
to
the-
see
be
what
able to
the
communicate with the
because we
other
only
AI
have
that's
concept
fighting
art of the
alongside, so it
Genesis,
seemed like there
but
was-
it's
Yeah, I was
all,
gonna say,
it's all
that's
like
the biggest
really
connect.
old.
So
that takes time
I wonder if they're going to
to work.
redesign it to bring
You
it
know, the
closer
AI team
to
is,
the
been
current
working on it for a
Crusader
long
design
time, led by
philosophy. Could be
Jessica
interesting to
Rakuti,
see.
who's been doing a great job.
The reasoning behind it is the bigger something gets, the more
absolutely
aerodynamics.
have turned the corner
So
this year.
the smaller something gets, the
because
more
I've-
the aerodynamics matter, and the bigger something gets, the more the aerodynamics matter. So like there's an in between where it matters a little bit less. That's where you got like the Caterpillar, you've got the those ships, but that's why it's like more bulbous looking because it just kind of has to be if you want to be able to fly it through an atmosphere without having severe issues like slinging it around.
And I mean,
Yeah.
Rich is a much better FPS player than me. I
Oh,
think I'm
I
kind of
like
okay,
the-
but
I like
Rich is much
Crusader
better, but
styling. I
No,
think it
we
looks
weren't
great.
all managed to get it, but I was like, I'm going
Please
home,
don't
I
put a
downloaded
million
the build
doors
and
in the ship.
home, I'm like, damn it, I'm going to finish this level.
2 is
Like,
enough.
I almost managed to do it.
Well, they
and
really
it
need to
was, you know, it was
get the
it was like Elden Ring from software. Like, I want to do it one more time.
just the doors,
and it was
like the
and it wasn't
predictive
Wait, hang
opening
on.
of doors a bit better.
Chris is talking about Elden Ring.
Like, okay, the AI
What?
is just supernatural and they can instantly shoot you. It's like they were moving around, they were anticipating where you were doing, they were trying to flank your areas, and they were behaving intelligently. And those are all behaviors and systems that we've been working on in terms of realistic perception. Like they can, you know, they can hear a sound around a corner, but
He's
if you
talking
were
about
3,
the
4
AI in
doors
Elden
away or
Ring.
whatever, maybe they wouldn't hear you
Okay.
if you drop something, and you know, see where you were and see you in the peripheral vision, or they'd have different.
Chris, please
ways
don't
of
give the enemies
searching for you, or
AI that
fighting
is
you,
as
you know, whether
ruthless
they're
as
more
Elden Ring
aggressive and
AI.
they're pushing up towards you, or they're defensive. and
It's
they're
just like a
taking
normal
over,
guy
or
walking around,
trying to flank
sees you,
so there's
and
a
then
whole
just
bunch
like
of
you know
work
the ones that like
going
morph into like
on
the
the
big
AI
guy,
side.
like Dark Souls
I'm
3,
feeling
where
like
they just into the big black sinewy monsters. Just actual horror game.
He just like pulls a rocket launcher out of his backpack and starts shooting at you.
I need to ask something because I've spent more than a single day on the internet before. When you say we've thrown everything away.
Well, actually, I was about to come back to that. So
because that's going to be the title
yeah.
of the Kotaku article.
Well, it's interesting because what we
Kotaku
talked about is
article.
we identified
They mentioned
everything
Kotaku. Is that on the bingo card?
we're
Probably not.
years now.
Should be.
Okay, what is there? How do we want to change it, and how do we want to manipulate it? So, we're not throwing away
That's
the
more
more
like,
technical underpinnings of the
It's
AI.
more like the betting.
So it's assumption or like how the
it's like 100 to 1 odds. Then they mentioned Kotaku.
It's more about the bits that you go and you tune. And
I'll be right back.
We call them behaviors. Like
Entertain them while I'm gone.
So what we did
We'll
is
see how that
we
goes.
pulled all the AI back and stripped it back to essentially 3 base behaviors. Essentially defender, so I want to stay back and cover and defend a location. A strafer who kind of wants to get, siege you and wants to go behind you, and then pushers that kind of want to put pressure onto you. So we wanted to create these 3 core behaviors that the AI can choose to go, they can choose combat behaviors this is. So once you've engaged in combat, they can then select one of these behaviors to engage you so that you get a mixture of combat when you're fighting them, and obviously you might get 3 defenders, or you might get 1 strafer and 2 pushers. And we've got a video to show some of the behaviors. But then what we have is we have a trait system that sits on top of that, and that's where designers can go in and go, okay, I want this defender to be to always defend. He can never re-roll as another behavior, or I want him to be like a turret, so he never moves from cover to cover. Or I want pushers to be, I want always to be a pusher. I want them to, be aggressive. I want them to be reckless. I want them to have friendly fire. So we can go in and essentially we've got 3 base behaviors that just by themselves play well. You can play that and go, okay, do these 3, is that a fun experience? Then you can start adding in all the other things on top. You go, okay, I want this trait and this trait. So you're crafting combat experiences. So in a PU mission, if you've got a ship coming in bringing AI reinforcements, we can say, okay, we can weight the behavior. So you're not getting the same thing every time, but you can go, okay, you get these guys who push, they're quite aggressive because that's their faction, whether it's Ninetales, or these guys are quite defensive, they're more military. And what we have is these traits that multiply the behavior. So now we've got multiple different
Talking about different
and then
types
you add
of AI.
different weapons
Like
in there, so sniper rifles, so the
defensive,
different
aggressive.
engagement ranges, and all of a sudden you have this matrix of individual behaviors that is multiplied into
I gotta say, I don't
that allows us
think
to have a
I
really
actually
strong combat experience.
care
It's not the
that
same.
much about
It's not, Star Citizen games that you're going to be playing for hundreds of
AI
hours.
as long as it functions.
You don't want to just be having the same combat experience over and over again. And vice versa in Squadron, we want you to be able to ramp up the combat. We want to have factions play differently. We want you to have different experiences you play throughout the game. And when we looked at the AI combat behavior, that's something we identified. But then we also looked at perception and basically tweaked that and readed that in a way that allows us that, you come around the corner, it's not just instant headshot. Because, to be honest, AI, it's very easy to make AI that are amazing. Because they're just computer. They know where you are. They know exactly what, they don't have to mouse aim. It's just instant headshot. It's very easy to make them too hard.
It's not human.
No,
right?
exactly. What we want to do is we want to make it challenging.
AI is
but
great
fair.
so long as it works.
And
Yeah.
that is, when Chris was talking about playing through Asiado, even though it was very challenging, when we died, it was because we made a mistake. It was like, okay, I didn't check my left when I came out here, and I'm like, I got taken out. And we've also looked at accuracy. So we've looked at accuracy as that, even a human, even a soldier, they don't immediately have a bead on a target and they pull the trigger. They take a time to adjust to it. So, as soon as you pop out of cover, they're like, oh, someone's there.
When they're
It's
happy
not
with,
instantly on.
how the
They've got a
internal
bit of
testing and
time.
stuff is going.
And then what we wanted to do is that we don't want AI to be 100% accurate, but we want you to still feel pressure. So we have a silhouette-based accuracy model now, so that if they do miss, you getting that sense of like, pew, pew, it's kind of going past your head, and you're like, okay, I'm under pressure. And we want the AI to pressure you, but pressure you in a way that you feel like, oh, what? How did he shot me through a box? Like, he's pushing that way, and you're hearing him. You're like, okay, they're coming this way, and I'm being pincered. And I think that's where we've put our real focus on terms of how they perceive you in the environment when they're socially active, how do they perceive you in combat. And then we have pretty much 90% of what I've talked about there is in the game. We've had balanced passes, we've played it, it's a lot of fun. And then what we have on top of that is future things that we're going to be adding even more. So, we've got versions of them doing medic behavior and reviving allies and ammo management and all the other advanced combat behaviors that we can put on top, which we're already working on. But they're underpinned by an absolute solid foundation. So if you strip all of it back just to those 3 base behaviors, the defender, pusher, strafer, is it fun? Because if it's not fun there, it's not going to be fun here. You can't just keep relying on putting stuff on top and going, oh, it's going to get fun when we do this. It's going to get fun when we do this. So we pulled it back so that you have a challenge, that you feel like you're being pushed, that you feel like you're under pressure. Because especially in Squadron, you know, you're not a commando, you're a fighter pilot. You know, fighter pilots don't go in and, you know, they're not John Rambo. And again, in the PU, you could be a haulage trucker, or you could be you might want to do something else. You might want to be doing just a homestead, so you want to do trading. And so when you get into FPS, we need to have the AI reflect the level of difficulty that we want to push into a persistent universe.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, throwing it away was, you know,
yeah,
it's
behavior. Disingenuous.
But basically,
but
you know, game development is iteration, right? So you have V1, then you have V2, and then
Yeah.
V3, and you know, V1 was the very first basic combat behavior, and it was it was the beginning, and there's a lot more systems now that underpin it. That's why we threw the base one away, because we have more ones that are underpinned by, you know, a lot more of the things we talked about, like perception, the accuracy, and all this other stuff that happens.
And within the context, you were speaking specifically of the FPS combat behaviors.
Correct.
Like the 7 segments I did about the bartenders, those are all still accurate.
No, it's social. So I mean, social AI and combat behaviors. We've
redone the chow line yet again.
Social AI is
more mess hall. Mess hall,
the mess hall will never end.
Right. But we'll also be using some of these tenets and ethos to push into the flight AI. So the flight AI, which I think, you know, was talked about in the earlier talk in terms of the jousting and how we want to have more close combat, things like accuracy and the behaviors and how they can roll different traits, and how that's something that we'll have holistically across AI, across Star Citizen as a whole. You know, we're showing it as the FPS, but it's very similar. So it's something that, I mean, we can show the clip of
we've got those poor Atmo East Force guys waiting to do their race. So let's look at some videos.
Yeah. So what I'd suggest, I think we'd probably show the investigation first before we go into the combat.
Because the other thing is outside of, you just talked about combat.
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of other behavior in terms of, because, you know, like I said, stealth game plays a lot.
Yes.
So, you know,
Stealth
Squadron
gameplay?
is the test bed for that. So investigations,
investigations. We saw a little bit of that last year.
They radio their, you know, back to base or their buddy. Hey, I heard something here. Or they get in a gunfight. They could actually call back. Hey, I need reinforcements, and they'll come in. That's all behaviors that's working right now in Squadron. And then on top of that, you know, you're making the joke about the bartender and all the rest of stuff. But really, the main cooking bed for what we call social AI, i.e. non-combat AI, is Squadron. There's a lot more stuff happening in Squadron that will come into the PU. So it's not just
Squadron sounds like it's going to be great.
People eating at the chow line. It's
for sure.
It's, you know, engineers going about their
and
daily business.
From what they've
or,
shown, it looks fantastic.
A janitor,
so.
you know, cleaning up messes that people leave systemically, or for instance,
flight attendants or hangar personnel.
Yeah, the hangar you know, basically operating on the hangar, and then when they're not fixing something, they're having a conversation on the side. For instance, there's a whole dynamic conversation system that Francesco's been working on that allows the RAI, say, aboard the Stanton, which is the interest that you're based in.
And it's huge. Conversation, when you're playing through a level and you can hear them talking to each other and reacting to what's happening, it all of a sudden brings.
Did he just cut
to life.
Chris off because he was
dynamic
about to
conversation
spoil
system
something?
allows it. So we have some that are sort of more story scripted conversations, like if you eavesdrop on some people patrolling, and we've got some stuff we want to let you hear so you know where to go and stuff like that. But also,
that's kind of what
dynamic
that's kind of what it
conversation,
sounded
so people
like.
can just sort of, you know, whether it's in a mess hall, they sit down and they just
We're gonna have a lot of
conversation
info here,
talking
though.
about the most recent vid show they saw, or
which is
you know,
good.
Talking about
information
what they
is good.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
CitizenCon is long this year. No, it is not.
No, but this segment's been going on for nearly 2 hours.
Yeah, this singular segment is long.
This segment's long.
CitizenCon last year was like 9 hours long.
Wandering around, you know,
well, and there were breaks in between as well, long breaks.
People will be having conversations, gossiping, talking about, oh well, I heard there was something went on. The Ninetales attacked.
Dude, everybody says Orison correctly,
but it will be.
You just said Orison.
Systemic and dynamic, which is really cool.
And it just adds so much. It just adds so much.
So let's look at some of this in action. We don't have the conversation system stuff to show today, but let's look at some of the investigation stuff, and we'll look at some of the combat stuff.
Explains why Darwin looks like he passed out.
Videos. So there's the investigation in the test map, and what you're seeing here,
he's still awake.
In some respects, you might think that this is scripted, that this is something that we just put on a
goes to sleep,
this
I'll
is
throw
purely
Finley at
systemic.
him.
So if we captured this 20 different times, it would be 20. It would play out 20 different ways.
So the those individual there is going away to hide behind that orangey boxy, whatever we want to call that color.
So that's the player.
He's gonna
essentially.
go. This is essentially a standard for the player.
That's some good
the
dynamic
other two
animation
AI
when he like stumbled around.
At the moment. The white spheres you see are basically hiding or cover spots. And so as AI, this is a sort of debug mode, as the AI goes around and they search, the spheres go away, indicating that, okay, they've checked that place, so no one's actually there hiding out in cover. So, and they're both kind of working together. So their logic is they need to clear these rooms first, and then once the rooms are cleared, they can sort of go on.
So they share this information. So as they're clearing the cover points, and the cover points are basically all the nooks and crannies in the room, they're clearing the cover points and they're sharing together. So you'd see here that they're going, okay, this guy's coming in and go, okay, there's an open vent. Again, this is systemic. He's just coming to investigate this vent, but he's not cleared this entire room yet, so he's not going to progress. And he's just going to go and check the rest of the room alongside his buddy. And once they've then cleared it, they'll then progress. But again, here would be, you know, you'd hear them talking to each other. I've not found him yet. Where is he? And again, if that, we've got vents in here.
He's checking another vent there.
Yeah, so we also have other usables. So it might be, you know, there's something you can hide in, or they're going through systemically, checking the usables, checking the cover points. And you can see there's only a few balls left now. The ones at the bottom right, and then the ones at the back that he's clearing. And then one of these enemies will then go, okay, we've checked everything in here. I'm now going to progress to the next space, because that's where, you know, they're not in here. I think they're going to go this way.
So you come back, there's only one set of ones left.
Oh, okay.
Check it.
So one of them decided. So they must have communicated
so now
that the one guy was going to.
And
spot.
Fire away!
And what you're seeing here with the bar, which starts off, it's something that we added for the perception. So they start off in green, and it goes to yellow and amber, then
got
red.
up
So
on
once
him.
it goes to red, there's in full combat.
I think
the
like,
previous states
I would
are kind of
like back up and then shoot.
They go up based on levels
instead of like
so green might
pump them and then shoot. Like that's kind of what it looked like what happened.
You know, did I see something? No.
By the way, in the game you don't see that. That's our
no,
debug.
that's our debug.
That's just indicating the level, and the level in the game would be.
But
like
we'll have audio and visual representation for those levels. So
it's
the
kind of
initial
neat to
green
see
one would
that
just be like a head turn, maybe a verbal cue.
Kind of
then you get into the yellow and amber. That's where they're turning to face the noise
and see
going,
kind of the logic behind what
I think
the
I'm
AI
going
is
to go
trying
check
to do.
it out, and then maybe
That's
they'll
interesting.
walk over there to investigate. Or if there's two of them, one of them would go, "Hey, you go check it out," and then he goes and checks it out. And then we have obviously the red, where it's like there's a definite threat here, and once they've been threatened. Like in most games, what happens is if you wait a long enough time, they will then de-escalate to the green, and it's like their minds have been, you know, it's like MIB, they flash through memory, it's gone. In our game, what they do is they go to a threatened state, and in that threatened state, they'll still do their social activities and their functions, but they're more perceptive. So as soon as they see, if like he's there again, they'll get into it. So it makes a difference that if you've gone loud at the start and then tried to hide. You can't just go, oh no, they'll forget about me. It has memory, and that will be the case in the PU as it is in Squadron. So
okay,
and so that
that's gonna be interesting, especially if you're in like you're doing stealth and then somebody else comes in and like starts going loud a little bit, and then they're on high alert because of them, and then they catch you because of them.
So here's in Asiata in the decommissioned area. You can see the two AI in the distance catch you, and then this is kind of just a representation of it doing the same thing in a real environment. But obviously we wanted to show you
that looks great.
Kind of the thing behind the curtain. What are they actually doing? They're checking cover points. They're checking.
Oh no, they're coming straight up to them. That's good because they saw him there. There's no point searching
captured this video
anywhere before.
If we actually failed because they pincered the player, and they actually found you before we were able to show you, you know, what was happening. So it's really good to see how this transition from
Yeah, so they
social
move
combat
first
so that you can
to
actually
where
play
they
the game.
spotted the player.
Yep.
So here he's checking a usable
And then
setup where he's just kind of like looking and checking. Okay,
realistically, probably one of them would have gone
and again.
up
He's
ahead.
sharing that information
Yeah.
with his buddy. So if you've got 2, 3, 4 AI that are searching, then obviously they're sharing and talking to each other and letting them know.
Yeah,
And
so
that'll help
each
you
kinda
too, because
go a
you'll hear him
different
talking,
direction.
because they'll be like, "This area's clear," and stuff
Yeah.
like that. And so you'll know as they come up to you, and that's good dynamic gameplay.
But you're gonna know they're out there looking for you. If you stay in the same place for too long, they will find you.
Yeah, so you can see the one in the background is actually looking over one of the vents, one of the railings, should I say, and then.
Okay,
the,
so you can't
Ross,
so you can't
who
just
did
sit
all-
behind
captured all these
one
videos.
wall and
I think he takes a bit of
hide. You
Because
have
they
to
know
like,
the area.
move. Yeah.
They know the area better than you, so they're likely
Systemic. They
to.
understand all the hiding places.
I wonder if they're
They-
going to take
this
third
is their
person out of the
station.
game.
They understand the hiding places. They understand where to look, and they just go through.
Yeah, so you can drop
because like they know the
these
area better
enemies
than
in
you, so you
any
can't just
environment.
assume that they're not going to be able
They
to
will
find
play
this
out
place
like
you're hiding
this,
behind.
but
They'll eventually
obviously
check it.
What they, the choices that they make at
If you're
runtime
at least
will
if
be
you're
different.
pretty close.
This
Like
is
in a
where,
situation like
you know,
this,
we have to
where
make
they're
sure
like
that the
taking,
AI that
like
we're
they're looking
working
down like that.
even though we're working on it in
Like right now, this guy has
Squadron, it has
suppressor.
to work for the
Just
entire
peek that corner,
resource
pop,
system
get him,
in all the
and then the other
different
goes like,
environments, in all the different
you know, here's him fall
scenarios that
down,
you're put
turns
in.
around, and is
So
surprised, and that's
Yeah.
good.
It's a major improvement.
So that's hiding from the AI. But let's look at some of the combat tactics now. So let's do combat tactics 1.
So again,
Mobs
what
that
we're
you
seeing here is
forget
in
you
the test map, we
exist
wanted
is
to
a
just kinda
staple
show
of
you a bird's eye
FPS
view.
gaming.
We've just turned God mode on so you can see it. And you can see
Yes,
the
but
labels
it's not
here. So
realistic,
we've got the
and that's
defenders
what
that kind
Star
of push the
Citizen is
cover
all
points.
about.
Then we've got the pusher who's kind of pushing towards you. And then we've got the strafer.
Oh my
who's
gosh,
kind
he
of
just
like
the
taking
AI
more of a
just
wider
vaulted
angle.
over cover.
Now there are some similarities between all the behaviors, but it depends on what happens. So whether they go to cover, you know, a pusher, for example, can still go from cover to cover. A defender can still go to cover. So it's not like you've got these binary choices. It's about weighting the different choices throughout the behavior so that the AI provides something different, but also applies pressure to you as a player so that you're having
That
to
defender,
react
he's
to
like,
the
nope.
AI. Right now,
Then he
our
turned right
current
back
AI,
around.
Yeah, I
you
could
basically
just
get
see
the jump
them
on
like
them,
peeking over the
and
walls.
you can just take them
Yeah.
all out.
That's really funny.
But in reality,
looking.
what we want is
They,
we want
if they
you
had the
to react
strafer
to the
strafe
because they're
harder,
pushing and
because the
challenging
pusher
you.
came right
We
up the
want-
middle.
you
If
know,
the
we want
strafer had
that
like
challenge
gone
to be
around,
fair so
vaulted
that
down
you
the
feel
side,
like
and came
you've
up like
made the mistake
behind.
and you
Yeah.
eventually, or if you
Because
do,
there wasn't,
get
it didn't
taken
look
out.
like there's much difference between strafing and pushing.
And then we have one more
Yeah.
video showing the tactics.
Looks like
Yes.
that might
situation.
still be kind of a work in progress.
So this is just a short version
Which
where
one?
we, but again, it's
Oh,
the
this is
same,
inside of a hangar.
AI.
Okay, so this I
that they
wonder if
dropped
this
in.
is
and
inside.
they roll the dice for they don't always become
Assay
defenders.
association. Oh,
Pushers or
jeez.
strafers.
Yeah, this is that
It's gonna be random
station.
every
This
time.
is
Yeah.
the one that they were
Combat
talking about.
experience
That's
is
cool.
Yeah, this
So
is
you-
where
and you
that
might all be
cutlass
pushers,
was.
you might
Yeah.
all be defenders, but the way it works
Yeah.
is if
Well, there's
one of
still
them
it's
rolls a
that cutlass
defender,
is still there
then
actually.
the weight for them to roll another defender is lower. So essentially here you can see
Oh
here
gosh.
that
So they got one
he's getting
guy
tagged a
took
lot
up high
just
took
because we want to show
high
you the
ground.
behaviors themselves
Yeah.
rather than,
Whoever
you know,
is
get
doing
taken out. So
this
he's being a
doesn't
bit
know
more
how to aim.
aggressive than you probably would be
Yeah,
able
they
to.
don't seem to be very good at video
It's
games.
going to make the eventual speed runs a lot harder because it's not just Goombas that do
There
the
should be a
same
quick
thing
kill
every
button.
time. You can't
No.
memorize the patterns.
And the other thing you might have noticed
Yeah.
as well is that we're starting to have traversal.
Interesting to hear them
Oh my.
acknowledge speed runs.
On,
Yeah.
on the base
They
map.
can mantle over, you know.
I mean, it's something that everybody's got to take into factor
Clouds,
now.
mantle, climb
Yeah.
ladders.
They can
It's
jump
like
Yeah,
how-
it's just
how
it's just
big the
it's just
community has
interesting because you
become, push you,
don't
they
usually
climb up onto
hear
things
game
and shoot down on
developers like
they
acknowledge
can use
that,
ladders, they can do all
especially
sorts of stuff.
especially not like
So we're
before
putting a fair amount of
before the
work
game comes
into
out.
AI traversal.
Yeah. I mean, this is
so
essentially
they
an
sort of
indie game.
understand
Yeah.
the
Game
environment
developers
and how to
that have a
traverse over
AAA
rather than
budget.
just flat ground.
Yeah.
Like that's how it was originally. Like now
And
they
of
could be
course,
considered
you know,
AAA
some of that, I
game
think you saw some of it, you
producer.
didn't get hit right
Yeah.
away. Some of the early shots missed, and then they hit, and
That's kind of what Rich was talking about earlier.
God mode code command. Can I get it?
It's very easy to make.
Somebody said buy
They're showcasing the AI. Dead AI are hard to showcase.
They've got all the numbers.
That's true. That's true.
But that's not any fun. So the fun is making them feel real. Like you're playing against another real player or a human.
All right. Well, we are just about out of time. I think we got 2 more talking points we want to cover before we let you go. Let's start with one that might be surprising to some. Most people maybe not. They won't know about it. We haven't done a lot of talking about it.
Okay.
Skills. There's.
I am highly interested in this.
What can you tell us about skills in Squadron 42?
So skills, it's not just
Parkour.
42, it will be Star
Wall
Citizen
running,
as well.
wall jumping.
So we've
That's gonna
split
be
them
dope.
up into kind of two areas. One is physical attributes. So we have 4 physical attributes such as strength, agility, endurance, and fitness. And then we have techniques, which is kind of like whether it's takedowns or traversal.
Okay.
So if you look at the physical attributes, what we have, essentially we're going to have a skill system that you can go, and the way that you play the game will dictate.
So they're adding in kind of like an RPG like character.
Well, it is an MMORPG, so.
Level, yeah.
Getting stronger
Well,
doesn't just
kind of.
allow you to lift up your boxes, but it also means that your equip load that you can carry in your inventory
It's just like
is higher.
the
So
first
that
ever
weight
first
doesn't
person one
affect
that's not
you
Ash.
as much.
Yeah.
So you can use it because it's not affecting your stamina as much. You know, your
It's a sandbox
force reactions, you're more
MMORPG
resistant
too.
to that because you're stronger in yourself.
Yeah.
Agility in terms of like weapon
Same
swapping
thing
or,
still. The first one in space at least.
Going
that's
to
not Ash.
ADS. We have endurance, so that's, for example, like how resistant you are to the environment. If you look at, say, Navy SEAL training or SES training in Britain, essentially, you know, they have cold weather training. They have, you know, you can survive in harsher climates. You can go longer
If you
without.
starve yourself, you get
sustenance.
higher stats.
And then that's what essentially endurance gives you, and also, for example, like G-force and Redouts. You know, pilots train for that so they can actually modulate their breathing, so they're actually able to
keeping your character
sustain higher
alive
Gs than a normal person
will
would
give
do.
you
And then
a
have
marked
fitness. So fitness, for example, you
advantage
can have a
in
higher stance.
dogfights
So
and
when
racing
we have
because you can
swimming,
pull
you
higher
swim
Gs
longer,
without
you
blacking
can,
out.
You can hold your breath longer. You can sprint longer.
So I know
so
one of
we
the
have these
races,
physical attributes,
one of the
and we
main
have
races,
multiple
somebody
different
had blacked
ways of
out,
how you,
but they blacked out in the middle of
improve
it,
them.
and they had
And
gone
those
off track,
physical attributes
and they had to
will
come back.
denote how effective you
Yeah.
are at certain things in the game. So, and that will come to obviously flying as well as in FPS. But we're not going to be removing any of the skill elements. So there's nothing that we're going in there going, oh, you've got 10% more damage. Or, you know, we're going to make you fly the plane better. It's like, no, that's always relying on your skill. This is the things that you can't necessarily improve. So, you know, like I said, how fast you can sprint or how far you can sprint. All of those different things that are tied into your physical attributes.
Well, there's no way I'm not going to, like, in the morning, take my character over to a gym, put him on a treadmill, and then leave, and then come back later in the day.
Gym, you start lifting weights.
Yeah.
You know, okay, I can do whatever. I can like bench press 100 pounds. Now I can do 120. Now I can do 140. Now I can do 160. Now I can do 180. Right? Well, you couldn't do 180 right from the beginning. You had to,
Pumping iron
you
and
had to work
Star
the
Citizen,
same
let's
you
go.
know, you know, you work your way up to a marathon, and so that's kind of the idea. Is there are things that you do during the gameplay that you know your gameplay can add to it. But if you want to take some time and go to the gym and do some squats, you know, you can get some strength up. And again, that's part of like making
look into the camera, man.
The living world. So if you want to invest in your character that way, in a sort of more realistic way, the way the world works, because
Don't live life in real life. Live it all in Star Citizen.
aim and shoot. And
Universe simulator.
You'll be able to. You'll be able to sleep,
that's something
eat,
that makes sense
shit,
what your
work out,
character's gonna be. I mean, in, you know,
everything in the game.
yeah. I'm a cargo hauler. I probably don't really need to be all buff and everything because I'm
Exactly.
sitting there in the cab of my Caterpillar hauling a bunch of cargo. But if I want to be a bounty hunter, maybe I want to invest some time.
Bro,
So if I'm in a foot
that's
race,
the only kind of race I'm ever going to win,
take
man.
someone down, I can outrun them, you know?
Yeah, because if you're wearing the same
At least that
if you're
way it's a
wearing
lot
heavy
harder
armor,
to
they're wearing
crash.
heavy armor, and you've put effort into, you know, skilling up your character because you're, you know, that's the dedicated area of focus that you want. You know, you can run further than them. You can
Bro,
carry
It's
things.
just actual marathons in
heavier
Star
than-
Citizen,
than
and they take like
You
hours.
can equip things onto you, and it doesn't affect you as much.
So yeah, man, I did an Iron Man yesterday. Like, oh, you don't
It allows you to progress.
look
your
like
character
you're
in
like
those
you're
ways.
really physically
And
capable
then
of
we
that. Like,
have
oh no, I was in a video game.
techniques So we're going to have multiple different techniques for a lot of different skills across the Star Citizen, but a good one to have to explain it. It's almost like the 10,000 hours. You know, if you do 10,000 hours kind of thing, you're better at something. So takedowns is a good example. So the first time you do a takedown, you know, that's going to be quite sloppy. It's going to take quite a long time. You know, you might struggle and, okay, eventually you take them down and it's like, oh, okay, the guy over there heard me. It's not very good.
It's like Kenshi,
And after a certain amount of
kinda.
time that you you practice at them.
Yeah, more
then
takedowns you do, the better
you'll get better. So then they'll change different animations. So now you'll unlock.
It really is just a combo of all the best options, all the best things from all the different
all the versions of takedown from
games.
sloppy to super killer pro.
Yeah, and at the end ones,
really
it'll be like straight in, straight out. You lower him down.
Can't wait to see people. Can't wait to see walk into or like walk out onto a road and see people lighting campfires all the way down the road to level up their campfire lighting skill.
Yeah, that's something they're going to need to work out.
Frickin' RuneScape.
A good way they need to balance and also prevent exploits.
Yeah.
Like somebody leaving the computer, like
just
tape down the W key on a treadmill.
Yeah, or just like,
from doing that.
or just download an auto clicker.
Yeah, or stop somebody from buying a burner account. And then you go like inside it, like you've got like your laptop and your PC, and then you just sit in the freaking operating room and then just do takedown after takedown after takedown after takedown after takedown.
Exactly. You don't
they have a pint of beer before they go try to race a Formula One or play a football match.
Absolutely. So that's what it gives
Just
you. It gives
farm,
farm
takedown skill.
Then you
by
can
just
push that.
repeatedly
If you-
knocking
before
out the
you care
same
about the flying
person
shift, if you
in
want
like
to be a fighter
a
pilot, then you can be like, okay,
in like
I
a
want to level
Carrick's
up
med room or something.
agility, or I want to level up endurance because
Or like, for
endurance
example,
allows
like
me
Tarkov,
to, hold
Yeah.
more
one of the
Gs.
ways that
So,
you can
know,
train
that guy who's
strength
gonna black
is
out,
by
I'm not
throwing
gonna black out
grenades.
because I'm going to be able to do it. And it's those
So people
slight
will just
1%
take an inventory
differences
full of grenades
that allow you to
just
do. And
throw
there
grenades.
You will be able to level them
until
if
they
you
die.
train them organically.
Just throw
So
all
you're
of the
not gonna have to
grenades.
go out
In
and
Star Citizen, you'll be able to throw one grenade, and then the grenade will teleport back into your hand and then explode.
Because your skill wasn't high enough.
Did they fix it?
Like, we will allow
did,
you
yeah.
to do things like
I'm
that.
always
Because
too
it's really
scared
bad
to
in
use
armor,
grenades.
because everybody
yourself,
had
but you'll
grenades
also
and
just
people
be able
fat
to do
feeling G on
by
accident.
naturally playing what you like to.
And they just blow themselves up.
Yeah.
Well, we were
Star Marine is kind of broken because whenever you respawn, there's just a 1 in like 5 chance that your screen will just be shaking until the end of the match.
You'll sort of track this is the same way.
It's like impossible to like know what's going on.
I've never actually played Star Marine.
How unfit I am.
I recommend at least trying it out.
How fit I am, unfortunately, at the moment.
It's okay.
Unfit.
Yeah, well,
but
for me, it's just like I feel like the least like fleshed out part of Star Citizen gameplay is FPS combat.
That's true.
It's like why would I want to do that?
The first iteration.
It's not that bad. Like it's okay.
Yeah.
The issue is the desync, so you'll get shot by people that look like they're behind corners and stuff like that.
I just feel like I would much rather just play Arena. Like if I was going to do that, I would just jump into Arena Commander, which if you go into a free fly, it just loads you into the arena with like 20 people that are just all constantly trying to murder each other.
That'd be fun though.
Which is hilarious.
It's not that bad, and you can do custom games on Star Marine too.
Yeah.
When
the Ares and the Redeemer came out last year, I jumped into Arena Commander and a Redeemer with a couple people, and like everyone else was in an Ares, and they were all like, "Oh, we got to show off how good the Ares is," and we just murdered them all because the Ares actually sucks.
Well, when it first released, it was good.
No,
and then they nerfed it.
no, not really.
The Ion was the best 1v1 ship in the game for a short amount of time.
It was
UI difference.
It was good against fighters.
but which are the 1v1 ships.
Yeah.
And it's decent against another ion.
It was not good against.
just on the Moby,
It was not good against bigger ships because.
But I'm fine. The ion. I don't know.
But the point, but the point of the Ares is they're supposed to be good against bigger ships, but not good against fighters. So when they came out, they were just completely the opposite of what they were supposed to be tuned for.
Building blocks. It's really.
And then they made the cannon silly. It fires way too fast.
They changed that back.
And
it fires slower again.
Did they make it fire slower again?
Yeah, I don't know when they did it, but I know that they did. I'm pretty sure they did.
Because they've changed it. They've changed it like 4 or 5 times now. They just like keep changing it. It's just like keep it high damage, low fire rate. Like keep it accurate, but give it a low projectile speed.
What they did is they reduced the amount that it would auto.
Primary objective. So
this is really good.
That's so much better of a Moby-Glass menu. Oh, that's so much better. Oh, thank you.
Messages. So this is kind of like.
Oh, it isn't a complete disaster.
Coming in with, general chit chat from the AI, which again, it's kind of just making it
that
believe
looks
that you're in
so
this,
much
believable
better.
environment
It's
or a
so
real-life
clean
environment rather than
looking.
just
Their ship chat. Oh, that's cool. So the AI talk to each other on messaging boards.
It's a lot cleaner.
Interesting.
And, the information. It's something that we've tried to be consistent.
It's still a little bit
the
laggy.
HUD and the Moby is that we want to make sure that we're giving.
Yeah, but at least it
You can see
looks
like
nice.
the alerts. So the alerts now cleared from
true.
the messaging app because we've read the messages, so it's gone. But there was an alert down on our.
As soon as they make the Moby-Glass snappy,
That
and
is-
look nice,
It's
that's
clear.
going to be the best.
So that's the system. It's a framework. So like inside the.
That
you'll
is
get,
a
notifications.
that is an
As well.
enormous
I got new
improvement,
messages.
especially this
Remote retrieval.
This screen.
They have remote retrieval on the ship.
When you,
Oh,
it's like
You see that?
in everyday
I
life,
did see that. Yeah.
everybody pretty much interfacing with computers. They're interfacing with emails and
That's super nice.
Google Chrome or
I wonder if they'll
search
say anything
engines.
about that.
Everybody does it every day. So when we come to things like the Moby-Glass, we have to have a level of familiarity that people understand. It's like, okay, this is intuitive to use. And it comes back to really the original message that we started this talk with. We want to make sure that the game that you're playing, we're removing the barrier to entry,
Jared's
removing the
talked like maybe
complexity so that
10
you can
times
enjoy
in
the
this
stuff
past
that
few hours.
you want to enjoy, that you want to go and do.
Because
You wanna go
it's
and do
basically
missions,
just
you
Chris
wanna
and this
go
guy
and,
talking.
Yeah.
Get equipment or find rare loot or join up with your friends. And I think a lot of the
All
things.
right, well, we
look at
hit
this,
the
the
5-hour
player
mark
interaction
for
experience,
CitizenCon.
to improve traversal, to improve HUD.
They've got to be
map.
saving
Moby
something
is a combination
for
of
the
areas
end.
where we want to
Some
they had
some
two more
reveal.
things.
but we want to provide it in a way that you're.
And I think this is still the first
you
thing.
can
in
go
the
and
sense
go,
of
we don't need to reinvent how you read emails.
Yeah,
Or we don't need to reinvent how you understand a mission, or and you want
people
to
are doing
have
like
the
hashtag
information
free
at your-
Jared.
on your Moby. Like, okay, tell me what am I about?
Spirit
is
straight to
my
flyable.
environment outside? Is
That
it
would be
breathable?
cool.
Do I
That's
need
good.
a helmet?
He's talking about like
Is
having
it
actual
hot? Is it
information
cold?
on whenever you
You know,
leave your day.
know,
and
Yeah.
so you know.
You look at an Apple Watch, or my wife
Like,
has
hey,
an
you
Apple
should put
Watch,
on a
so she's
helmet
got
or something
Fitbit,
like
and
that.
It's like, okay, this is your heart rate, and this is
Yeah.
your
They
oxygen.
really need to have a
You
better
need to
way
have
of
that information at
showing
your
that you have a
fingertips,
helmet
and
on
you
or
go,
not.
okay, I
Because
can
it's
now
so
plan
easy
for
to
what I'm
accidentally
about to
walk
do.
outside without
And
a
coming
helmet.
back to
It
what
is
Chris
really
said
easy.
earlier in terms of, you're not just going to
Even
be
if
wearing heavy
you
armor
can
going
just
into ships,
see
and you might
like
not have an EVA
the
pack,
edges
and
of your
you've gotta-
helmet around the border of the
You've
screen.
got to decide what you
What
use
they
to
should
do on
be
specific missions.
Because you walk
good
through that
and
little,
also immersive.
Bringing all these things
particularly when you're
together
walking out
as a
onto like a
unified
pad.
experience
You know,
playing
you
the
walk
game.
through that little,
and then you start to understand like why
the
we've
little
got
force
an
field that
injury
it keeps
system
the air
or
in.
active status
Yeah.
or injuries. Or
They could have it like
readouts and,
flash a warning on that, like
inventory.
warning, you're not wearing a helmet.
All the
Yeah.
trolleys and the physicalized nature of
you
the
know.
world.
Just like
And when
turn
you put
yellow
it
or
all- start
something.
Putting it all together, which is kind of we're seeing that glimpse.
Or
into
just
the
with
Just
like
go
a
like,
too,
beep, beep, beep.
where
just
we're able to focus
warning.
on that experience,
Put
not
on a
just
helmet.
individual features.
Please don't
You
commit
know,
suicide.
We're starting to not just see it, we're playing it. And I think that's what's really exciting.
Because
to
you can
look at to show
respawn
the
doesn't mean you
progress that we're
should
showing here
respawn.
today, is that
I
nothing
feel like
we've talked about.
There's no
is
way that's not,
like, oh, we're gonna
dude.
start
It's
this
like
in 6
Dare,
months,
but
or
for
we're gonna do
but
this
for
in
like
6 months, we're gonna do this. It's a lot
because
of
you
it
can
we've already done.
because there's no way there's not people who are like
We're in
addicted
the
to killing
position where we
themselves
can go in
because of the
there and
rush.
play it and understand it and go, let's tweak this, let's tweak this. And
I've
let's
read this
start
book. It's called
building on top
Scythe.
of
Have you heard of that?
systems that were really,
I haven't.
you know,
It's like a
like in the future,
like and from a design
you can
point
get like
of view, so that we can
revived
build on
basically.
top, and we've got a very
infinite
clear idea
times.
how they can
But,
scale.
like the first times
in
for
Star
but people
Citizen,
got
because
addicted
we've
to
got
just like jumping
the
off
mini
stuff and
environment
killing
Squadron,
themselves.
like the test
But like
bed,
imagine the
proving it
teenagers
out.
because they're like,
and I think it's going to be a
the
real
first
benefit
revive
to
is
the
free
community when we
anyways.
push these
Yeah.
features
And just
over,
to know what it
because
feels like,
also
you
for
know.
the
And so like they have dare
who-
programs
just specifically PU content.
with like
they've got an example of how to
different
use
sayings.
these systems and
I mean,
they
that's like,
understand how you know
stuff like that.
other
Like, just because you
developers have
can
already gone
revive
through
doesn't
the
mean you
mix
should
of putting
revive.
it
It's
to the game.
that's
and now they go,
hilarious to me.
cool. There's documentation. I know how to go.
All
through it.
the loaders are just trolling loaders.
The feature with the content means that, okay, you're doing
What?
You know, some of the traversal stuff we talked about. Well, here's where you're using it in Squadron.
Loaders?
Here's how we use these different physical elements to make an interesting game experience. And that means
Loners.
that the team that's now going, oh, we want to do 10 of those or 100 of those.
Ship
has good
loaners.
examples of
Okay.
how to use
For
it, rather
the
than
Spirit
here's a feature
series.
figure it out, because again,
Yeah.
that was a lot of things that went in with that. You know, it's like trolleys, as we use
Yep.
an example, or the
Mounted guns.
Are just features that didn't really have gameplay or use associated with them. So, you know, I mean, there's
Just
a lot
make
more
it-
going on.
Just make it like a freelancer miss, a freelancer standard, and a freelancer
It would be
dir.
very good to talk about
Something like that.
Well,
some of
because
core
the reason why they're
gameplay
doing
things that we're working on, because
the
Steelers because it has a lot of chairs. Yes, I know.
better, or this to be easier to use, or
Oh no, I was
smoother or
just
more responsive.
I don't know about that, but I mean the
That's
reason why because like one of them's
absolutely
freelancer and then two of them are
and the
whatever they're called.
It's definitely going to be in the PU.
Which makes with the bomber because the bomber ones it's a Mustang. Nope.
Bomber one's a Miz.
All right, so that was
Black, right?
our version
No,
of a
Bomber
short
one is the
conversation
freelancer
about
Miz.
Squadron 42 and the benefits
makes
to the
sense.
persistent universe.
Oh, hang on.
Before we let you go and get on to wrapping up our full day of activities, Chris,
Excited?
any final
What's
words
going
you
on?
want to share with the Star Citizen community about Squadron 42,
People are saying
its
it's short
the
in quotation
co-development
marks.
of two projects, how it'll
Short?
affect Star Citizen? What do you got?
Well, I mean, I'd say that
I didn't know Chris was
incredibly
British until this.
challenging trying to have
had
develop
no
two
idea.
games side by side, also while you're building the tech as well, and it's also incredibly rewarding.
Come on.
I have to say
Another,
that
give us another straight to flyable.
the
Come on.
feedback, especially on the PU side, that we
something
see
like
all the
the,
time, really helps.
like what happened last year with
inform
the
as
300i.
developers what we're doing all the time, and so
Yeah.
400i?
400i.
and it informs
Yeah.
what we do on the Squadron
Yeah,
42
400i.
side too. In
Dude,
terms
we need a
of
200i.
This is a very
we
long
need a
chat, yeah.
some of the areas that we go, okay, well, you know, we want to work on this thing and improve it. It's all the stuff we've really talked about this time. But
You think
know,
we're
for
gonna
me,
get a 200i and a 400i?
it's an
500i, I
incredible
mean?
privilege to be
Maybe.
building something of the level of ambition that we're doing on both Squadron but also Star Citizen, because you know ultimately
I think it's desperate
that
enough.
Star Citizen itself,
True.
in terms of an
700i,
experience, in
800i.
terms of how you can seamlessly go from
1000i.
sitting inside your ship, looking at your interior here, look at this Constellation Phoenix, and walking outside.
That set is
onto
still
a
so
planet
cool.
and looking at the foliage and
is.
the trees and seeing them out in the distance and walking over and being able to actually go there rather than it just be a background that you can never reach.
So they're planning on making
the you know, the scope and scale, the sense of being able to go anywhere, do anything. That is something that most
Why is Twitch rivals
game
streaming
engines and games generally just can't do and don't do. You know, they're limited to more limited spaces, and you know, we're utilizing in Squadron to give you a sort of single player experience that sort of feels like you're, you know, in a huge play environment and system that you traverse around. I mean, we talked about, you know, the various types of quantum travel you're using and all the different, you know, down to the detail mechanics of picking up something off a desk and moving it over, and being able to build a system that can do that for the detail and fidelity that we're telling a really
When's the
rich
last
story in
time
Squadron,
Chris
but also a huge
talked
universe
openly
that you
like
can
this
exist in
out
as
of
a
CitizenCon?
sandbox for everyone to play it is
2019.
a complete
Yeah, 2019,
from a
I think.
developer's
Because
standpoint.
he was barely
It's a
on
dream. I mean, it's a
the
dream I've
one
had,
last
my whole
year.
life.
So it's
Being
been a
able
long
to
He
time
talked
to
for
do
like
it.
3
was
minutes last
supported
year.
by the community out there.
That's why there's still 23,000
You know,
people here.
something I'm always
Chris
Yeah.
is talking.
eternally grateful
This is the
for.
first time, like,
And
in 3 years,
you know,
we've had this
it's the
much
best
from
job
Chris.
in the world.
Yeah.
So, as much as it can be difficult sometimes, as much as it can be frustrating when you see everyone bitching about something.
Classic
or something's
aggressive
not working,
Chris.
or, you know, what kind of idiot did this? Or, doesn't this person know how to run a project? And all the rest of the stuff. It's still the best job in the world.
So you've read the feedback.
Well, of course, we all read the feedback. Every developer reads everything, but you know, you need a thick skin. I mean, at the end of the day, you have a vision in your mind, and you're lucky enough to be able to really fulfill that. I mean, it's a bit of a Pandora's box that got opened when we realized we had the level of support to really go all the way, because it's a completely different scope of game.
This ended up being what you wanted from CitizenCon,
stage, and I was pitching a much more limited, sort of privateer, freelancer online.
Chris going hard.
Next generation Wing Commander. What we're building now is a completely different experience in terms of a lot more just fidelity and scope and possibility in the idea that you can do and be anything in it, and if you can think it or imagine it or
this is fantastic.
You can go there, do it, do all those things.
We're all hoping for a
That
surprise
is-
announcement.
Yeah.
Like I said, I
Of
think
course.
there's
This was, to
Of
be
course we
fair,
are.
Chris talking
has got the opportunity to do that.
was a
We're
surprise
getting-
announcement.
Yeah.
We had no idea what was going to happen.
After the little intro thing, I thought he was just. I thought he'd just pieced
Well,
out.
they said he'd left.
Yeah.
Hard work.
Jared was like, "Yeah, you see that guy on his way out? Yeah, don't let him back in."
We're working really hard.
Yeah.
I wish we were doing stuff quicker and faster than we end up doing it, but it's
I didn't.
not
Yeah, I didn't think they'd
because we're
actually
just
let
sitting
him
here,
talk.
Eating bonbons.
What the actual hell is a
working
bonbon?
really hard.
What?
And it's exciting.
I don't know. He
For
said something
me,
about eating bonbons.
I look at things we have in
It's like
development.
a chocolate
how far
sweet,
we've
I
come,
think.
How far the game itself.
It's like Jaffa
even
cakes. The
Star
only reason I know
Citizen,
what those
this
are
year there's
is
more
because
people
of
playing it.
the Yogscast
There's more,
back in like 2012.
spending more time in the game than there was last year than the year before.
Still don't actually know what they are.
A bonbon is a small
That's
chocolate
partly a
confection.
testament to the game itself over the last few years has become more stable. It's become
need to
more
travel.
performance, more features and content added. So even though we still have a lot of things
Just
to
so
go, and we
expensive.
talked about a lot of things we want to improve, it's more of a, yes, it's rough around the edges, but there is something there that keeps people coming back despite the frustrations, right? And I think it's that sense of you being able to go and do anything and be anything in the universe, and we're really committed to finishing that off and making that a really great experience that's frictionless. So, while it is challenging doing these two games together, it's also a hell of a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward.
I think if
over
they
the
open
next
up
few years, because we got
ship skins, kind
a
of
whole
like how
bunch
they
of
have
really
CS:GO
cool
skins,
stuff coming down the
where
pike,
there are
beyond
competitions
what we already have
for
here,
community
that-
to create skins, and
Yeah,
then the
that'd
community
be-
members get proceeds from the skins that they create.
That'd be great.
It is.
That'd be a really good idea.
Because we would get more than just the umpteenth camouflage
Strangely,
color skin.
video games
No
get
more
very
camouflage
open
skins.
because it's hard work,
What?
because it's
More
so difficult.
camouflage
It's
No.
a job and it's a pain and whatever. But
Stop
you
the
can't-
camouflage
games
skins. I hate
fun.
them.
They're creative.
You
they're
realistically can't really make
expansive,
the
they're collaborative.
livery thing
They're
completely
definitely
open.
iterative.
Like you can make it somewhat like certain
It's-
customizable
and
things.
There's nothing else.
But you
like
can't do it completely
no
open
other
because then
industry
you're
in
going to
the
have
world
people doing
would
like
have
explicit
a
things.
weekly
and you
behind
can't
the
really
scenes, a
like
documentary
people
series
people get around that
that
on
I now
Forza
get to
all
do
the
from
time.
a spaceship landed
example.
on one of Pyro's planets.
It's not super
Rich, you want
common,
to try to
but-
follow
because they've
that?
got pretty robust
So the
stuff.
only one thing I would
Keep
say is that
happening.
even though we are focused on Squadron 42,
In the
we still
UK, a
read all of the
bonbon is a
feedback,
toffee ball covered in
Spectrum,
flavored powdered
online, the
sugar.
comments or Reddit. So a lot of that feedback that's been come to the game over the years,
Neat.
we've taken that on board, and
I've heard of
we're
that
starting
at
to execute on that feedback
like
with
powdered
some of the
sugar.
systems that
Flavored
are
powder?
not
What is
as
flavored
forefront
powdered
in
sugar?
people's minds, such as like the interaction
Powdered sugar with
system
flavor
and
in it,
how you
probably.
interface with the game and controls and the action queuing and traversal. And I think the biggest takeaway for me when we start to look at all these features is that don't think of it as feature. It's we're making the game. The biggest thing is that we're starting to put that game together, and we can sit down and play
really
it.
thought
And while Star Citizen, there already is a game
that
there. This is about making what's there
Morphologist
even
was the
better,
biggest Star
and making
Citizen
sure
content
that
creator.
all the things that new players and
Is he?
existing players have had
I
frustrations
thought he
with,
was, but apparently
that we're
not, because there's
smoothing
other people
over-
streaming this.
smoothing them over and
They're
removing
getting
the
like
friction.
2 to 3 times
and
as
so
many
and then
viewers
about
as
injecting that new
Morphologist.
features on top that's
On
gonna just
Twitch.
enhance
I
it
think he's the
further.
biggest on
So
YouTube.
I think
Or
it's
he might be.
in the next few years it's going to be really
I didn't
exciting
realize
times,
that there were
as Chris said,
large
there's
communities
There
around
might
streaming
be
stars.
actually.
And I think
There was a
some
guy
of the
who
things
started
that come
playing
online
recently
will
who
be
has like over a
Level
million
cap.
subscribers.
real game changers to not necessarily
and
what you
Ollie,
do, because that's going to be delivered by the
43.
content and the features and
particularly
shit,
Level
but
Cap and
how you do
the
it
other
and how
guy.
you
I can't
interface with the
They
game.
used to do
I think
videos
that's gonna
with
be
each
a
other
huge
back in
improvement.
Battlefield.
I think that
Level
will-
Cap's apparently been doing it
you know,
since
I think
2012.
if you're a developer,
Yeah.
it's something that's really
Like, he's
important.
been following it
because
the
you've got to
whole
make sure that
time.
your game
Jack Frags.
if they're not talking about
Yeah.
that aspect
He's
of the
started
game,
making some Star
then
Citizen
you've done it
content.
right. And I think that's where we're getting close on at least on Squadron 42, so that we can then map that
Come
over.
on,
to
what do you
the-
think? What do you think,
And then, of
chat?
course, the
Think
only
they're
thing I
going to
wanna
give
add is that
us
everything you've seen here today is
one more
work in
surprise?
progress. We've removed
no
some of the
way.
locations and aspects where you would see them to protect for spoilers and story elements of the game. But all this stuff is coming to the persistent universe at one point. The stuff we've been able to show you, the stuff we haven't been able to show you today. And if you were surprised by the skills
excited
part in
about the skills
particular,
part.
like we just kind of snuck that in
I
there
was
before the
hoping
Moby class, rest assured
they would
we
do
will be
something like
following
that.
up on the skills conversation with visuals and a more in-depth discussion of how that'll work and how you'll interact with that and stuff as we get closer to being able to do so. So if you've already gone to Spectrum or Reddit or your YouTube thumbnail and added little red laser eyes to Richard Tyrer, that last part's okay, but everything else, we just ask that you hang tight and give us the benefit of the doubt. It'll be
Please
fine.
don't bully
So
us.
yeah, so thank you, Chris. Thank you, Rich, for taking the time to
I'm
talk
excited
a little
about
bit of
that.
Squadron 42 with us and how it'll affect the PU. We are just about to wrap up
Oh.
our entire CitizenCon day here. But before we do, I want to throw it back to a video that we opened today's show with. It was a bunch of our developers and staff at our 5 studios around the world talking about their favorite things of the Star Citizen community. So we'd like to play that for you one more time. And when we come back, we'll put this whole baby to bed. So take a look.
Okay.
Oh, straight to fly.
What my favorite thing about the community is?
What am I gonna say?
Yeah, out of you at the end of SDS, I was trying to
They
figure out
believe
how
as much as we do.
I love them because they continue to support us.
It's the only thing that's kept me going.
I've seen a lot of games and I've seen a lot of invested players, but
They're right there with us throughout the whole process. It's unlike anything I've ever worked on.
The thing I really like the most about the community is how welcoming they are.
To new players entering the verse for the first time.
New players come every day, and I find that
They're always happy to show people the ropes.
I found it very wholesome. When I first did the CitizenCon, where I got to fly the Carrack, everyone was so supportive, and the cheers I got when we were flying through that wormhole was unbelievable.
Was that 2019?
They put into
the wormhole
like,
into
their
Pyro?
creativity.
Such as building a simulator inside of an entire RV or
The cinemas, I love watching them on my lunch break.
I enjoy watching the videos and the content.
There was one recently on Twitter where it was like the 100 players entering the atmosphere that just looks really grand.
I love all the memes.
Oh, I saw that one. That was super cool.
And passionate drive that you see come out of them is fantastic.
how they come up with crazy ideas each and every day and surprise me.
I really
Yeah, Pyro Wormhole was 2019.
The new
It was like right at the end of SitCon.
Just the random stuff that you do. It's not like
So then they opened the
gameplay oriented.
2021
crazy
with
stunts
the
in
carrot
their
coming out of the
ships.
I'm
wormhole.
from the character team, and so I think it's cool when they show off all the ships, because that's really the only time I get to see them.
They create the community by themselves, and that's really, really cool.
My favorite thing about the community around events.
Going to Bar Citizen.
It's always fun to meet some of the backers.
They've all been lovely to me in person. Even if they're like really frustrated, you can tell it's just they have so much love for it.
I really like when the community is very detail-oriented about our work.
To see how excited they are about our progress.
How much inspiration we get from them, from their ideas.
I love the genuine enthusiasm.
The quick turnaround on feedback. I love that.
And how they're always interested in what's coming up.
I especially appreciate the people who are able to keep track of dates.
They, call us out.
It really impacts our decision-making process for, what did we do right? What did we do wrong?
It is the most rewarding thing in the entire development process.
We're not making the game alone. We're making it with the community.
Still keep faith in us.
They really do make all this possible. I'm living the dream. We all are.
My favorite thing about the community, it'd be impossible for me to narrow it down to one. And if somebody said you had to, I'd probably just turn and walk away.
and the community is at the heart of everything that Star Citizen is. So we've got one final addition before we wrap this up. The community
One more thing
was first introduced way back when in
Community
2015, 2016. I thought I had it, but I'm realizing I don't remember. It's needed some love, some TLC, some extra handling for some time, and finally we're about to roll out Community Hub 2.0. So I'll throw it to Tyler and our friends at Turbulent to tell you more.
Okay. New community hub. It's not a straight flyable ship, but new community hub. No, not a Kraken. I
Hi
wish.
everyone, my name is Tyler Whitkin and I'm the Director of Community at Cloud Imperium Games. Each and every day we're taken aback by the tremendous amount of creative community content coming from all of you. From a small 3D printed MSR that fits in the palm of your hand, to a full-size replica sandcastle of a 300i. No joke, someone actually did that. In fact, maybe they can pop it up right here.
Whoa.
Wow. On the community side, we've always felt that if our developers were going to push the boundaries of what's possible with technology, that we needed to match that level of ambition with the engagement and tools that we provide to help the community thrive. With the incredible amount of creative content flowing from our community, it was a no-brainer that we needed to find a better way to support that. So, we've teamed up with our good friends at Turbulent to completely rebuild the Community Hub, and we're very excited to show it to you today.
They're really good at
the
keeping
team has been hard at work and focused on building out a completely new platform
Taylor has a
that
nice
makes both
voice.
sharing and browsing content easier
KS, the
than
community
ever
hub.
before.
It is a community
to build
hub.
this community hub,
What's up,
we
Weasel?
really try to keep the Star Citizen identity, see what
Yeah.
was good for the community and what they would like.
This is where most people will go when they want to search for new content or discover new people who play Star Citizen and make posts in the community hub. So it's a very good place to engage with others.
We want the community of Star Citizen to have this space that they deserve outside of the game, to keep talking and creating about the game, share and comment with each others.
Now, I know I'm a little biased, but for these reasons and for many others, I believe that the Star Citizen community is the best and the most creative community in all of gaming. In fact, if you agree, go ahead and drop an 07 in chat. Go ahead. By the way, this bit is pre-recorded, so I'm going to assume that you are spamming chat like crazy right now.
Oh, they have. Oh no.
When creating a new post, you'll be able to choose between 3 post options. So that would be an audio, a video, and an image type of post. Inside of them, you'll be able to obviously put a title and description in there.
Okay, so
but
it's a very,
also to
very
pick
similar,
and choose from a variety of different categories your post relates to.
Very similar aesthetic.
And that comes and play into the Discover page.
But
On the Discover
but
page,
a much cleaner UI,
you
it
can
looks like.
browse over all the content. You can also filter content with your preferences. For example, if I want to see only videos that are about cosplay, I can now filter that and find only videos about cosplay.
Yeah.
And I can also sort them by popularity or by date.
When you first arrive on the Community Hub, you arrive on the homepage, which features top trending content as well as posts from people you follow. Because yes, you can now follow people on the new Community Hub. You have a live stream section, which you can see the top players who play Star Citizen right now. You have a tutorial section also on the front page, and there's also the sidebar.
And it's not just all about screenshots, videos, and crafts. It's also about the human connection we make with like-minded spacefarers that we've met along the way. It's about friendship. Personally, for me, I've made countless meaningful connections with so many people that I otherwise never would have met outside of this community. And many of those connections I know I will cherish and carry with me for the rest of my life. And I'm confident that many of you have similar stories,
I already
which is
post
exactly
all
why
my
it was
videos that
vital
I
to
make
us to
on
find
the
better
Community
ways
Hub
to
as
keep
well.
you all connected with one another.
The Community Hub is a place
I have them
of
on the old one.
creativity and exchange between all the Star Citizen players.
The team has put a lot of work
Yeah.
in it. We're working on
Yeah,
it since quite
I
a
leave
long
my
time.
VODs on my
We
main
really
channel.
put a lot of love and care in this, and we really hope the community will enjoy as much as us.
So you can head over to our website, dive in, check out all the new features, break the new features. It's okay.
I'm too
it's part of
lazy
the
to do
process.
that.
And as always, we want to hear your thoughts. So make sure to head over to our dedicated feedback thread on Spectrum and let us know what you think. And this is just the beginning. We've got so many cool things planned for the months ahead, such as site-wide notifications, a massive shared content calendar where you can sort between official CIG events and community-created and organized events, and so much more. And the best part about the new Community Hub? It's live right now.
So this is instead of Spectrum?
No, it's not instead of Spectrum.
I just didn't know this existed
And
then.
if I'm not mistaken, that new version of the Community Hub should be pushing live right about now. Or now. I don't know what time I watch it.
Come on.
Says
Come on,
it's like
ship. One more
12:30
ship.
in the
Give us
morning.
another ship.
One last thing before we let you go, because we
Oh.
got more endings than Lord of the Rings movie. Atmo Esports is running our 10th anniversary racing event. The new Babbage Bash.
I'm not good at racing
Babbage
yet.
Bash,
Do this whenever I'm good at racing.
that's immediately following this stream, we got a short video just telling you a little bit about who they are and what they do. So let's throw it to Atmo.
I wonder if this has anything to do with XGR. I never heard of
Atmo Esports operates a little differently. Born from emergent community events like the Damo Rally, the natural progression was to create esports events within an emergent environment and provide tournaments for esports teams in a unique way.
All right, here we go.
I think they'll sneak one more thing in after this.
Atmo volunteers create events within massive sandbox gaming environments. And we
The
work
community
with
hub is
talented
acting like it
gamers
got
to supply
DDoSed.
supporting roles such as camera crew, shoutcasters, event
Hopefully
organisers,
esports
and
ready,
so much more. Our
everybody's
team
going.
is a group of passionate professionals from
That's
all over
awesome.
the world, all with gaming in their veins. We operate purely online, and everything we do is created collaboratively.
It's gonna change the way we play the game.
5, 4,
Is that Jared?
3, 2, 1, go!
I don't believe you.
Well,
I don't believe you, Jared.
That's it.
Come on.
Another CitizenCon.
If you end up like this, I'm gonna start calling you Brad
the debut
again.
Of our new home for our evergreen, recurring weekly video content for the foreseeable future.
Ship.
Hope you enjoyed it. There's a ton of information that I'm sure is going to feed our content creators in the community for months and months to come. But the last word on things shouldn't come from me. Let's throw it over to the peanut gallery, to our esteemed group of guests and visitors. Chris, hold on, let me get in here. There we go.
Get in here, get in here.
Hey, what do you want to say?
I think I've said quite a lot already. I don't really need to see that
No,
much more.
you can do like 15 minutes more.
Well,
Come on.
let me start with back in 2012. All I'm going to say is that we wouldn't be here
Chris,
without all
give
of
us
you
something
out there who've
spoilery.
supported us over these years and believed
We're
in
gonna have
the
319 or is it going
project
318
and the world
4.0?
and the
I want to know
universe
that. That's why
I
I'm
know
excited for
everyone
318 to
that
come out.
meets
I
everyone
want to
from the
see the
community
next
out
thing
here
on the
really
progress track.
appreciates the sense of support and love that everyone
I really
puts
like
in
looking at that.
from your side and also from our side into the
Been
project.
years
So
since they
we
got
really
there.
appreciate that.
Or added a new thing.
This year's CitizenCon didn't quite have the big flashy demos that we've had in the past, but that's mostly because we've got a huge amount of people heads down working on getting Persistent and streaming out, and 318, which hopefully we're going to go to Evocati this coming week, right, Aaron, we think, maybe?
We're absolutely working
Yep. All right, so we'll see Guillaume over here. He's not Mike, so he can't really say much. But he's our Director of Development on Star Citizen Live. So we're working hard on that for this year, and that's going to be a massive patch with a lot of really cool features and gameplay in it. And of course, we're working very hard on Squadron 2. It's been a great time. It's
Starting
been
off
an amazing
right
ride
off with
so
Squadron
far. I'm looking
42, we're
forward to the
Squadron
future.
1 through
You can get some
41.
Twinsies with you.
Yes.
There you go. And thank you very much. Happy birthday, Star Citizen. Happy birthday, the community.
Happy birthday,
Happy birthday.
Star Citizen.
Cheers.
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 Let's throw it to Atmo. Bye, everybody.
Goodbye.
No, that's the end.
Bye, everyone.
We can hope.
Nope.
Maybe it's a troll. There's no way.
Nope.
Oh well. We
It's
got
done.
a new buggy that should be live now,
Yeah. It should be.
or at least soon. They said when the broadcast ended.
Yeah. So let's go.
I'm refreshing it to see. That one that we saw, could that have been a variant Ursa, you think, instead of a The one that looked like it had a big old gun on it, or a crane or something.
How you doing? We're big now.
We're big now?
Yeah, on the stream. Hello.
Oh.
10 years.
I see what
that's
you mean.
The ending we get. Yeah, that was not. It would have been fun if they would have been like, oh, by the way, there's a new ship on the store. Bye.
Yeah, that would have been funny.
Yeah, they probably have to save some stuff for IAE.
That's true.
I expect,
because that's usually when most ships are announced.
Yeah,
What was
that's
announced
true.
last IAE? Was it the Odyssey? Was that the main thing? Oh, it's there. STV
Yes.
35.
35. Okay.
$35.
Little more expensive than I thought it would be, but yeah, I kind of.
25.
I think hoverquad was
The
25,
PTV is
right?
not updated yet. At least in the picture's not.
Yeah. Is the
That's more
is
than I
the is
I think
the
hoverquad's
upgraded PTV live as well? Yeah, STV.
Not in the picture.
STV. Yeah, 35. 35 Warbond, 40
Yeah, 40
non-Warbond. Okay. Interesting.
Which is kind of insane.
All right.
That's kind of ridiculous, honestly.
Anyways, you guys,
I'm still gonna buy one, at least.
I promised you guys that I was going to do a giveaway during this stream.
He's ready to win his ship back.
And a giveaway I will be doing. So, everyone that's in the chat right now, give me just a second. What I am going to do is I am going to write on my computer here a number between 1 and 100. Everyone in the chat, I'd like you to just type a number into the chat between 1 and 100, and whoever is the closest wins the ship.
Just don't type the
Just
same
right now.
number.
Yeah.
Okay. You already wrote the number down? Saban and I had the same idea.
I have written the number. Number between 1 and 100. All right. I believe is that everyone?
There's 9 of them there.
I believe we have a winner. The number that I wrote was, I don't know if you guys can see it or not.
I don't think they can.
Yeah.
I can announce it if
Yeah.
you want. It was 37.
37. So 2 away from the number is Ann Weasels. Congratulations.
And you were talking about freaking what's it called? Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy this whole time.
Yeah, I thought about typing 42, but then I thought that would be too obvious.
Esteban and I agreed, apparently.
Yeah. So, congratulations, you have won an Anvil Legionnaire. Congratulations. With lifetime insurance and concierge paint. So just send me your username and your email over Discord, and we will get that Legionnaire over to you. Congratulations.
We're gonna do a race competition for one of these.
maybe we need to do that. Guys, who in in chat? Who in chat likes racing in Star Citizen? Only Jack. Got it.
Damn it. If I'm the only one participating, I might as well just give me the shit. I still lose. I probably would.
Savannah says you'd still lose. Oh, and what was your guys? What was you guys's favorite part of CitizenCon? I think my favorite part was actually the planetary showcase. A lot of those planets looked really cool, and I really like exploring in Star Citizen. So, like, personally, I cannot wait to get into Pyro and start exploring those planets and just seeing all the cool locations on all the planets. How about you, Extreme?
Am I
Can
close
you-
enough to a mic?
Probably not.
Oh, I can hear. Okay.
My favorite part is shooting stuff. So Drake Corsair, yay!
The Corsair does look like it'll be good. Let's see. You like doing stupid things with fast ships and ground vehicles? Yes. Okay. Then you might need to get yourself one of those what was it, STV vehicles. The Spirit, yes, the Spirit is beautiful. I cannot wait. I hope that it's in progress and isn't just going to be a concept for forever, because I really love the look of it.
I bet.
Chris?
Making STV in real life.
Seeing Chris was great. That was really good.
It did get a little old after the first hour and a half.
It was
But it was
it was
You made up for all the lost time in the past 2 years.
because we didn't see him at all in 2020 and like barely 2021, so that was nice. The new underground bases, those were super cool. Those are really cool locations. Those underground facilities, yeah, those are super neat. I like.
What was it that was? What was it that was going on that like we were giving us chills and stuff like that?
The look at around like Ruin Station. Yeah, that was really cool. Yeah, or the pyro stations. Those were great. The new damaged space station. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. You actually like the showcase of the AI search function and threat levels. Kind of reminds you of the stuff Kojima was attempting to do on the PS4 architecture that was just not possible. Yeah, that was a really interesting showcase. Showing, I loved the visualization, having like the little orbs showing like what cover spots had been cleared and what hadn't, and kind of being able to process how the AI like clears the rooms. That was a really good visual representation. I thought that was really cool.
It was, yeah.
Having better AI is going to be great. The main thing though is just that like they also need to get server performance to the point where the AI is able to consistently be good AI and not suck, right? Which hopefully with persistent entity streaming and stuff like that's coming soon, hopefully that will improve. The studio space they'd made to look like the Constellation Phoenix interior, that was really cool. That was a great set. Yeah. That was really, really, really nice. Crusader Spirit is pretty cool. I liked that as well. You love the many new things in the Squadron 42 talk, like the new EVA movement and FPS scanning. EVA movement looks great. FPS scanning is going to be super helpful, especially the updates to the FPS HUD in general, like having the little things pop up on things. The new Moby Glass also looks really good. It's a much cleaner interface, and I think especially it's a lot more user friendly, and especially a lot more user friendly for newer players who are going to be starting the game. It's going to make it a lot easier for them to figure out what they need to do without having to go and like watch a YouTube video or look up a tutorial or stuff like that to learn how to play the friggin' game. So yeah, all in all, I think I actually this CitizenCon
It
kind
wasn't
of
disappointing.
it wasn't disappointing. It blew my expectations out of the water. They just dropped a pack. What is this planetary delivery pack that they just dropped?
Oh, so where's that in store?
What
Just
are
on the
you?
main
Planet side delivery pack. It has a freelancer and an STV in it, and 6 months of insurance. Great.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Does the Warbond one have LTI? Okay, the Warbond one has LTI.
Where'd you see that?
It's in packs on the store. Yeah, I think this was a good CitizenCon. I think it was better than last year.
Last year's was pretty hype though. But
last year's was pretty good, but the problem was it was just so long and there was a lot of things in it that I just like it's like cool stuff, but like I think the general player just like a lot of it was just stuff that they just don't care about. Right.
So I don't see that starter pack. I don't see that pack you're talking about.
Do you not?
I wonder if it's a.
It's not concierge exclusive.
So I'm in shop game packages.
It's not in game packages. Go extras packs.
Extras packs. Okay.
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. Are they not going to drop the? Are they not going to drop the UTV as well? I think I think the Warbond one is an okay deal.
I bought it.
Cause
$35 LTI token's not bad.
Yeah.
And I like the way it looks.
It's not terrible.
And honestly,
yeah, it should be fun.
Getting a
fun,
gas
especially
golf
when
cart
they get
and
the.
converting it into that.
It should be interesting when the racetracks come into the game. I think those will be really fun to go and buzz around on these little buggies. So, but yeah, that was a fun CitizenCon. Thank you guys so much for coming to the stream. I hope that you enjoyed it. If you did, make sure to leave a like on the VOD if you haven't already, and make sure to subscribe to my channel if you haven't done so already as well. Join the Discord. We have awesome people in the Discord, like Jack here, even though I harass him a lot. We have a lot of fun in the Discord, and also feel free to join the YouTube membership, get early access to videos as well as emotes for live stream chat, as well as a special little badge that you get when you're in stream chat as well. So I know that I have been bad at, I have not been streaming a lot recently, and I apologize. I've had stuff going on, like health stuff as well as personal stuff, but I hope to be able to start streaming more regularly soon, once I get things a little more back to normal and calm down a bit more. But anyways, I love all you guys. Thank you for coming to the stream, and I will see you all in the next one. Have an absolutely fantastic day. Take care. Bye. I gotta get the thingy. Where is it? Where's the mouse? Oh, it's up on the top.